Speaking of ones, look at this.
Hello. Hello, hello. Curry Tiggy again. The best type of Tiggy. I should do a Jeb Tiggy one day. But hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? You guys seem excited to see the end. So many of you right now. And I wasn't even there. Definitely more than 2 hours. Otherwise, I won't reach partway through the game's final hour. I was going to say and then some, but I didn't know how to respond. You know what? In just in the sheer, in the potential that it was 2 hours, because I didn't get your answer, I did download the next game, so it is downloaded. It was very light. It's not even 1 gig. Is this how you say it? Gigabyte? It's a gig, right? Weird. But I have downloaded it, but I am trying to stay away from ending one game and then starting another one right after. It's a bit hard for referencing and stuff like that. It is gonna be Paranorma Site. Paranorma Site. All in one word. So I think it is a visual novel. Let me see. Hmm. Paranormal sites. This one. Visual novel, yeah. Horror, anime, simulation, adventure, etc., etc. It is a visual novel. I'm just surprised that it's so light. Anime VN deserves its own whole stream to start it. Yeah. And also, I've done that mistake in the past of finishing a game because I did not know. To be fair, it's not exactly a mistake. I couldn't know, but I didn't know the game was gonna end like one day. I think it was for Stray, 20 minutes after the stream. If I played 20 minutes more, like longer, I would have finished the game. And after Stray, what did we do? I forgot. Ooh, it might have been AI Nirvana. Not Nirvana. AI Somnium Files. It might have been done. And before that, we did Undusted, and I started with Outer Wilds. Right after. No controller, no nothing. On the keyboard, it was hell. But yeah, just in case, I have the next game. And I can feel my voice being a little raspy, which I don't like. And the end of Outer Wilds was when I met you. The end of it? What did we do right after? I'm not trying to gain time, like to save time, but I have to take that medicine, and it's the type that melts as it gets effective, you know? So I need to wait until it's melted down. Curry Tiggy seems to become a staple. Yakuza 0. Ah! You were there for peak then. Otherwise was kind of an experience. I mean, it is supposed to be. Really good game. They are not out. No. I think I managed to edit like one episode and almost finish the second one, but I would need to do them all over. Taking tomorrow off gaming to do art. Yes. And not gonna lie, I want to do art tomorrow because we still haven't finished the Persona 5 Chibi. That we haven't finished, and I desperately want to draw the characters of 428 Shibuya and also AI Somnium Files. I want to draw them so bad. Chibi Tama. 2 of them. 2 different Tamas that we have now. And we need to draw my boy Yanagishita. We need to. We need to draw Tama the cat. Um, and Sasayama, the detective cosplayer. They're so good. Honestly, the car design, if you can talk about this, for the real people in Shibuya Scramble is pretty nice. Make the Aiba and Tama bubble buddies in this pose. Kissing. By the way, Bubsy 4D now released. I'm so looking forward to playing it so that I can finally enjoy a Bubsy game as greatly as I did for the first Bubsy game. Bubsy game? Bubsy game? Oh, I did not know that franchise. Looks fun. Oh, the eyes remind me of Garfield. A little bit. Like slightly. Did not know about that franchise. It seems fun. The medicine is taking effect. Consider the laughing stock, but that was 2010's YouTubers being hateful, so I ignored that public image. Yeah. Since when do we trust YouTubers for quality of gaming? Since when? What the hell? Enjoy what you enjoy as long as it's not illegal. It's fine. I'm sure a lot of people will hate Shibuya Scramble. Probably. It's more well known in the West because of its playable cartoon marketing campaign that was everywhere. Hmm. What is it, Lucas? What's wrong? Will Curry Tiki be sold in store? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I just wanted to type that face. Fair enough. Fair enough. What do you want me to say? One franchise I want to get out from under Microsoft and get revitalization is Blinks. Blinks? Why do I feel like we had that conversation, but like that whole conversation? I'm having deja vu. Blinks. Okay, so the first thing I see on Google typing Blinks in is Blinks underwear. Pretty sure it's not this. Oh, it's a it's kind of similar. It's very not similar. I don't know what I'm saying. Here's the regulation. You already know how much I love both Blinks games, especially the first one. Ah, Time Sweeper. Wow, the graphism. The graphics, sorry. It's so old school, I like it. Oh, wait. Hmm. There's a green sort of bear looking thing. I've seen this one before, unless it's a mod. I have no idea. But I've seen that thing before. Blinks gets confused with Blinks 182 in search results. Ah. You've seen it because it's Pits PFP. I don't see Pits PFP. I don't think so. Who's that green bear though? It's in no other picture. The entire cholesterol thing is a hoax. Archer time mage in Blinks, able to rewind, pause, slow, fast forward, and record time itself. Cool. OG Xbox games are weird. Good! We need more weird games. Games that look like a fever dream. It's only a thing because of overconsumption. Plus, no cholesterol is deadly. You want low cholesterol, though, no? I don't know. Oh, my light. Hold on. Watch the Blinks trailer. I, uh, I did not want to click. Microsoft's honest attempt at a mascot platformer was in fact Blinks, directed by Sonic creator. Oh, I can definitely see the Sonic in it. Like slightly. It's definitely its own thing, but you can still see the Sonic touch a little bit. What the fuck is a kilometer? Yeah, yeah. Ratatata. I love that meme. I love that audio. I'm almost done with my medication. It's not medication. I don't know what that is. It's the equivalent of a voice syrup, but in like, it's not a pill. It's way bigger than this. You just let it melt. Don't know what that's called. Pasty in English. What is that? A pellet? It rings a bell. A pellet. You need the music, so I'm going back here. That music is so weird compared to the rest of the game. Like it doesn't tell you at all what it's gonna be. The Xbox graphics reminds me so much of Twilight Princess. Zelda Twilight Princess. It's the bloom effect. It's the bloom and the weird light that they do. It's so good. I love it so much. We should play Twilight Princess one day on the Wii U. My first ever console. The Wii U. What a good investment. The first fucking console I've ever bought with my own money. Because I had a Wii previously. But that was my parents. TP came out right around the transition from OG Xbox to 360 era. It was on the GameCube initially. I got it for the Wii though. That's when I discovered it. And I never finished it. I know how it ends, but for some reason it's one of those games that I'm super invested in, like 80% of the game in, and then when the end is close, I just don't play it. I think I tried 3 times. The GameCube and Wii U versions are generally better. Yes. They did a remaster. They added something that is completely useless to the remastered version, like the HD version, which are the stamps. And I never understood that. Why did they add stamps into stamps collectibles? On the HD version, I don't. The stamps were so stupid. They were. I got the cat. The window is open. They don't go out. The minute you close it, then they want to go out. But yeah, dumb edition. The general HD part was good though. They did enhance the textures and stuff. Okay. The last thing we did, was it Maria's end? I think it was, right? Where could we jump? Maria, we already done it. We needed to go back to Kano. I remember. Here. Like, if they helped translate Hylian, or they gave boost or looked cooler, agreed. Then the stamps could have been cool, but they did nothing but be literal stickers. Yeah. So remember that where we left off, changing Kano's decision was the first course of action. Yes. We need to do anything but what we did. I think, let's see about Sasayama's wife. Let's see. Kano thought about Sasayama's wife and decided to get in touch with her. Hylian. Same with Hyrule. You're right. Hyrule. That's what I know. Hyrule. In French. It's so weird to me. But Hyrule. Yeah. Hylian. Decided to get in touch with her. He called Sasayama's home phone, but nobody picked up. Perhaps she'd gone to the hospital? Say the French one again. Hyrule. Hyrule? Hyrule. It's... don't make fun of me. Make fun of French, but don't make fun of me. I'm distancing myself. Perhaps she'd gone to the hospital? With that in mind, Kano called up Shibuya Central Hospital and asked them to transfer him to Miss Sasayama. Lady. After a little while, a woman's voice came through the receiver. Yes, this is Miss Sasayama. Her voice was thin and reedy. My name's Shinya Kano. I work with your husband on the force. It sounds like you? Hyrule? Does it? Oh, what happened? He didn't know what to say. He couldn't find the words. I wish that I'd been there when he'd gone to make that arrest, he blurted out at last. I should have tried to get there and back him sooner. If I hadn't been too late. He trailed off, hoping he hadn't said too much. Imagine you're in the shoes of the wife, and then you don't know if your husband is gonna make it out, and then his coworker is like, "It should have been me. If I came sooner, none of this would have happened." In the heat of the moment, I might have started accusing him. And don't worry, Shadow. It is pretty hard. Susama's wife answered him in her gentle, quavering voice. Thank you so much for your concern. I'm glad that my husband is lucky enough to have a colleague like you. No, I couldn't. I married a detective, Mr. Kano. I've prepared myself for the possibility that something like this might happen. But she certainly didn't sound like she was prepared. Kano felt a biting pain in his chest. Um, your husband gave me something to hold on to for you. I'd like to give it to you, if I can. Oh, well, certainly, but I'd like to stay here by his side today, if possible. Of course. I'll head on over to the hospital myself then. I hope you don't mind if I pay you a visit? Oh, of course not. Sorry to trouble you like this. Thank you so much. Kano hung up, then hurried out of the precinct. Freak! It's gonna play out like the rest. I'm skipping that part because we had it before. It is the wrong ending for what we want, but I'm curious for the rest of it. The girl's eyes can kill. Yeah. She looks possessed. Oh, it's Tateno, then it's the same. I thought there would be some other stuff, but no. Let's call Rumi. The phone rang several times before it went to voicemail. The fact that she hadn't picked up made Kano all the more anxious. He was still staring at his phone when he got a call of his own. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tateno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. So is it changed? Okay. Detective Tateno? Detective Tateno, is that you? There was a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had Tateno been doing this whole time? Why had he left Static go free? And what had happened to Hitomi? But while he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tateno spoke. I've secured Maria Osawa. Do I need to read all of this? I want to save my voice for the rest. Because this part we've seen. Skip, yeah. Normally, the end, the rest is exactly, yeah, good. So we know now. Great. Nobody likes rebroadcasts? I do. I like to watch the same video over and over. Sometimes, when I'm in the mood. So now, but not immediately. That depends. It depends. If it's a movie that I really liked. I might rewatch it like the second I go back home from the cinema. Okay. Back to Minorikawa because now Hana won't be there. It's a funny video of someone getting hurt, then yes, replay button abuse. Oh, yes. Or instant karma compilation. Yes. Pets falling like the dumb creatures they are. Yes. Where is the next one? Here. Or cute animal video. Or becomes a seal. We found 2 fish. Ah! Survivors? Oh, I like her beads. First of all, now that I have it, look at her watch. Isn't it like so cool? And I like her bead bracelet. Yeah, very skittish. They buried themselves in the algae. Good. Survivors. What? Why would you take such a risk? Chiaki sobbed. For context, the 2 people that were after Toyama, the Heavens Publishing CEO, came back here to get the money. Toyama is quote-unquote dead. At least for all the characters here, he's dead. They don't know yet. But he has a debt that they're trying to collect, but he's not there. So it falls onto me, the reporter. And right now they're trying to get him to take the debt himself. Like to transfer the debt from Toyama to him. And they are searching for the girl. Also, that's why we couldn't have her here. I love the series 428 music. It's simply called Decision. Ah. Sis and Mom want to buy new fish these days? I'm super against it. Come on, some whimsy. Minorikawa lowered his voice. Because I owe him so much. I can't stand by and let these scumbags kill his daughter. Not for the pounds? Ah. Oh, he signs it. Minorikawa readied his pen and signed the document. Alright, Segawa cheered. Now we're talking. A satisfied grin came to Ozu's face as he reached for the contract. But before he could pick it up, Chiaki snatched it from the desk. I'm asking you to this! Crumpling the paper, she stuffed it right into her mouth. Hey! Segawa snapped. What the hell are you doing? She has a key as an earring. That's very cool. Yes. She's so quirky. I love her. He tried to force Chiaki's mouth open. Don't you dare, you bitch! But despite his frantic efforts, Chiaki managed to gulp the wad of paper down. I love how anime manga it is. Tige and I are the exact same wavelength. It's so manga, because if you tried what she tried, it's A4 paper. You would choke. Segawa blinked a few times. Oh, you did not just do that. Ozu looked on, dumbstruck. I guess we gotta get a new contract from the office, boss. Bring as many as you want. Oh. Bring as many as you want, Chiaka declared. I'll just keep eating them. Girl, you some kind of damn goat or something? The mental image of a goat eating paper is a common one, dating back to long ago when paper was made solely out of plant material. If a goat were to eat modern paper, the wad of chemically treated pulp would go undigested and possibly cause an intestinal blockage. So please, do not feed paper to goats. She should chew more, unless she had naturally hyperactive saliva glands. Yes. Yes. She's just that girl. Let's just get it there. Let's just agree she can just do that. Segawa shoved Chiaki up against the desk. Ooh, kinky. Ow! Cut it out! That hurts! As she struggled to resist, Chiaki lurched toward the desk, planting one of her hands atop the TV remote control. One of her fingers happened to land on the volume up button. Are they gonna learn that the guy is alive? They're gonna confirm the death! Cause we told Kudze to confirm it to the media. The sound from the television set soon hit max volume. We have just learned the identity of the victim killed in the explosion. Shibuya resident and pharmaceutical executive. Is Shibuya resident? Minorikawa tilted his head in confusion. Toyama didn't live in Shibuya. Once again, the victim of the explosion was Shibuya resident and pharmaceutical company executive, Mamoru Tanaka. The cause of the explosion remains unknown. The police are still in the process of following up several potential leads. The site of the incident remains an alarming scene, with relief workers continuing to tend to the wounded. The four people in the editing office spoke in near unison. Huh? Who's Tanaka? It's not a keypad, right? Or to be oh my god, 5 minutes of gameplay. Well, see you tomorrow. Let's not complain. We're closer to the truth. That's a huge... Oh! I did not expect that. Okay. Are you scared about meeting with your father? Someone's broke through our firewall. I'm sorry, Mr. Mino. You lose everything. Trey part 2. Oh, Maria is not there. Oh my god. Ah! She's not there anymore. I mean, obviously it was the end, but still, I can see it now. Wow. What's up, Achi? Why did he have a ringed karambit? What? I don't know what it is. No more Tama? Yeah, her story ended yesterday. I want to see his actor, Achi's actor. Actors. Yosuke. Shizuo Kudo. No. Actor. Who is Achi? This is genuinely rage bait. Yuto Nakamura. Yuto Nakamura, are you only Japanese? Actor. I don't have any info. He doesn't have a Wikipedia page, it doesn't seem. Yep, there is a professional footballer with the same name, so I will try not to dig too deep. This is genuinely rage bait. I read that. The claw-like knife that curves away from the spine of the blade when there is a ring at the end for your finger to slide into. I think I see what you mean. Heck yeah, this hour, while rushed, is still pretty good. I call it rushed because there is a grand total of only one bad end, while all other hours had at least 6 each. It's a pretty funny one though. Should you make the obvious wrong decision? Let's try to make the obvious wrong decision. Is it this hour, Pit, where there is a weird choice to make? That we need to choose Endo for? Is it this hour? I remember. See? Me smart. Me brain work. By the way, the actor of Achi is apparently also a model. Achi told Stanley and Hitomi what his father had done. Okay, he comes clean right away. Yeah, it's this hour. Let's remember. Wow, he just told him. Summary, his dad tried to have Hitomi killed because she has the same blood type as his sick sister that needs a heart transplant, so his dad asked his childhood friend who turned out to be Tateno, the detective, to put a bullet in her brain so that she would end up brain dead and so they could transplant her heart into Achi's sister. I'm 99% sure the only person in your community that would say you're not smart is Lucas. And Lucas is like clapping. Yes, that's exactly me. As she listened, Hitomi hung her head. Her face was sallow. I'm so sorry, Archie told her. I'm not really sure what to say. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped. Popped? Archie, no actor being a model makes perfect sense. He is pretty. He is a very pretty guy. When you try to run away from puzzles, I will glaze you to heaven. When you try to... Wait, what? Struggling to keep his emotions in check. So, if I were rendered brain dead, you could help your sister, Hitomi murmured. Stop, Achi said quickly. Please, don't say things like that. A sad look came to Hitomi's face, and she pressed her right hand to her heart. I mean, to find out like this. She turned to Achi, tears glistening in her eyes. I want to help your sister, but... We have other things to worry about right now. This time, it was Stanley who cut her off. Remember, Alfred is after you, Hitomi. Isn't that what Kanan told you? Yes. She said I was the mastermind's target. Hitomi wiped her tears away with her fingertips. So Alfred's and Achi's father are after the same thing, Stanley said. Is that just a coincidence? It didn't sound like he thought so. Hold up, Achi growled, leaning in from the back seat. Yeah, my dad's way out of line. But he did what he did for Suzune. He wouldn't work with terrorists. I'm not saying he's deliberately aiding terrorists, Stanley replied coolly. I know, Shadow, don't worry. That's why I didn't say anything. It's common sense that a pro wouldn't get an amateur involved with their plans. That makes it too likely that a clumsy misstep will cause things to fall apart. Yeah, but we know that Alfred does plans with errors in them so that it doesn't track back to them. But then again, that's not the way Alfred thinks. So, actually, the likelihood of failure could well be part of the plan. Exactly. Achi thought back to what Kanan had said earlier. If you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred, and it makes it harder for anyone outside looking in to grasp what the actual plan is. Not only have they put together a perfect plan, they've purposely left certain tiny holes in it. So if we assume the plan has failed, this slip-up might be exactly what Alfred wants, Stanley muttered. Sort of an intentional hole, then, Archie said. Stanley snorted. Kanan told you guys that too, huh? If that's the case, then you really are a fool. What did you just call me? Archie barked. If you've known all along how formidable this opponent is, you should have given Hitomi over to police custody right away. It's only a matter of dumb luck that either of you are still alive right now. No, it's thanks to me. It's me. Look, luck or not, me and Hitomi have managed to get by safely. That's all that matters. Yeah, but for how long? What exactly is the relationship between the two anyway? Are you guys dating? Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. When Hitomi hesitated uneasily, Achi decided he'd better speak up. No, it's not like that. We just happened to run into each other earlier today. Guess I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon someone in trouble. Can't abandon someone in trouble, huh? You sure you're not just trying to make yourself feel self-important? There are plenty of people out there that you can't see who are also in trouble, who are also suffering. If you only help the ones close at hand, then what's the point, really? The world's a lot bigger than you can imagine, and there's a lot you're blind to. So what? If I see someone who's in trouble, I'm supposed to just ignore them? Nah, I can't do that. If I see someone who's collapsed from hunger, I'm not gonna just walk on by because there are people starving somewhere else in the world. I'd be all, hey, let me treat you to a beef ball or whatever. You couldn't have come up with a smarter example? Stanley replied with a tiny laugh. Okay, so I'm an idiot. Hachi scowled. My bad. Stanley laughed again. Today's been an interesting day, he said. I was with another fellow earlier who was just like you. Meaning what? Was he an idiot too? Yeah, he was an idiot. Do all you Japanese have that problem? Wow! Hardly. My little sister's so smart she'd make your eyes pop out. Well, I'm sure relieved to hear that. If everyone in this country were as dumb as you guys, I might actually start to like this place. What is this dialogue? What does he mean? Huh? What does that even mean? Me too. Talk so I can understand, man, Hachi shot back. But Stanley didn't respond. Instead, he stuck his head out the car window, peering at the road ahead. They were close to Shibuya Station now, and the traffic had ground to a halt. Gridlock again? Stanley grumbled. It's probably better to walk the rest of the way to Endo Electronics. He pulled over on the side of the road. Specifically the shoulder that runs along either side of the traveled portion of the roadway. A place where trash tossed out the windows of moving cars tends to accumulate. You know what? That sentence made me understand what they were talking about. Tossing cigarette butts and empty cans out onto the street can potentially hurt people, and it definitely makes a mess. Please don't litter. Achi got out of the car, feeling his guts knot up with worry. Pretty soon he was going to have to confront his father. Stanley gave Achi a look. Are you scared about meeting with your father? I'm not scared. First thing first. I'm gonna punch him right in the face. Then we can have ourselves a chat. Don't let your emotions get out of control. Your father might be one of the key players in this case. I don't give a damn about that. Hachi took Hitomi by the hand and started walking. They'd gone up and down the Genzaka so many times today already. But this was probably the last time he and Hitomi would make their way up the hill together. His anger rising, Hachi picked up speed as he marched onwards. Wanting to confront his father. No! An easy pace, wanting to delay the end of their time together just a little longer. Yeah. Once they reached his home, this kidnapping case would be all over, because his own father, Daisuke, would be arrested as the culprit. Kidnapping for a ransom carries a potential life sentence, with a definite term of imprisonment of no less than 3 years. Did he though? It seemed like he was okay, but Achi doesn't know that. He just hired I mean, he did hire a detective to kill somebody. But without the testimony of the guy, it probably doesn't have a trace, does it? Bringing Daisuke down would be easy. Achi wasn't worried about that part at all. If he didn't hold back, there was a good chance he'd wind up hurting his father. Holding back. Getting hurt. Eyes that are ready to kill. These eyes! Oh, judo or something. A memory from long ago rose in Achi's mind. A pure white karate gi, thrusting out with his left fist. Daisuke collapsing to the floor. One of many memories of his father that Achi could not forget. So he knows karate. Okay, nice. Kneeling before the memorial altar of his mother, Kotone, Achi wept uncontrollably. He clutched his ohajiki tightly in his hands. Ohajiki? A toy made of small coin-shaped glass beads, somewhat similar to marbles. The typical game involves flicking one's pieces into the opponents with a fingertip. Specific rules vary greatly by region. They look so yummy. They look so yummy. Achi had always been rather clingy with his mother. When she was alive, she had often joined him for ohajiki, origami, and the like. On this particular day, Achi had come home miserable after getting bullied by the neighborhood kids for acting like a wimp. Achi. He turned to see his father, holding 2 cups of shaved ice. I loved messing with ohajikis. I used to play marbles when I was a kid, and then it was pogs. But the marbles was pretty similar. Come here for a bit. They sat on the stairs together, eating their sweet frozen confections. You want to get tougher? They're so soft that feeling them fall off your hand when picking up an excess of them was such a good feeling. Ooh. Imagine a bowl of them and you dip your hands in. That must feel so good. Daisuke's words were soft and simple. How about you and me get tougher together? Achi looked up at his father, frowning in confusion. How are we gonna do that? Well, for starters, how about we learn some karate? Karate? Achi's face twisted up unhappily at the idea. He couldn't even imagine himself punching or kicking anyone. Damn. Things changed. Precisely like that? Ah. It will be alright, his dad said. I'll go with you. Don't you worry. Daisuke flexed one of his scrawny arms. His biceps bulged up the tiniest bit. Achi was well aware that his father wasn't much of an athlete. There had been an athletics meet at his grade school. Even now, the memory of Daisuke tripping clumsily during the parent participation relay was burning into Achi's mind. A type of children's event where the parents who have come to watch their children compete are asked to join in with them. Daisuke took part in the tug-of-war, only to get tangled up in the rope and dragged over the line. Achi was understandably disheartened by his father's embarrassing display, but after eating the lunch his father had made for him, his spirits quickly returned. Daisuke had made rice balls that were clumsily oversalted, but Achi could tell how hard he'd worked to prepare them. Don't give us that kind of backstory now that we know he tried to kill someone. Or have somebody kill for him. I mean, if you're gonna be there. And so the two began training together at a local karate dojo. Achi put on his white gi and fastened his obi tightly. As he did so, he felt as if his feelings were being anchored in place as well. Wow, I'm gonna have to. Wow, okay. Ichi-ni-san. Achi's gi sleeves made a whooshing sound as he thrust out his fist in time with the sensei's chant. Even simple kata practice made him feel like he was getting stronger somehow. His dad, having left Suzune in the care of their neighbors, was working up a sweat alongside him. But he was out of shape, and his technique was shaky. He was soon exhausted and went to lean up against the dojo wall. I mean, he is an older person, so not the same stamina, not for the first few times. Achi stepped out of the training circle and called out his father. Dad, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna take a little break. Daisuke sounded like he was on the edge of hyperventilating. Thanks, Dad. Huh? What for? For asking me to come take karate lessons with you. Achi was sure he'd never have dared to go to the dojo alone. Hey, just so long as you're liking it. Now go on, get back to training. With a deep bow, Achi resumed his kata practice. As they were walking home from the dojo, Achi turned to his father. How come you want to get stronger, Dad? He asked. I mean, you're not getting bullied by your friends. Daisuke was quiet for a few moments before answering. His words came out awkward and embarrassed. I was picked on a lot when I was your age too, Achi. I had a friend who would always come and bail me out. A friend? Yeah, a friend. A distant look came to his father's eye. He was a real fighter. I always looked up to him. I wanted to be strong like him. His expression turned lonely. I don't get to see him anymore though. Why not? Achi asked. Didn't he die? No, nothing like that. Then did you guys have a fight? Something like that. Daisuke smiled sadly. He stared out into the sky for a while before speaking up again. His name's Tateno. My friend. That's his name. Achi's father increased his pace. Come on, he said. We have to go and pick Suzune. After that, despite Achi's questions, Daisuke would say no more about his old friend. By the time he was almost done with grade school, Achi had grown up fit and strong, almost unrecognizable from his younger self. Perhaps he'd had the physical knack in him all along. He was chosen as a representative for the boys karate team, even managing to take second place in a national tournament. Wow! Nobody bullied Achi anymore. One time, Daisuke suggested that the two of them do some sparring. Achi may have been a national competitor, sure, but he was still a grade schooler, squaring off against an adult. His father had been training for close to 2 years now as well, and his confidence had grown accordingly. Achi was excited to be able to face off against his old man. Early on in their karate training, Achi's kumite had seemed rather hopeless. He'd been shocked that his out-of-shape father was able to overpower him, but also pleased to get a sense of how strong the man was. This time, Achi thought, he might well lose again, but he was going to go all out. As they adopted their fighting stances, Daisuke's face was full of confidence. The instructor gave the signal to begin, and Achi opened with a sharp low kick. That's a child, every kick is low kick. Daisuke didn't guard against it, the blow caught him in the thigh. It looked to Achi like he'd allowed himself to take the hit, not fearing the effect of a child's kick. That's a mistake. Achi proceeded to unleash several more low kicks to the same spot. Ooh, that must hurt. Bit by bit, Daisuke's face revealed his discomfort. Finally, he yanked his leg away. Those are some dirty feet. You can't see. Dirty. That was when Achi realized his father wasn't letting himself get hit on purpose. He was just unable to keep up with the speed of his son's footwork. If that was the case, Achi felt bad about exploiting his dad's weakness. He decided to leave his leg alone. Instead, he aimed a punch at his father's midsection. Yeah, I'm wondering, Shadow. He was shocked by the impact as the blow struck home. He hadn't attacked with a great deal of force. He'd just thrown he'd just thrown a light midsection punch as a check. But as Achi pulled back his fist, Daisuke crumbled to the floor, writhing in pain as he clutched his gut. So was Achi part of some, like, human experiment like Mizuki was in AI Samyang File Nirvana or something? Achi stared in disbelief at his own hand. That was the last day that Daisuke went to the dojo. No, why? Why? Your dad's pathetic. Yeah, he's such a loser. Achi was on his way home from practice, and some older students from the dojo had started ribbing on him. What did you just say? These kids, these kids were middle schoolers, but Achi wasn't about to back down. He thrust out with a quick punch, stopping it just short of one boy's nose. Go on, say that again. I'll kick your ass. The elder boys went pale, then took off and ran. But this small victory did nothing to bolster Achi's spirits. His father had looked so small and lonely, heading away after quitting karate. But Achi didn't think there was anything pathetic about that. Sure, maybe by now he was better at karate than his father, but really, what difference did that make? Hold on. Okay. Ooh, what a transition. In growing stronger, he'd learned something. Using force to win out over someone else didn't mean anything. Strength alone didn't determine a person's worth. Achi loved and respected his father for going to the dojo with him. Beating him in a karate match didn't change the way he felt. Achi resurfaced from his memories to hear Stanley talking on his phone. I see. So that's what's going on. Once we're finished with things in the Genzaka, I'll bring Hitomi right back to the precinct. Curious, Achi turned to the American. Who were you just talking to? What was that about? What was that about just now? Why bring Hitomi in? Do you By bringing Hitomi in, do you mean you're gonna arrest her? Well, clearly not. Who were you just talking to? Stanley's reply was clipped. That other idiot I was telling you about earlier. With that, Stanley proceeded to wrap up his phone call. Guess I'm not going to get much out of this guy, Achi thought. So, that means Kano is alive. That means in the shootout we saw at the end of Maria's memory, or Kano's memory, Tateno is done. I think. Maybe. Maybe. He might have shot the shoulder. But at least Kano is alive. By now, they could see Endo Electronics up ahead. Achi was about to hurry inside when Stanley stopped him. I'll go in first. You two wait out here. No way, this is my dad we're talking about. Writhing. There are two ways to pronounce the. Voiced and voiceless. Math is voiceless. Where it's just air going between tongue and teeth. Yes, I'm having a lot of trouble with that TH. Well, the has a vibration from the throat in the T sounds. And ed is how you write the voice. Okay, so riding. It feels like I have a lisp and I'm trying to say rising. It's not what a lisp is, but I don't know the other words. I have NEMS rating for me. The rolls, they're here. Riding. It's like writing. Man. And you don't think it's dangerous to bring Hitomi right to him? Well, alright. We'll wait here for a bit, and once we know it's safe, we'll head on in. You cool with that? I'm cool with that. Stanley stepped inside. Stanley changed. He's more likable. I like Stanley. It's like saying rising with a uwu lisp. That's true. Achi fussed about impatiently, staring at the entryway. The palm of his clenched fist was sweating. Never before in his life had he wanted to just deck his old man. Hitomi watched him uneasily. Hitomi. Yes? I'm sorry. I really don't want you to have to see this, but I think you're about to witness the crowning shame in Endo family history. Achi, don't say that, Hitomi said. She squeezed his hand. He found his other fist unclenching. Please, you have to try to talk to your father. Yeah, I know. They're so cute together. Suddenly, there was a loud crash from inside the building. The time for waiting had passed. Let's go. Achi and Hitomi raced inside. Barging into the living quarters without bothering to shed his shoe, he heard his father's voice coming from the workroom. Dad! Achi hurried through the workroom door and saw Stanley holding his father pinned across the desk. Let me go, please, let me go! Daisuke thrashed both of his legs. Stanley, please, let my father go. I want to talk to him. Stanley snorted dismissively, but did as he was asked. Daisuke stood up, rubbing at a sore wrist. Dad, please, you have to tell me. Where is Maria? Maria? What are you talking about? Daisuke wouldn't meet his eyes. Don't play dumb with me. Achi pointed at Hitomi. You know who this is, don't you? Hitomi Osawa, the girl you've been after. Maria is her sister. But Daisuke remained silent. You're gonna pretend you didn't call the hospital? Nothing about maybe being able to get your hands on a heart? I mean, seriously, it's all so simple. Even I can tell what's been going on. You've been watching me and Hitomi through the surveillance cameras, and you were telling the guy with the cane where we were. The blood began to drain from his father's face. Don't you go quiet on me. If I'm wrong, then go ahead. Tell me the truth. Daisuke's arms shot out suddenly, knocking an external hard drive from his desk onto the floor. It was over and done before Stanley could stop him. Stanley hunched down and picked up the shattered drive. I am guessing there was important data on here. Footage from the cameras, maybe? I have no idea what you're talking about. Daisuke spat. You can't do this to an innocent person, Dad! Achi shouted, grabbing his father by the collar. There was a sound of footsteps from out in the shop. Someone was quickly getting closer. Stanley grabbed Hitomi by the hand and pulled her back against the wall. Is it Tateno? Did Kano, manage to shoot at him? Or did he lose the guts, but still kept Maria? Achi stiffened as he turned his gaze to the door. Yeah? Really now? Really, game? My man, Minorikawa. The TV news continued to report on how Mamoru Tanaka had been killed in a minivan explosion. What? What does this mean? Chiaki blinked in confusion. Um, I mean, Hannah told us herself that the van explosion was her father committing suicide, didn't she? The only explanation I can think of, Minorikawa replied, is that Hannah was lying. Do you think she's that smart to pretend, to fake her dad's suicide to get out of debt? He scratched his head as he considered the situation. But why? Chiaki said. Ozu let out a snort. Well, it would seem Mr. Toyama had her lie in order to deceive us. What an upstanding individual, using his own daughter to buy himself some time. I may consider it. Because I don't think Toyama... Would Toyama ask her? He'll love his daughter. Minorikawa wanted to yell at the guy, but he managed to hold his tongue. The important thing was that Toyama was still alive. And if he was still alive, then there was still a way to save Heaven Publishing. They'd get the current issue out in time, with a big scoop waiting in the wings for the issue after that. From there on out, it should be smooth sailing. Well, no matter, Ozu said. Seeing as Mr. Toyama isn't dead after all, we'll just wait here for him. He sat back down at the sofa. But Segawa leaned threateningly toward Chiaki. Hey, he snarled. You sure you don't know where the guy is hiding out? I don't, Chiaki shot back. And even if I did, I'd never tell you. Wow, she grew guts. Way to go, Chiaki. Say what now? He leaned it even closer just as she stood on her tiptoes in defiance, and their foreheads collided with a dull thud. Both reeled back, clutching their heads in their hands. Just calm down, Chiaki, Minorikawa said as he began rooting through Toyama's desk. For now, I'm going to look for clues to where Toyama might have gone. You just focus on working on your article. Oh? Ozu raised an eyebrow. Getting all cooperative all of a sudden, I see. I want to change up the plan for next month's issue. And I can't do that without the editor-in-chief's approval. What Minorikawa was actually looking for, however, was a back issue of four-star General Gossip. He was pretty sure that article on Osawa had been printed in the magazine's inaugural issue. If he could find that scandalous piece that the scientist had asked for, he'd also be able to get his big lead on the power balance of the world being at stake. And if he could get that, not only would next month's issue be a sure thing, it was a good bet that sales figures would go through the roof. He found a file folder full of early material and quickly flipped through it. It didn't take him long to find the article. Floundering Okoshi Pharmaceutical arranges marriage of political convenience. The large headline practically jumped off of the page. Minorikawa quickly read over the story. The basic gist of it was this. The corporate director of Okoshi Pharmaceutical had sacrificed his daughter in order to keep a researcher named Kenji Osawa on board. The daughter, however, had previously been dating another man. That must be what Osawa wanted him to look into, the guy his wife had been dating before they were married. It should be easy enough to just ask whoever had written the article. Minorikawa's gaze jumped to the end of the piece, looking for the writing credits. The piece had been written by Toyama himself. "Hey, ain't you done yet?" Sugawa yelled. "Tell us where Toyama is already." Yeah, Minorikawa thought. We're going to need to do something about these guys. "I'm still looking into it," he said. "Just hold on." He made a show of opening and closing various desk drawers. The drawers themselves were packed with a jumbled mess of electrical and gas bills, noodle house delivery menus, and the like. "Look faster," Sugawa growled. For now, Minorikawa decided he'd better butter this guy up. Maybe he could mollify this guy by having some noodles delivered for dinner. "Let's get noodles." "Hey, you guys hungry?" "I was thinking of ordering some soba." "Man, this ain't no time for that," Sugawa snarled. "Besides, we just had some soba anyhow. And it was awful. Don't talk to me about noodles." Sugawa launched into a shadow boxing session, as if trying to punch out the provider of his disappointing soba. The guy clearly had zero capacity for sitting still. Minorikawa had found the back issue of the gossip he was looking for. He still needed Chiaki's article though, and she wasn't quite finished yet. He had to buy some more time. "By the way," he said to Sugawa, "are you familiar with SOS?" "SOS?" The thug paused mid-jab. "Nobody is boxing me. I don't box." "You should box. It is a good skill set to have." "Yeah, SOS. I was planning on interviewing them later today. Here there are some pretty tough guys." Only one of them would be able to give me a fight Only one of them would be able to give me a fight. Would probably be that Achi Endo. Except, as I hear it, he's loved the game. For sport, it is generally one of the significantly? Yeah, better ones. I like kickboxing, but I prefer capoeira. But I'm biased, because I did capoeira, I didn't do boxing. Capoeira is very woman-friendly in the sphere, not the sport, but the people practicing. But boxing? Oh my god. Really now? Heard anything else interesting? Sounds like nowadays they're being run by some guy named Susumu. The name Susumu rang a bell. Those two young punks who'd been arguing after the minivan explosion had mentioned him. Seems like SOS is in a pretty rough state since Achi left though, Sugawa added. Minorikawa didn't miss a beat. What do you mean, rough state? Back in the day, they were all goody two-shoes. Never shake folks down or steal or any of that stuff. Guess their founder Achi hated that sort of thing. But now that he's out, a lot of rough and tumble, hot-blooded types have been signing up with them. Smart move is not to get involved with SOS nowadays, really. Hard to find a scarier bunch around here, when there's a lot of them together. And their main hangout, that's at Inferno, yeah? Yeah, over in Harajuku. Known as Urahara for short. The area east of Japan Rail Harajuku Station, around where Takeshi Tadori meets Meiji Dori. There are many small clothing and accessory stores there, set up in renovated houses. Most of these shops are on the cutting edge of youth fashion, offering quirky and unique means of personal expressions. My god, my voice is not good. Man, you've been listening out on the streets. What gives? Ura Harajuku, huh? Had to feed the cats. Are they happy? Are they a happy bunch? Whew. Minarikawa smiled to himself. Inferno's location had practically fallen into his lap. Suddenly, Segawa's eyes went wide. Aha, so that's where Toyama is. Oh wait, nah, no way. A coward like him would go to a place like that. Chiaki looked up from her keyboard. Look, can you please shut up? No, you shut up. That's my phone. Minorikawa pulled his cell out of his pocket. It was Toyama's name on the incoming call screen. Minorikawa's heart skipped a beat. Toyama, where are you? He blurted out as soon as he picked up. Chiaki, Ozu, and Segawa turned to look at him as one. Well, what were you thinking your death like that? Even if we could fill those pages and postpone repayment, all it would do is delay the inevitable. I'd still be up to my ears in debt. So I thought if I made it look like I was dead. Minorikawa let out an exasperated sigh. Well, everyone already knows you're still alive, so your little attempt at subterfuge didn't even wind up buying you time. What? Toyama's hysterical squeak was painful to hear. Alright, listen up, Minorikawa said. If it's the debt you're worried about, you'll be able to pay that back real soon. What do you mean? I've landed a huge scoop. You could do a print run of 1 million copies and still sell out if you can run it as an article. Toyama perked right up. Wait, you really mean it? I'll give you all the details. Just get your butt back here. But aren't those loan sharks there at the office right now? Fine, then I'll come to you. Tell me where you are. The two thugs crowded nearer, a predatory gleam in their eyes. And Minorikawa had a flash of inspiration. Got it, he said quickly, before Toyama could respond. Miyashita Park. I'm on my way now. Don't go anywhere. Ozu and Segawa grinned at one another, then bolted out the door. They didn't follow him there? Ha! Minorikawa said as their footsteps receded. Those guys took the bait. I sent them to Miyashita Park. Please tell me he's not there. Like it's a crazy coincidence and he's actually there. And he's like, wait, I need to run. He allowed himself a cocksure grin. Right then. So where are you really, Toyama? You imbecile! I am at Miyashita Park. I'm an oracle for bullshit. You imbecile. That's a word that we use in French. I don't know if it's the origin, but imbecile, we use that. That's our dumb insults. The first time I saw it in English, I was like, there's no way you guys use it too. And yes, imbécile in French. Imbécile. We use it a lot. So it is, like, we do use it. What? Minorikawa fought the urge to pull his hair out. What the hell are you doing someplace like that? Why the hell did you tell them, Miyashita Park? I thought it would be a clever ruse. Well, it wasn't. This is no time to be fighting. Chiaki butted in. Makes sense since it has Latin roots. Yeah, you're right, Minorikawa scowled. Anyway, Toyama, those guys are headed your way. We need you to get out of there and go someplace we can talk. I can meet you there. Right. Oh, okay. They needed someplace safe and public where they could speak freely. Someplace where the staff wouldn't be overly noisy. He's gonna go back at Lautrec, isn't he? But where? Minorikawa thought. The familiar cafe by the station was a natural choice. Recalling the noodle house from the menu he'd seen earlier, he opted for that. Nothing suitable came to mind. Probably Toyama should decide. I want to choose Lautrec. Easy pick. I also want to taste those nems. Are they good? The texture is weird, but the taste is good. Very nice. Maybe not the best choice of sauce with it. Let's go to Lautrec. He quickly described the location. Okay, Toyama said. Café Lautrec. Got it. What is it? About what? The cafe or what I'm eating? He hung up and Minorikawa quickly gathered his belongings. What you eating? Um, are they not called nems for you? It's like fried rolls, Asian cuisine. Rolls that you fry, some meat in there and some vegetables. We call them nems here. Like Vietnamese cuisine. Egg rolls? No, it's like a wrapping, but not egg rolls in American. Is it egg rolls? But it's not eggs. Is it egg rolls? Spring rolls, but fried. Maybe spring rolls, if not deep fried. I mean, I put them. I think. I think salmon put them in the microwave. Not the microwave. We don't have one in the oven. Yeah, it's spring rolls. I thought spring rolls were raw, like with rice sheets. Yeah, if you, I have some pictures. Some of them are fried. Some of them are exactly how I thought they were, with the rice wrapper that's transparent and very stretchy. That's the one I think about when I hear spring rolls, not the fried version. Chiaki, how's that copy coming along? Um, well, almost done. Just a little more, I think. All right, bring your computer and come with me. I read over what you've got so far. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. Both use rice paper wraps. Ah, but one is fried, one is not. Okay, why is it called an egg roll then if it's rice paper wraps? And there is no egg inside. Why is it an egg roll? But you see what I'm eating. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. As the two were heading out of the office, however, someone else opened the door. Keep out. You've got 14 minutes and 57 seconds left to send to press. Hi, Potato. The writer submits to the editor. The editor submits to the designer. This is the next step in that whole handoff process. Naturally, being late for this caused quite a lot of trouble. What'd I miss? Mm, spring rolls. We were wondering why spring rolls and egg rolls. Like, why are egg rolls called egg rolls if there are no eggs in it? 56, 55. A slender man with a gaudy necktie entered the room and sat down at the nearest desk. staring fixedly at his pocket watch. There is no music. Who is he? I thought egg rolls had eggs in them. Apparently, it doesn't have to, but. Because it's rice paper wraps? I thought. Anyway. Minorikawa narrowed his eyes dubiously. Who the hell are you? Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. That's just common decency. The man gave no indication he'd even heard Minorikawa's question. I suppose I can wait here, he continued. Just for another 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Uh, Mr. Mino? Is this guy talking about our submission? Jackie stared thoughtfully at the newcomer. Hey, you, Minorikawa asked. Are you from the printer? But the man did not reply. Don't ignore me! Are you from the printer? Still, the man remained silent. Why is there no music? We're still on the game, right? Well, Minorikawa was furious. Look! Cut the crap, he roared. It's the guy that Kano saw on the subway train. Oh! With the 2024 pages ready. And they thought it was a law. It was referencing a kidnapping law. Ah! Maria recovered all of her memories. While the two detectives were basically pointing a gun at each other, with the guy with the cane, the assassin detective, was asking the right detective, Sakano, to shoot him, because otherwise he would shoot Maria. And then we hear a gunshot, and that's all we know. And also, all we know is that Kano is alive. So, he maybe shot the guy, or he shot somewhere that wasn't mortal, like fatal, and the other guy is still alive. We don't know. In response, the man quietly reached into his suit pocket and pulled out his business card. My name is not Hey You. He handed the card to Minorikawa. It read, Cho Nippon Printing Co., Ltd., Sales Department, Division 1, Koichiro Katayama. I'm Koichiro Katayama, newly assigned to Heaven Publishing. A pleasure to meet you. Putting money on, there was an assassin that sniped him. Okay, so that may be too out of left field. My predecessor is in the hospital due to a car accident. Sachio Usui, 39-year-old, single, a longtime veteran at Cho Nippon Printing. Rather timid by nature, the strain of dealing with publishers makes him sick to his stomach. At around 1 a.m. 10 p.m. earlier today, while driving to meet with one of his clients, he had to swerve to avoid a young man and woman who darted into the street. He crashed into the car next to him and ended up at the hospital. Achi and Hitomi, probably? Yeah. He should make a complete recovery in about 2 months. Well, what are you doing here, Katayama? Minorikawa asked. I thought we had until 8 o'clock to complete proofreading. 8 o'clock? Surely you must be joking. Our company's proofing deadline is 5:30. Katayama stared fixedly back at Minorikawa. Now that had to be a joke. I heard from the editor-in-chief that it was 8 o'clock. I take that to mean, then, that you don't have any copy for us? It's not that we don't have it, Minorikawa said. It's just not finished yet. Just hold on until 8. Katayama raised an eyebrow. No. Publisher and printer need to work in concert. Perhaps my predecessor was the sort to delay the proofing deadline owing to your circumstances here. But now I'm in charge, and I do not make exceptions. The proofing deadline is 5:30 sharp, and I intend to keep it that way. And while we've been having this discussion, you're down to 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Katayama held out his pocket watch as if to emphasize the point. That's ridiculous, Minorikawa exclaimed. Just who the hell do you think you are? You guys are going to be printing a paper that I wrote. Do you even know how lucky that makes you? So just wait, okay? Just give us until 8 o'clock. Just give us 3 more days. Just give us till we're done. Is that the obvious wrong ending? Because that's egregious. We don't have 3 more days, Minori. Yeah. Just give us until 8 o'clock. That was the original understanding. It was unfair to changing now. 8 o'clock, I mean, think about it logically. Your predecessor, maybe he was wrong, but he did give us a deadline. Our work is not late if we're following his deadline. Surely in that situation you should give us a heads up rather than come like 15 minutes before the deadline, your deadline that we didn't know about this until now. It's literally impossible. From a few hours to just a few minutes? That's unreasonable. His eyes looks really nice here, yeah. Brown eyes, and the light coming from the side, the best combo. Eight o'clock, And where's your guarantee that you'll finish by then? We will. Just trust me. No. He doesn't know you. I'm supposed to be heedlessly trust the words of a man I've just met? Katayama mused. The wrong decision was already passed up earlier. Ah, I can say it once this hour is over. Okay. Then it wasn't that obvious for my brain, I guess. That's the only time I can appreciate my eye color is if I'm blinded by the sun and scar my retinas when it looks like honey. I get it. I mean, no, I have blue eyes. We're down to 10 minutes and 46 seconds, by the way. You son of a bitch. Don't get all high and mighty just because you work for the printer. High and mighty? I'd say it's the people on the publishing side of the things that act high and mighty. Whatever high-minded claims you might make, without us, you'd have nothing to put on the store shelves. Forgetting that and blatantly ignoring your proofing deadline makes more work on our end. You're the new deadline. 10 minutes before, the new deadline is you. And yes, I didn't read that word correctly because I don't know it. And I think it's close to blatantly, so I replaced it. Just what are you getting at, I wonder? Now it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Minorikawa ground his teeth so hard he could hear it. His usual tactics were useless here. Katayama was simply too unflappable to be browbeaten. If he backed down now, though, it was game over. 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. I realize there's little points, but I'll wait until the designated time. See you, potato! That's just common decency. That's not the first time you're saying it. Are you a maniac of common decency? Katayama's pet phrase. Thus far, he has said that's just common decency 3 times in this story. Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. I realize there's little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. There was one more. Do you know when and where it was? Sorry I'm late. I was at my sister's marriage. Dude, that's not being late. Who cares? Who gives a fuck? It's a stream. Bruh. Congratulations to your sister? 22nd of May. Is it an auspicious date to be married? I hope she enjoyed her wedding. I wish her all the best for her love to win to the end of times. I hope she is happy and healthy with her partner. Are you sure you should be here? Is the wedding already over, or surely you did not leave in advance? Katayama's eyes were once again locked on his pocket watch. It was no use. Minorikawa couldn't find a way to talk this guy around. Jackie held her hand up. May I ask something? She's so cute. Isn't it also common decency not to break a promise when it's been made? You and me both, girl, we're the same. It ended, don't worry, and I got plentiful. Ah, congratulations once again. Love wins. If you're referring to the 8 o'clock deadline, I was not the one who promised that. Maybe not, but I believe your predecessor's responsibilities become your responsibilities. Katayama crossed his arms and gave her a bemused look. What's your name, miss? Chiaki, she said bashfully. Chiaki Iso. The printer's expression brightened visibly. Good. That timid hesitation of yours is just splendid. You have none of the arrogance of the so typical among publishers. Huh? Chiaki was taken rather aback. In deference to your polite demeanor, I shall wait until 7 o'clock. That is the latest I can possibly allow. All right, Minorikawa shouted, practically in Katayama's face. We agree to those terms. No, I wasn't talking to you, but we got terms of our own. Katayama reeled ever so slightly. I am not certain you're in any position to set terms here. Just shut up and listen. From here on out, you're coming with us. What? Why? We're going to finish up our copy on site, then burn the data onto CD and head it over to you there. That's why. Katayama let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, very well. I suppose I'd simply be waiting here anyway. Minorikawa pumped his fist in victory. Alright, Cheki. Go and copy the DTP data we've got so far onto your computer. Sure thing, Mr. Mino. Chiaki quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop. Okay, done. Then, let's go. Let's go. With the others in tow, Minorikawa headed for the cafe where Toyama would be waiting. We acquired another ally. You know what I love? So I've always been drawn to drawing. Haha, see what I did? I was always into illustration and drawing, so I wanted to make it my career, right? But after a while, I realized how hard it was to get into the field. So I searched up what I could do, and then I found Japanese graphic design, especially graphic design. Fell in love with it. Like, fell in love. And I decided, you know what? Graphic design, I'm gonna do that. And then I found what the East, compared to Japan, so us, were doing with graphic design, and I was kind of disappointed. There are some good stuff, but it's mostly with images, right? It's mainly images manipulation or illustration that plays kind of with the text, but the text is almost embellishment of the rest, especially in posters, etc. If you see the sign right now, you see how Japanese people in Japan, they play more with typography than we do here. We do it too, but not as much. Like, they're doing a whole bunch of typography work. It's so good. They have so many fonts that are specific. I don't know how to explain. It's just very different. We have a bunch of fonts too. But it's not the same. A wild Toyota appeared while I was out. Yeah, from a wedding. Over here, Toyama hissed, eyeing his surroundings with obvious unease. Hana sat by his side, sullenly sipping on some juice. The waitress came over as Minorikawa joined them. May I take your order? She asked. Water. Just water, sir? Fine, make it a double. Exasperated, the waitress headed back to the kitchen. To water. Toyama looked over at Katayama. Who's this guy? I'm Koichiro Katayama from Nippon Printing. Katayama presented his business card. Toyama turned to Minorikawa with a quizzical look. What's someone from the printer doing with you? I'll explain later. There's no time for that right now, Minorikawa replied. Look at her computer! It's so cute! The little lace. And melon soda for Hana. First, I need you to answer some questions. Does the name Kenji Osawa ring any bells? Osawa? Toyama closed his eyes in thought. He heads up a laboratory in Okoshi Pharmaceutical. You ran a piece on him in the first ever issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Toyama's face lit up with recognition. Ah, yes, that political marriage piece. Yeah, that one. Do you remember the details from the article? Of course. Who do you think I am? Toyama puffed himself up proudly. I used to be local news copy editor for the Central Times. I've got the details for all the stuff I've ever covered here in my head. In that case, do you know who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married? The Japanese original of K28. What am I saying? 428 is better with text positioning around the characters too, since localizing that part is pretty much impossible. It's a bit of a shame, but they do handle like text way better and way more aesthetically pleasing over there than here. We don't care much, especially now. We're like so much into minimalism with fonts and typography. Egg rolls are so hard to eat. Toyama blinked his eyes vacantly. Hey, what's the matter? Inoriko asked. This is a pretty tough pop quiz you're giving me. Surprise, kids! It's time for a science quiz. What colorless, odorless gas, lighter than air and used for consumer and municipal gas applications, is also known as marsh gas or swamp gas? 1. Helium, 2. Ethylene, 3. Propane, or 4. Methane? Tune in next time for the answer. Do you guys know? What is swamp gas? Methane? Is that not the gas that cows fart? Mr. Google? We can just see. Marsh gas. Methane. It is methane. Just to double check, you know? You're the crap, man. You just said you have all the details inside your head. Oh, they're in there all right. They're just not coming out. Methane is the gas that is created when biological materials breaks down, like in the stomach of a cow, right? Humans fart methane. Oh! Google gives me a look every time I come around. They're tired of me. Minorikawa slumped. Mr. Toyama, please. Whether or not you'll be able to pay off your debt depends on your memory here. Hearing this, Hana cast a cold glare up at her father. Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice also had unique Japanese typography in its final minigame for each case, called revisualization, or logic route. Is it route or is it route? Or are both correct? I'm gonna shoot myself if it is in the game. Alright, I can remember. Or I can at least try. Toyama folded his arms and hummed to himself, his gaze turned inward. So... I feel like it was a really common name. Sato, Chucky chirped. Yamada, was it either of those? They're pretty common names. But Toyama shook his head. Minorika offered a guess of his own. That's it? Is it the one? Because it would be Tanaka, right? It's very common. Endo? Both is fine. I'm pretty sure it's also possible to create combustible gas to run biofuel engines, so you can literally have a car that runs on human shit. I would not want a car that runs on human shit. And although I don't like Danganronpa's V3 story overall, it has some of the best typography that's also fairly well preserved in localization. We have all the Danganronpa one day. We might get in. If you're not tired of it, or if you haven't seen the stories, it might be interesting. Okay, so Endo. Oh! Oh, you did say we would get a jump. I've seen the show, but I haven't played the games. Okay. The anime or the live action? Because the anime was trash. The game isn't that good, you know? It's just the first to do that kind of thing. The anime is very bad. Toyama furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. No. That's not right. Oh, so you need to make that choice? You need to make the wrong choice to get the jump. Which has a story that cannot fit in short runtime, yeah. Or at least you make it 2 seasons, not 12 or 24 episodes. It was 12. It would be way too much. Because you can say a lot about Danganronpa and you'd be right to do so. However, the story has kind of depth. Even later entries acknowledge the game, the original, instead of terms of pure continuity. Even later entries acknowledge the game instead in terms of pure continuity. It was the anime, it was some time ago and I don't have any big feelings about it, but I don't think I hated it. But it's not my fave. Thank God it's not your fave. I won't lie to you, thank God. You're gonna appreciate the game much more. At least I hope so, but if you if you didn't mind the anime, like the idea of it, you're gonna like the game, I think. Tanaka. No, not that. It was something else. Just then, the television inside the cafe switched over to a news report on the Shibuya explosion. The remains of the individual discovered within the minivan itself, who has since been identified as pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. Mamoru Tanaka? Toyama turned around to look at the TV. An image of the victim's face appeared on the screen. The publisher blurted, nearly falling out of his seat. That's it! It was him, right there! Mamoru Tanaka! That's what I said, Tanaka! Toyama pointed excitedly at the TV screen. That's who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married. Mamoru Tanaka. Now it's official. Damn. Minorikawa felt himself getting goosebumps. The victim of the terrorist bombing in Shibuya was also linked to the researcher who was key to a terrorist viral scare. His reporter's hunch was now a certainty. The original Danganronpa 1 is over 20 hours, and therefore is able to elaborate on the characters, and I like the characters. They were pretty nice. Right now, Shibuya was at the center of some massive conspiracy. This went far beyond even a major scoop. Mr. Toyama, we need to make sure that next month's issue hits shelves. Minorikawa called up Kenji Osawa to let him know the results of his little investigation. The man didn't seem terribly surprised. Probably he'd had his suspicions all along. Osawa told him that there was something he needed to do before he was ready to give details on the big scoop, but that he would call back later. In the meantime, Minorikawa knew he'd have his hands full getting the current issue of Gossip wrapped up for the 7 o'clock deadline. He slapped his hands down on the table. Alright, emergency editing meeting right here, he announced. Also, you can just wait for Danganronpa 2x2 because it's a remake that will have both the original story and the new story that branches off from the original's premise. I mean, I already have the 3 games, but I am waiting for the next new one. Is it the one you're talking about, or is it another one? It's not out yet. I forgot the title. It might be the one you're talking about. There is Raincodes Plus that I wanted to try. It's the most recent one, 2024. And yeah, it's 2x2. I hope it's how you say it. Which one has the ultimate breeder? My favorite character, it's him. I love that dude. Gundam. I love Gundam. We need to get a lead on the Shibuya terrorist bombing into the next issue. The article about the twins winning the beauty contest can be dropped for that. We'll use the info from Kenji Osawa as the basis of our big scoop in the issue after that. Mr. Toyama, any problems with that? Did you just say ultimate breeder? Please hold that thought and wait until we play that game, please. Because yes, that's what I did. That's what I said. No, that should be fine. But what about the remaining pages for next month's issue? Minorikawa opened the file on his computer. The layout built in the DTP came up on the monitor. The report on the Burning Hammer sales demo. Look! Yanagishita is here! I'm worried now. Don't worry. Their surveillance camera opinion piece. The interview with Oarai. Those 3 were finished, the copy already incorporated into the layout. Once Chiaki's street interview piece was loaded in, that one could be checked off as well. Chiaki, how is your copy coming along? I'm sorry, I just need a little bit longer. The writing seemed to still be giving her a fair bit of trouble. Danganronpa 2 Gundam Tanaka is amazing. Breeder is an animal trainer, by the way. Don't spoil it! It doesn't matter, but yeah, breeder as in breeding animals. But the joke of the community is that he's breeding people. They make it kinky. But he is my favorite character. They did him so dirty in the anime. Like, so dirty. But I love him. You won't understand why I like him, I think. I just didn't want to give the wrong impression. I wanted to. Me, I wanted to. It's called build up. So they will keep thinking about it, and then when I play it, they're gonna come to see. Also, all characters are high school students. They're in high school. So obviously, breeder could only mean one thing. So it's like being the ultimate chocobo breeder. Sure. Sure. What would you be the ultimate of? And if you don't know what I mean, and you're not familiar with Danganronpa's whole, don't hesitate to ask. But what would be your talent? I could be the ultimate yapper. The article on SOS was still just a placeholder in the layout, and Minorikawa hadn't even gotten any material for that, putting it even further behind than Chiaki's street interviews. Basically, all characters have a special talent that is recognized like nationwide, and only that type of person can enter the special high school that they're in. And those people are recognized for their talent, and they become the ultimate blank. So if you're like especially good at gardening, like you have the greenest of thumbs in all of Japan, it's a game, so it's like a superpower. You'd be the ultimate gardener. Stuff like that. Still, he'd at least learned where Shibuya's legendary street gang made their hangout. He'd just have to take the risk of dropping in on them unannounced to ambush them and with some interview questions. And then there was the lead in for Shibuya bombing. That wasn't even in the layout yet. It was a completely blank slate. Against all odds, they were going to need to put that article together from nothing within just an hour and change. It was an impossible amount of work for just him and Chiaki to do. Toyama, start to work. Well. And how are things coming along? Katsuyama rose and came closer, trying to peer at the monitor. Minorikawa hurried to cover the screen. Don't look. If the printer rep saw all the blank pages, he might decide to stop waiting. Play 999 instead? 999? Is it in the nonary games? I think I saw that somewhere. Kitty, stop being in front of the fucking camera. Aw, baby. When there's food, that fucking glutton of a cat comes in. Would you mind telling me roughly what percent of the total you have completed thus far? What percent? Come off it, man. We're at 100%. If you're 100% done, that implies that you're all finished. Could I please have the data then? No. I'm saying our willpower is at 100%. I'm not even going to pretend I understand what you mean by that. Shaking his head, Katayama sat back down in his chair. Minorikawa, Toyama asked, his expression uneasy. So, I know I asked before, but why is someone from the printer here again? Katayama promptly chimed in. The long and short of it is that your proofing deadline has been changed to 7 o'clock, he said. What? But that's impossible. Who's doing the lead-in for the Shibuya bombing? Toyama eyed Minorikawa and then Chiaki. Both stared back non-committally. I'm not saying I'm actually the best, but if I was given an ultimate title, it would be the ultimate jolt, jack of all trades. Funny enough, there's already one of those. 999 is the first of the Nonari Games entries. I have the Nonari Games. They have been recommended to me, so I bought it. On sale. Then it really is impossible. We'll never meet the deadline. We don't have enough people. No, we do have enough. Minorikawa thrust out his finger. Mr. Toyama, you're going to write that one and handle the layout. What? Standing for 9 hours, 9 person, 9 doors. 999 is my third favorite number. Something like that. Nintendo DS games had weird names. Get used to it. I mean, I grew up with Nintendo games. What do you mean? Heaven Publishing is your company. Won't you step up in order to protect it? Toyama hung his head. Even if I headed to the scene right now, I'm sure the other outlets have already gotten their coverage. I wouldn't be able to find anything new to write about. In front of his daughter. You know what? This guy is kind of cute. I kind of like him. It's the glasses. I have a thing for glasses. And so you're just going to give up? A moment later, Toyama was on the floor, Minorikawa glaring down at him. You've always said you wanted to tell the world about the things the mass media can't or won't write about. So what the hell difference does it make if they're already gotten the soundbites thereafter? Minorikawa's voice was raw with emotion. Don't you dare give up. Not that easily. Get your ass out there. Find something that only you can write about. Minorikawa. Toyama began to object. Then he glanced over at Hana. There was an imploring look in her eyes as well. I get what you're saying, Toyama grumbled. But still, you're expecting a lot. But then, despite his words, he flashed a broad grin. Yeah, Minorikawa let out a quiet chuckle. And it's got you all fired up. Yeah, I'm fired up, alright? Toyama's face shone with a resolve Minorikawa hadn't seen in a long time. There we go. That's the Toyama I know. I like him. He's like a cute little unk. You know, I'm really sorry. Now I see the huge burden I put on you. But damn it, it's going to be alright. Getting to his feet, Toyama took his daughter by the hand and strode boldly out of the cafe, looking like a changed man. Those paragraphs they write are lazy? No. Minorikawa watched them go, glad the dithering was over. Even if Toyama were still in his prime, he'd be cutting it close to do that article in an hour. But he would pull through somehow. When it came to taking care of Hana, the man would rise to the occasion again and again. Father and daughter disappeared into the crowd, hand in hand. Minorikawa shook himself out of his reverie. All right, he cried. Despite the clear blue sky, an unexpected gust of wind blew across his cheek. Come on, guys, we gotta get going too. Ah, anime titles. Okay, my bad. I thought you meant the game because sometimes the paragraphs, they are like 2 sentences long. My bad, Toyada. It was time to head out to the SOS hangout, Inferno. The three ran long and hard after leaving the cafe. If the proofing deadline was 7 o'clock, then they needed to finish up with SOS by 6:30 at the latest. The gang's hangout was in Uraharajuku, Urahara. Running all the way there on foot was going to eat into too much of their time. The taxi driver, my bro. My bro, where is he? Where is he? But traffic was at a near standstill for some reason, and there wasn't a taxi in sight. No, I think he'll pull through. How long do you plan on running like this? Katayama called out, panting. Just take a look at the road. With this traffic, there's no point in hailing a cab. Even Minorikawa was feeling the time pressure now. We're just gonna have to keep running until the road's clear. What? Katayama wailed. Stop your whining. Just keep quiet and stick with me. It finally got in Toyama to find his willpower again. Next month's issue would come out on time. And no way was some printer guy going to mess that up now. But the traffic showed no sign of abating. Catching a cab wasn't going to be an option. Finding an even louder echo of despair, Minorikawa kept up his desperate, headlong rush. To rush into a situation recklessly or heedlessly, not quite the same as being Daredevil. Still, there were limits to how far the mind could push the body before exhaustion set in. Oh, ow, 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 ouch! As they were running across a pedestrian overpass, Jackie slipped and took a nasty fall. She skinned her knee hard enough to draw blood. Hey you! Minorika snapped at Katayama. Don't just stand there! The fucking computer, fuck! So I'm a spider, so what makes you easily understand what the main protagonist's thought process is. And I recommend that anime, by the way. I've watched it, thinking it was gonna be garbage. But I just wanted to give it a shot and be out with it. It's pretty nice. I did like it. Help the poor girl already! Katayama scurried over to Chiaki. I'm sorry, Mr. Mino. Chiaki's voice bubbled with suppressed tears. Maybe it was cruel to make her run with her computer all the way to Urahara. But the copy for her interviews still needed to be looked over. They couldn't just leave her here. Minorikawa hesitated, undecided. Even at a full run, they wouldn't make it in time. And with traffic the way it was, there was nothing they could do. You now have, Katama consulted his pocket watch, punch that dude. When there's thousands of novelists posting their stories, most readers scroll through the list and not even read the description. So the title takes the role of the description. I'm not against very long titles. I never really understood the hate. There are some that I really like. Yes, it's overdone though. Some of them, they follow the exact same recipe of title. That gets annoying, yes. But the ridiculous titles, I do like them. Exactly 1 hour remaining. Damn it, Minorika raged. What do you do? What do we do? Relentlessly, the clock ticked on. Keep out? To be continued? Oh, it's short. Ah. Well, if we go read/watch the first few isekai stories, they would feel super generic. But then again, they are pioneers, yes. And I like the isekai genre in general, but I have hit a streak of very bad one. And I understand why people are tempted to just generalize the genre as being bad. I can understand. I'm not saying the series are bad or good, just that the titles themselves are lazy. It's not the same codes in Japan. It's not the same codes. Maybe in a way we are glazing smart and minimalist titles, finding a very deep meaning to one word that encapsulates the whole work of writing. Yeah. Maybe we're glazing that. Here in Germany, everything needs to have a double title. I hate it. It's different codes. I personally don't care. I do appreciate all of them. Unless it spoils the end or mischaracterizes the book. As in, like, hey, you thought it was gonna be this, but actually it's that. No, you lied to me. If I bought the book thinking it was gonna be one way, and because of the title, because it's the first thing you read, and then I read and it's the opposite, I feel lied to. I wasted my money. That is not what I wanted to read. Kano. The double titles are hilarious without context, at least. Can you give me one example, Lucas, if possible? Because double title, I don't know about them. Or at least I don't have an example in mind, so I don't see. Alright, so we're gonna see what happened. A gunshot rang out from Tateno's gun. From Tateno's gun? But it was a wild shot fired reflexively as the weapon flew out of his hands. Was it Maria? A figure had leapt from behind the water storage tank, kicking him in the arm that held the gun. Then, moving almost too fast for the eye to track, the newcomer delivered an elbow strike to Tateno's jaw. It's either Maria or it's Kanan. Kano didn't even have the chance to fire his gun. Before he could react, Maria's kidnapper was already laid out on the ground. Without so much as looking back, the girl bolted down the stairs. Maria! Kano shouted. He started to chase after her, but a bright glimmer in the corner of his eye stopped him in his tracks. The strange assailant had drawn a knife. It's Kanan, right? And was preparing to slit the unconscious Tateno's throat. Kano quickly brought his gun back to bear. Stop right there! Ooh, it's the thing you told me about. It's this, right? What was the name? How is this called, the weapon? You told me. The knife stopped, mere millimeters from Tateno's neck. Karambit. Karambit? It's such a weird name. I wonder where it's from. Kano was sure that if he hadn't intervened, the detective's throat would have been slit already. The knife wielder pulled back the hood that had been concealing her face. You... I know you, Kano said, shocked to see that he recognized the attacker. Does she have to look like super weird each time? It was the girl who'd been knocked down by the minivan explosion. Why stop me? She asked, her tone ice cold. Weren't you just about to shoot him yourself? I don't have a reason to shoot him anymore. Not now that you've helped Maria escape. Please, put the knife away. Very well. Looks like he's not waking up for a while anyway. The girl withdrew the knife and rose to her feet. Southeast Asia, specifically Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. Interesting. I wonder why it's made that way. To hold it, sure, but the rest of the knife, it looks like you can spin it, you know? Why did you come to Maria's rescue? Because she's my friend, the girl said simply. She's been infected with a virus, Kano said. We have to get her to we have to get her to help as soon as possible. He headed for the stairs that Maria had scampered down. Not so fast. Don't move. The girl's sharp tone made Kano stop. What for? He demanded. I thought you wanted to help. I do want to help her, which is why I'm not letting the police get their hands on her. The girl's voice was quiet, but hard as steel. The police are afraid of the UA virus spreading, which is why they'll certainly place Maria under quarantine. If that happens, there won't be any way to save her. Just who in the world are you? Before I answer that, let's make a deal. Kano waited, non-committal. I have information relevant to this case. The girl continued. I want to make an exchange. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. I just remembered that I stole some expensive tea from the wedding, and now I'm gonna act like a rich English man. Knock yourself out. Do tell if you like the tea, what type of tea it is. I would love to like tea. I hate tea. It's like drinking some hot, watered down juice, and I don't like it, so I want to like tea. In exchange for what? Tell me where Hitomi Osawa is. Hitomi Osawa? Stanley had taken Hitomi into custody. Kenneth could probably get in touch and ask him where she was, but they are on point often, but also unnecessary. I'm drawing a blank, but what I can think of is Superman. I'm from the south, so all I drink is iced cold sweet tea. I like iced tea. Iced tea is fine. But for like warm tea, for before going to sleep, for example, as something you can drink to prepare for bedtime. If you think tea is watered down leaf juice, not leaf. Juice. Just juice. Fruit juice. Any juice. Then you haven't had well steeped tea. What is steeped? What is steeped? When you let the leaves sit in the hot water. Ah. I mean, all I've had are tea bags tea. And not the most expensive one. I'm gonna be honest, I've only gotten like very cheap tea. But I want to like actual tea. So not like red fruit tea or like mango tea. I want the actual tea leaves. I should try that. Why do you want to know where Hitomi is? Do we have a deal or not? The girl looked like she was in no mood to argue. Still, if she knew about the UA virus, she was probably telling the truth about having information. But it was a violation of police policy to leak information on any investigation to a third party. Besides, was it wise to trust this young woman without knowing who she was? Kano weighed all his options for a moment before replying. Alright, I'll tell you. No way, I can share that info. First, I need to know who you are. Do we care? Shit. My guts tell me just tell her. Because she's on the right side. Ooh. No, she's on Maria's side, so. If tea ever tastes watery, then it wasn't steeped long enough. No, I compare it to full on juice. So, of course, it's gonna feel watered down. It's literally made with water. Compared to juice. I don't think even a very good tea, if it's made from fruit, wouldn't feel like watered down juice. No? It is possible to have it be too hot or too long. You should use 2 tea bags. And I don't think anyone uses actual tea leaves. No. Tea made from tea, not red fruit, not fruits, not. Like, what is oolong tea, for example? It's the first one that comes to mind. It's a tea leaf, right? It's not fruit tea. I asked the internet, alien is alien. Because I'm so lost in your recent messages. Tea bags have the actual leaves, dingus. I think I'm the one that doesn't make myself coherent enough. Oolong tea. What is this? Traditional semi-oxidized Chinese tea, including withering the leaves. So it's leaf, it's not fruit. That, for example, is the tea that I want to like. Type of tea. Still talking about double titles. Oh! It's been so long, dude. You need to remind me what you're talking about. We are on tea talk right now. Alien is Alien, the eerie creature from another world. Frozen is the Ice Queen, completely shameless. Hot Fuzz is Hot Fuzz, two slick professionals. I do like double titles. I like double titles then. I do like them. I did take a lot to come up with some. It took long. Yeah, understandable. Just remind us what you're talking about. But I do like double titles. I think they're fun. All right, I'll tell you, Kano agreed. The girl gave a tiny nod. But first, what's your name? Kanan. Kanan? Remember 2 years ago when I told you the thing, the thing? No? 2 years ago, dude. I don't remember what I said 3 days ago. Kano thought back to the grisly scene at the foreign Siddiqin's hideout. I forgot about that. Did she do that? He was almost afraid to wonder. There was still a lingering trace of adolescence in this strange girl's face. It was hard to believe someone so young could be a covert Middle Eastern operative. And yet Kano had seen how quickly she'd been able to render Tateno unconscious. Alright then. Guess I'll go first. Oh. Alright then. Guess I'll go first, Kanan began. There's someone out there trying to get their hands on the antiviral drug. My objective is to eliminate this person and put a stop to their plan. Kano felt neither surprise nor horror at her use of the term eliminate. I'll try to get back to the game, but I won't lie, I want to eat. After all that had happened today, he realized his sensibilities had gone numb. This person you're talking about an arms dealer named Alfred, aren't you? Kanan nodded. The UA virus has been weaponized and tested several times on the battlefield to great effect. Oh shit. If you start a new sentence from someone else, you go back to the beginning of the line. You press enter and then you write it down. The UA virus has been weaponized and tested several times on battlefields to great effect, she said. The antiviral would render this weapon wholly ineffective. Countries the world over are dying to get their hands on it. Then why did Alfred orchestrate this kidnapping? If the goal is to get the antiviral, why not just steal it from the laboratory? There was a lot about this kidnapping case that still didn't add up. Kano was sure Alfred's plan was hidden in those baffling details. Lab security at Okoshi Pharmaceutical is practically perfect. The place is under surveillance 24 hours a day, and getting to where the antiviral is stored requires bypassing 3 sophisticated electronic locks. Getting the antiviral out is impossible. Unexpectedly, a sly grin appeared on Kanan's face. Turns out I'm kinda hungry too, yeah. Yeah. If you were Alfred, how would you steal it? She asked. Uh-huh. Kana was taken aback by the sudden question. He thought good and hard about how to answer. There must be some way to get those locks open, right? Osawa heads up the lab. Wouldn't he be able to get it out? If you can sneak something out, maybe you could sneak something in? You wouldn't need to steal it, just wait until a drug hits pharmacy shelves? Knowing what I know about the game, through the other POVs, C is actually the right answer. If you can sneak something out, maybe you should sneak something in. That's Hitomi. She got infected, then got sneaked in the laboratory to get treated, and now she's out. It's the same effect. The antiviral is out with her. Kano hadn't had any particular flashes of insight. He just figured the opposite of the obvious might be the answer. To his surprise, Kanan gave a nod. Very astute. Wait, really? 6 days ago, Alfred injected Hitomi Osawa with the UA virus. What? The tale had taken a sudden and very unexpected turn. So it wasn't only Maria who had been infected, but Hitomi as well? And 6 days ago at that. Wait, hold on. Hitomi Osawa was perfectly healthy earlier today. So that must mean... Exactly. Kenji Osawa administered the antiviral to her. An unsettling thought occurred to Kano. It was supposedly impossible for Osawa to access the antiviral all by himself. But if he'd been able to give it to his daughter all the same, then that had to mean... He needed Mamoru Tanaka's help to do it, of course, Kanan said, which is why Alfred bribed Tanaka ahead of time. So that's what happens. Tanaka had been paid off to inject Hitomi with the virus. Getting Osawa to take action at that point wouldn't have been difficult. But why go to such length to get the antiviral administered to Hitomi? Why would Alfred have Hitomi infected with the virus only to then have her father cure it so that she would get the antiviral in her body? It's been roughly a week since she was given the antiviral. The DDS is still in her body. The what? Essentially, taking blood from Hitomi Osawa now would allow someone to extract minuscule amounts of the antiviral. Kano was stunned. Suddenly, all these seemingly unrelated threads were beginning to form a pattern. So, since getting the antiviral itself out of the lab wasn't an option, Alfred must have thought of using a human vessel, he murmured. Which means the thing that Alfred's really after is... Kanan nodded. Yes, Hitomi's blood, she finished. Alfred specifically requested that Hitomi mix the ransom handoff, Kanan said. Additionally, the crime syndicate was hired to carry out a relay with the attaché case containing the ransom money. This would disrupt the investigation and distract the police, allowing the kidnappers to target Hitomi in secret. Wait, no, hold on. There was something about this story that still made no sense to Kano. Tell me, tell me this. Tell me this, he said to Kanan. Why not just kidnap Hitomi in the first place? Why not use Tanaka for the vessel instead of Hitomi? Was there really no other way to get at the antiviral? Why not just kidnap her, sure? That was the key question right there. Why kidnap Maria instead? If Alfred wanted Hitomi's blood, abducting her, not her sister, was the obvious move. Had the kidnappers mistaken Maria for Hitomi? The girls hadn't gotten themselves mixed up, had they? Maria with Hitomi, Hitomi with Maria. If that were the case, then the syndicate's plan actually had been to abduct Hitomi. Yeah, Kano said excitedly. When you think about it, it all makes sense. Kanan gave him a look. No, it doesn't. Not that it isn't an interesting idea. Well, so much for that, Kano thought. I've met both Maria and Hitomi, Kanan said. They look alike, but they're completely different. That was definitely Maria who was here just now. She had a point. Last night, back at the Osawa residence, when Hitomi had agreed to make the ransom handoff, her parents would have been with her. And they certainly wouldn't get Maria and Hitomi confused. Okay, so I used the wrong one because I understood the answer differently. Had the kidnappers mistaken Maria for Hitomi? The two were twins after all, so it wasn't inconceivable, but it's my fault that Maria was kidnapped. Kanan looked away. I contacted her before this all started. I told her about the kidnapping plan, and I gave her a GPS beacon to give to her sister so that I could track Hitomi's location after she was abducted. But my plan backfired. Maria switched places with Hitomi and let herself get taken by Alfred. What the hell? Why hadn't Maria taken this to the police? Or if she was so determined to protect her sister, why not just get her to leave town or something like that? There must have been some sort of accident though, Kanan continued. The GPS was never turned on after the kidnapping, and I wasn't able to track Maria down. But there was something that even Alfred hadn't counted on. Kanan cast a glance over at Tateno. This person right here, she said. So, Tateno had disrupted Alfred's plan by going after Hitomi himself. Considering where it's all led? Kanan continued. Alfred must be panicking about now. But we can't let down our guard. Even now, I am sure the mastermind is thinking of some way to fit what this man has done into the master plan. So it's a perfectly imperfect plan? Is that what you're saying? Precisely. Kanan flashed Kano an approving grin. I heard that from Stanley, Kano said, the man who drove you to the hospital earlier. That case officer, huh? Case officer? So that was it. Stanley was CIA. Now that Kano thought about it, it all made sense. Since Alfred is an arms dealer with a worldwide connection, I don't know what nation might be trying to obtain the antiviral. Obviously, any country that has a viral weapon would want to prevent their enemies from obtaining it. It's no huge surprise that people are blooding in trying to put a stop to Alfred's plan. A tiny beeping sound caught Kano's attention. Kanan pulled a PDA from her breast pocket. Interesting. The GPS I gave to Maria has just been powered on. Now I can finally find her location. Where is she? She's on the move. But why is the GPS suddenly active now? Kanan frowned. At any rate, I've told you what I know. Now tell me where Hitomi is. Alright. Kano got out his phone and called Stanley. The American was quick to pick up. What's going on? Where is Hitomi? We're on our way to Endo Electronics in Dogenzaka. Endo Electronics? Oh, so that was Kanan that came at Endo Electronics. Why are you going there? Kano was familiar with the dilapidated old storefront. He had passed by the place countless times. Too long of a story. There's a lot that's happened, Stanley replied. How are things on your end? About as bad as they could be, but I'm getting closer to the truth. Please, make sure you keep Hitomi safe. Alfred is after her blood. Her blood? Kano told Stanley what he'd heard from Kanan. I see. So that's what's going on. Once you're finished with things in the Genzaka, I'll bring Hitomi right back to the precinct. Where is she? Kanan asked as soon as Kano had hung up. She's on her way to an electronics store in the Genzaka. I see. Kanan checked Maria's location on her PDA. First, I need to get Maria, she said. I'll get to Hitomi after that. I'm going with you. Be my guest. With that, Kanan was off and running. Yano took one last glance at the unconscious Tateno, then hurried after Kanan as fast as he could. An interesting pair. They ran from South Hill toward Shibuya Station. As they darted and weaved madly through the narrow side streets, Kanan took an occasional glimpse at her PDA. It felt to Kano like they must be taking the shortest possible route to Maria's location. He stayed quiet, keeping a pace as Kanan led the way. Before he knew it, they were heading to the Genzaka. In not too long, they'd be at Endo Electronics. Hey! Kano called out to Kanan. What? She shouted back without turning. Are you sure this is the right area? Are you doubting the GPS? No, it's not that. Actually, no. It's not that. Kano scanned the area. It's just that Endo Electronics is right up ahead. What? Kanan stopped abruptly. What are you suggesting? The twins are heading for the same location. That's my guess. Still, what did that actually mean? Kano hadn't figured that out yet. They took off running again, and before long, Endo Electronics came into view. Kanan stopped in front of the shop door. Right here, she said, glancing again at her GPS. I knew it, Kano thought. Endo Electronics, the same place Hitomi was headed. Guess we're all winding up together, Kanan said. Or else we've been brought together. She peered keenly at the building and its surroundings. Kano swallowed hard. We? You think you've been roped into this too? Quite possibly. Kanan flashed a winning smile, then started to head into the shop. Hold on, I need to report into HQ. Kano hurriedly called Kuze on his cell. Kano, what's going on? I've located Maria Osawa. Huh? Was that? Because his words came out as surprised and childish yelp. You may now call me Mr. McFancy Pants Benty. What the fuck? Come on. Kanan's smile turned into a steely glare. Time is critical. He nodded silently back at her. Kano, what's the location? Kuze asked. Where are you? I can't say right now, sir. Please, just leave this to me. Hey, now, just hold on. But Kano ignored the director's cocking and hung up. Kanan had already entered the shop. She seemed wholly unconcerned with the idea that she might be playing right into Alfred's hands. Despite her youth, she clearly thought of herself as quite capable. Warily, he followed after her. After navigating a veritable cavern of junk, they came to a door that led to the living area beyond. Kanan quietly opened the door and immediately stepped inside. The home was divided into a dwelling area and a workroom. A man's voice could be overheard from the workroom, raised in anger. Don't you want to save Suzune? Kano and Kanan crept closer. Peering through the next doorway, they saw a tense confrontation in progress. Maria and Stanley were standing there, looking down at a middle-aged man who had restrained Hitomi with a stun gun pressed to her throat. Dad, of course I want to help Suzune. A young man stepped into view, speaking to the older fellow. But do you think this is what she'd want you to do? Kano watched intently, tensing for action. There was so much at risk here. So much at risk here. He was about to barge into the workroom when Kanan grabbed him by the shoulder. Let's wait and see how this goes first, she whispered. He realized this was a good advice. If they provoked the older man, things could very well take a sharp turn for the worse. They'd just have to hope the young man could talk him down. Keep out, okay. Who's next indeed? I have no idea because this... I think it was blocked, no? Ah, well, it's Achi again. The workroom door slowly eased open. Oh! Achi was too shocked for words. The woman was too stunned to speak. The girl who entered looked just like Hitomi. Maria! Hitomi! Achi blinked in bewilderment. It was almost as if Hitomi were standing in front of a mirror. The two girls looked so similar. Maria, thank goodness you're all right. I'm so sorry I had you worried. Maria was safe, Achi realized. At last, he had managed to fulfill his duty. How did you manage to get out of the storeroom? Daisuke had gone pale. The storeroom? So he did abduct her. Okay, so the kidnapping was him. Tell me, Maria said sharply. Who was it who came up with this kidnapping plan? Suddenly, Daisuke shoved Maria aside and lunged for Hitomi. Stanley moved to stop him, but before he could intervene, the older man had a hold on Hitomi, pressing something that looked like a flashlight up against her neck. Dad? Achi started toward him, but Stanley held up a hand. Don't move. That's a stun gun. If he zaps her in the neck, it could kill her. You know your stuff, Daisuke said. You deal in American electronics? No, I do this for a living. Stanley drew his gun in an instant, taking aim at Daisuke's forehead. Wait, hold on! Achi interposed himself between Stanley and his father. Wait, hold on. Dad, let Hitomi go. You need to stop this nonsense. Achi walked slowly toward his father, a pleading look in his eyes. Nonsense? Which one of us is talking nonsense here? You don't know what's going on. If you knew everything, then you'd be helping me. What do you mean, everything? With this girl's heart, we can save Suzune. Dad, who was it exactly that told you that? Daisuke did not reply. I ask you a question. Who was it that put this crazy idea into your head? Uh, a foreign organ trafficker I met at the hospital. Daisuke muttered. Oh, just like it's a normal Tuesday afternoon. An organ trafficker? In Japan, a medical professional known as a transplant coordinator handles the liaison between the donor and recipient parties. But there are many cases of illegal or borderline illegal activity carried out by third-party organ brokers. There are countries where organ transplants are openly performed for monetary gain, and no shortage of specialists willing to do the job. These questionable markets include suppliers who source viable organs and tissue for transplant from cadavers. Stanley let out a snort. A likely story. It's true. I was suspicious at first myself, Daisuke said stubbornly. But I couldn't just sit around and wait for Suzune to die. And after talking to him about her rare blood type and all the difficulties in performing a transplant, he promised he'd do everything in his power. Daisuke's hands were trembling. Tears welled up in his vacant and bloodshot eyes. Then a while later, he got back in touch and told me he'd found a potential match. Someone with the same blood type as Suzune, and roughly the same age. But then he told me that the girl was still alive. And so what was the point? Her heart might be a match but for Suzune, but it didn't matter if we couldn't get our hands on it. And I said that, but then the man told me. He told you what? Achi bit his lip. He told me to abduct her and turn her over to him. After that, he'd find a way to make it all work. At last, Daisuke had confessed. Now Achi had to try to come to grips with the truth he had just heard. I had to do something, his father continued vehemently. I had to abduct this girl and see things through. I just couldn't take it. Kotane had already been taken from me. The thought of losing Suzune too. I had to make sure I didn't fail. So it was his organ trafficker who came up with the kidnapping scheme then? Stanley said. He kept his gun aimed at his target. Daisuke nodded. Describe him for me. He was tall, had black hair, spoke fluent Japanese. Stanley raised an eyebrow at that. Achi wondered if he had some idea who it might be. And taking Maria Osawa hostage in order to lure out Hitomi, that was his idea as well? Yes, that's right. I allowed his computer to access my surveillance camera system as well. But then, this morning, I got a call from the hospital saying Suzune's condition was critical. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to help my girl right away. And then... Daisuke cut himself off, reaffirming his grip on his stun gun. I was looking at the surveillance monitor and I saw a detective I happened to know. He was right next to this girl here. And so I decided to ask him. I knew if I did, he wouldn't refuse. He could never refuse a request from me. And that was the man with the cane? Achi asked. His voice was low and hoarse. Yes, I was giving him direction while I followed you on the monitors. Dad, you need to let go of Hitomi. Now. There's no point to this. Achi took another step closer to his father. There is a point! If I kill this girl there and now... If I kill this girl here and now, your sister can get the surgery she needs. But even Achi knew that things would couldn't possibly work out that way. His father had grown so desperate to help Suzune that he'd lost all sense of judgment. Why, Achi? Why won't you help me? Don't you want to save Suzune? Daisuke made a pathetic sight, and yet his desperation to save his child was so palpable, it was heart-rending. Achi thought back to that time he'd laid his father out when sparring. No matter how pathetic he may have looked, Archie had always felt that sense of paternal love from him. You're not going to be able to talk him down, Stanley murmured. Archie shook his head. Stanley, he said, lower your gun. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Please, lower your gun. Hearing the determination in Archie's voice, Stanley quietly complied. Archie stepped up to Daisuke, getting a firm grip on his father's slender shoulder. Dad, of course I want to help Suzune. Then why are you trying to stop me? Dad, do you think this is what she'd want you to do? Daisuke's face fell. Did Suzune ask for this, Dad? Did she tell you to take someone else's heart so that she could live longer? Did she, Dad? Suddenly the fight seemed to ebb from Daisuke's body. His stun gun hung limply in his hand. If Suzune asked me to go and get someone's heart for her, I wouldn't object. I'd help her, just like she wanted. I wouldn't let you bear these crimes by yourself. But that's not what this is it? Suzune would never ask us to do something like this, would she? By now, tears were streaming down Achi's cheeks. He knew that his father thought about Suzune more than he thought of anyone else. And so he should know full well that she would never want this. Suzune is not like me. She's smart, she's kind, and she'd never be happy about taking someone else's heart. Even if it saved her life, I'm sure she'd never accept that. She wouldn't be able to live with it, knowing something so horrible had happened to someone else for her sake. Isn't that the Suzune we know? Daisuke's cheeks were smeared with tears now as well. But then we're not gonna be able to help her. The sound of father and son weeping echoed through the workroom. Maybe so, maybe we won't. But that's better than the misery and suffering she'd have to live with. Daisuke slumped to his knees on the floor, collapsing like a crumbling mound of sand. Hitomi, freed from his grip, stood motionless. There were tears in her eyes too. Way too much? Is it cringe? You're such an idiot, Dad. Such a complete, utter idiot. Sobbing, Achi embraced his father. It's effective. Do you want to cry? Are you sobbing? There was a sudden thud from near the door. Everyone turned to look. Maria had crumpled to the floor, and a newcomer had appeared. At some point, Kanan had silently entered the room. Now she cradled Maria in her arms. What happened? Standing in the doorway was a man Achi didn't recognize, his face pale. Stay back! Kanan shouted at Achi when he tried to approach. It looked like Maria had fallen unconscious. Achi's heart was racing in his chest. An eerie silence fell over the room. For several seconds, no one said a word, their eyes all fixed on Maria. Maria. Do you like big booty Latina? Maria. Finally, Kanan looked up, her face ashen. She. It's starting. She's showing symptoms. She needs to be vaccinated right now. It's been 4 hours. Maria! Oh, so how is her story over? What does that mean? We'll probably see. Maybe it's the last time, maybe not ever. But at least for this chapter, maybe her POV, like her internal monologue, is not interesting. Oh, well, it's over because she's sick. She's sick, so she doesn't have a POV. Either she dies or she gets cured, but between the time she faints and the time she is potentially cured, we won't get her POV. She's out. That's what it means, I think. After the young man's desperate pleading, the other fellow, apparently his father, finally gave in. He released his hold on Hitomi. The tension in the room was replaced by a solemn air of gravitas. Seeing father and son weeping as they spoke made Kano think back to his conversation with Tateno before the stakeout. What was it in people that drove them to do such horrible things? Sometimes it was a desire to save the ones they love. Even such a heartfelt human emotion could drive someone to wrongdoing. Why? Why did people have to be like that? A sudden thought snapped Kano out of his musing. An instant later, Conan hurried past him into the workroom. Maria had collapsed on Maria had collapsed onto the floor, and now Conan was beside her. In a panic, Kano rushed into the workroom as well. Stay back! Conan shouted as the others tried to huddle around the fallen girl. When she begins getting symptoms, they're all gonna get infected. Please don't be what I think this is. Had the virus gone symptomatic? 2 hours ago, Stanley had told Kano that Maria was infected. He'd also said that her symptoms wouldn't develop for another 4 hours. Shouldn't they still have 2 more hours to go? Maria looked like she was dead, her eyes closed, her body motionless. Hitomi tried to approach despite Kanan's warning. Maria! She cried. Maria, what's wrong? Kano held his arms wide to hold her back. Your sister has been infected with the Ua virus. The Ua virus? Hitomi's face went pale. Hey, Kano said to Kanan, should you really be that close? If she's developed symptoms? But Kanan didn't move from Maria's side. She calmly rested her hand on the other girl's forehead. Girlfriends. They are in love with each other. There's no fever, she said, and there's no blood coming from her ears, no lymph swelling. I'll be alright. She hasn't gone symptomatic yet. In that case, why did she collapse? Oh. In that case, why did she collapse? Hitomi asked. I'm not sure yet. Whatever the case, if we don't get her that antiviral, she's done for. Then we have to get her to the lab right away, Hitomi said. She was trembling with anxiety. No, that's not an option. Kano's tone was grave. Well, Kano, Kanan, they almost have the same voice to me. You may already be aware, Miss Osawa, but without a password, we can't access the antiviral storage. She doesn't know yet. She doesn't know that Tanaka is dead. Just how strong are their feelings is the question. At least Kanan would definitely die for Maria. For sure, she jumped in front of an explosion to shield Hitomi. The sister, not even Maria, the sister of Maria. She almost died for Maria's sister, so I'm pretty sure she's in love. Or at least she's so devoted. It doesn't have to be romantic. It's just that there's so few stories like this with an actual lesbian relationship that I kind of want it to happen. So it could be like a very strong friendship, like you're the one that makes me feel like a human being instead of a weapon sort of stories. That's also beautiful. But a little bit of love never hurt anybody. I say, as someone tried to kill a child out of love for his own child. So, yeah, love can very much harm people. But when I went there, my father and Mr. Tanaka, Mamoru Tanaka, is dead. Murdered. What? She stared at him uncomprehendingly. No, no, that can't be true. He was a member of a crime syndicate. It's possible they killed him in order to silence him. So then, there is no way to save my sister? There was a hollow look in Hitomi's eyes. No, I won't accept that. Why? Why can't we help her? But no one had an answer. Kano gritted his teeth and hung his head. Why did it have to come to this? He'd come this far, but there was nothing he could do, and he hated himself for it. I'll go to the laboratory. Oh, it was Canon. I'll go to the laboratory. Electronic lock breaking is my specialty. Wait, the young man, Achi, spoke suddenly. So you're a martial arts badass, but your specialty is lock breaking? He looked positively dumbstruck. Kanan ignored him, thinking out loud. Brute force, side channel, shortcut. A cryptanalysis technique that involves test inputs of all theoretically possible patterns. If time were unlimited, this would be the most reliable means of decipherment. However, in practice, the process takes massive amount of time and computational power, and can be defeated by systems that prohibit access after a limited number of failed input attempts. Side channel. Rather than trying to decipher the password itself, this method involves analyzing information from the device, such as processing time, power consumption, and electromagnetic leaks, and using these details to exploit the system. Isolating the run state of devices is a crucial element of counter side channel attacks. A cryptanalysis method that uses mathematical algorithms to carry out efficient bulk calculations against a block cipher that makes use of a shared key for encryption and decryption. Even when such calculations are theoretically possible, however, in practice the process requires large amount of time, and the block cipher is seldom at real risk. I won't lie to y'all, I understood nothing. Given the situation, I think I have to go with side channel. Side channel? Stanley asked. Where's your equipment? One of the lab PCs will suffice. I can connect to a special server from the net. I don't really understand the stuff you're talking about, Achi said. But I'll trust you to handle this. I mean, you did risk your life to save Hitomi from that minivan explosion and all. Kanan nodded. I have to warn you in advance, though. Cryptanalysis can take hours and still yield no results. I can't guarantee I'll be able to get the doors unlocked before Maria develops symptoms. I understand, Hitomi said. Achi nodded, too. No one present had any objections. All of a sudden, there was a curious sound from somewhere in the room. It's a bomb! Run! What's that? Keno asked. Oh, what's making that noise? He looked around the workroom. Where is the dad? He wouldn't do this to his child. That's that's my computer. Daisuke hurried to his desktop. The desktop is a bomb? Just think of brute force as entering 1111 on the password and entering. Yeah. There are devices that do it for you, right? Instead of manually typing every password. And there's a device that you can plug in or something that automatically tries everything, right? I think I saw that on cop shows. But I won't lie, this one is probably the only one I understood. My egg rolls are cold. Depending on the number of spaces for the password, it might be infinite amount of possibilities. You've been eating them for 3 hours, one bite at a time. One bite. The bank of monitors, which had been displaying surveillance camera footage from around Shibuya, had all gone black. What the hell? What's going on, Dad? Archie joined his father, staring into the computer screens. It's all gone. The camera footage. It has been deleted. Daisuke blinked in disbelief. Now then, it seems our main cast has all been assembled. A man's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, suddenly emerged from the computer speakers. A moment later, the monitors all began to display a view of the inside of the workroom. Dad, what the hell is this? Where is the camera? It should be on the monitor in the center, right? Where is the camera? I don't see it. Someone's broken through our firewall. They've hijacked? They've hijacked the surveillance camera system. The color drained from Daisuke's face as he looked at the screens. Where are they filming us from? Kano asked, scanning the inside of the room. He used the image on the monitor to guess where the camera might be located. Over here? The lens of a camera set atop the computer monitor glimmered like an eye. It was a miniature camera, used for web conferencing and the like. Now that Maria and Hitomi are both there, you have probably surmised the situation at hand. And so I offer a proposal. The laboratory password in exchange for Hitomi's blood. Realizing now that it was Alfred's voice they were hearing, everyone in the room froze. At 7 o'clock, roughly 1 hour from now, see that Hitomi Osawa is waiting at the Scramble intersection outside Shibuya Station, just like this morning. Unless, of course, you're feeling particularly confident. Confidence. You do have Kanan with you. Perhaps you'd care to take a gamble on her lock-breaking skills instead. Kanan clucked her tongue in frustration. Alfred had known exactly what the plan was. Of course, if Kanan isn't able to get the door open in time, what will you do then? Maria is sure to die, yes. But that's not all. If you don't agree to my offer, I have the means of creating another Maria, and a third. These infectees will spread the virus through Tokyo. The death toll will likely number in the hundreds of thousands. So, do think carefully before you decide. It is difficult to predict the scope of infection in the event of a bioterrorist attack employing a highly infectious viral agent in a city with a large and mobile population. In a worst case scenario, some researchers estimate as many as several million infected in a matter of days. Alfred's voice was chillingly matter of fact. Ah, stop it with the nonchalance. I like the ones that are a little bit playful. Like, chill, playful. Like the assurance of someone that knows it's gonna work exactly like they intended. So sure, do try to struggle. It doesn't matter in the end. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. Are we really gonna be meeting Alfred? Silence fell. Then, the images on the computer monitor returned to normal. Their surveillance camera footage came back online as well. Daisuke promptly yanked out his Ethernet cable and slammed his fist on the keyboard. Damn it! There was a hole in the firewall. I'll have to redo my security from the ground up. Good call, Kanan said calmly. We can't win this if our intel keeps getting leaked. Stanley pursed his lips in consternation. What do we do? Kano asked him. Do we give in to his demands? I mean, do we really expect he's just going to blithely show up like that? He's practically begging for us to come and catch him. There had to be some deeper plan at work. If it means saving my sister, I'll do it. Hitomi was resolute. No, Stanley said. You can't. What? Why not? Because if you do, you'll be killed. What? Hitomi's voice caught in her throat. With the antiviral still present in your body a week after the fact, you're too much of a liability for Alfred to just let go. He's right. Don't do it, Archie exclaimed. Hitomi, you can't go. Blithely? Even still, I want to do it. Hitomi stared defiantly at Stanley. You still want to go even knowing that you'll be killed? I can't just sit here and hope that Kanan is able to pull this off, she said. I want to do something for my sister. I want to save her. She peered down at Maria, sprawled on the floor. She'd object to me going, I'm sure of that. But I want to do what I can. To do things my own way. No one tried to contradict her this time. If she's willing to take the risk, then there are things the rest of you can do too. It was Kanan again. Let's hear it, Kano replied. He squared his shoulders. He was of the same mind as Hitomi. He couldn't just do nothing and leave it all to Kanan. After everything he'd been through, he wanted to stick with this case until the very end. Apprehend Alfred at a rendezvous and demand the password from him. Kanan offered a suggestion as if it were a simple task that lets you get what you want without putting Hitomi in danger. Kano let it aside. Hold on, he said. Even if we do arrest him, how are we going to get him to cough up the password? We don't have time to drag him off to an interrogation room. And besides, he doesn't strike me as the sort to offer a confession that easily. There are ways, Kanan said. Once Alfred has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. Hitomi tilted her head. Call you? I have plenty of information Alfred might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. Kano considered Kanan's proposal. I see. So we'll try both options. Attempt to hack the password at the lab, and also try negotiating with Alfred. That gives us 2 chances. With that tiny ray of hope, Hitomi's face brightened some. We'll split into 2 groups. One for the lab and one for Shibuya Station, Kanan said. let's exchange phone numbers so we can be in touch when the time comes. The group quickly shared contact info as suggested. Hitomi and Kanan called one another's phone to be sure. Hitomi's cheerful ringtone felt out of place but also somehow soothing, a fragment of normalcy in the midst of a crisis. Well, guess we're all set. Well, guess we're all set then, Hitomi said, looking down at the LCD screen. Her expression turned apologetic. I'm sorry, Kanan, for having to keep putting things on you. Hey, Kanan replied. Don't worry about it. Okay, now I guess I should call my father. Okay. Hitomi called Kenji Osawa on his cell, asking him to let Maria and Kanan into the lab. Kano leaned in to whisper into Kanan's ear. Are you sure you're okay with this? With what? I know that you're after Alfred. Are you sure you want to go to the lab and not? Right now, I want to save Maria. That's all. Her tone was curt and mechanical as ever, but there was a fierce gleam of determination in her eyes. Maria was clearly someone very special to her. All right, Kano replied. Leave Alfred to me. He thumped himself on the chest. He'd succeed this time, no matter what the odds. No matter the odds. Kano could scarcely recall the whirlwind of events that had brought him here. He'd somehow survived a dozen disasters. Even now, a dear friend was in the hospital, at risk of dying. There were times when he'd been ready to give up, and yet, at the end of it all, here he was. His opponent was an international terrorist. No matter how you looked at it, that wasn't a matchup for a mere detective. But I'm going to do it anyway. Rumi, Shizuo, Sasayama, and Detective Tateno. I'm going to take down Alfred and save Maria's Osawa's life. Just you watch and see. What a banger! End of a chapter. Are you kidding? Kano, my man. All that's left now is Osawa to save Maria. I believe in you, Kano, if no one else does. So many people do believe in him, though. Where the fuck has he been? Investigating Tanaka, I think. What's she eating? Egg rolls. Apparently. Though there are no eggs in this. With some spicy takoyaki or okonomiyaki sauce. I've been nibbling at it. It's taking a while, yes. Now just Osawa left until final hour. I can take my time to eat then. I have 4 of them left. That's all I eat. Four, yes. And they're about 3 big bites each. And each time I stopped to eat, it was 1 bite at a time. So you're going to be eating them by the end of the stream. Yes, basically. So bear with me. That was me drinking. To save Maria. More to eat? The rain won't let up. I'm eating a good heated up toasty sandwich for this. You go. Is it a cheese sandwich? It is called a cheese sandwich, no? Cheese melt? What was the cheese sandwich? There was a name for this, no? A grilled cheese. Is it a grilled cheese? The rain won't let up. The sound is growing louder and louder inside my head. It is the sound of regret, spattering against my heart. My emotions surge like a terrible storm within me. Or if you're Aussie, it's a toasty. Oh, toasty, so cute. I never wished for this. Never expected my heart to be dragged so far beyond my control. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. The word stormed through us that was mined in a relentless cacophony. It called up images of the bodies from the human testing trials on his computer monitor. He couldn't help but imagine his daughter in the same gruesome state. In just a few more hours, Maria would begin hemorrhaging blood and die just like the people in this picture had. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. He couldn't shake the words or the reality from his mind. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Osawa began pounding his fist furiously on the desktop. Sir, what are you doing? Kajira tried to intervene, but he kept on pounding away. When he finally ceased, the pain on the repeated impacts lingered in his hands. My research was never about my sincere desire to help people. And now I'm paying the price for that. The one time it finally matters, I can't even save my own daughter. Mr. Osawa, Kajira set a hand on his shoulder. You can always blame yourself later, but for now, think again, good and hard. Is there really no other way to save Maria? Nothing else we could try? Osawa shook his head. The only means we had left was using Tanaka's password to unlock the doors. And now, Tanaka is dead. There's no other way. Is there a possibility that Mr. Tanaka told someone else his password? Maybe I. This was something Osawa hadn't considered. Was there anyone Tanaka might have shared his password with? Only one person came to mind. Well, yes, there may be someone. You're referring to I, sir? Kajira cast his eyes down. You figured that out then? Yes. Back during the commotion over that listening device? A necktie clip isn't typically the sort of present one gives to one's husband's co-worker. And yet, although some might consider it somewhat, inappropriate, Mr. Tanaka was wearing it as if it were a matter of course. Which, implies something about their relationship. Kajira's voice trailed off. He coughed apologetically and tried again. I realize it's an awkward situation, sir, but please check with your wife. Even if I does happen to know the password, that does us no good if Maria gets quarantined someplace we can't reach her. I understand, Mr. Osawa. I'll bring Maria to you then. I'll do everything in my power to make that happen. The detective then produced a bunch of bananas from his pocket. What size pocket you got? Damn. These are all left over. You're more than welcome to them, sir. Despite his gentle smile, the rest of his face was firm with resolve. You said you didn't care whether other people understood you, didn't you, Mr. Osawa? Osawa nodded guardedly. At the risk of being presumptuous, sir. I understand you, Kajira said. I used to be quite the workaholic myself. You're just like me, innocent and awkward. On another occasion, Kajira was shocked to run into a man who looked just like him. The fellow was a stylist at a hair salon Kajira has visited on occasion. He let out a gasp of surprise of his own upon seeing the detective. Kajiro had felt a peculiar connection and was expecting go to the salon regularly, but when the stylist asked what he did for a living, and Kajiro answered honestly that he was a detective, the other man's face went pale, and he bolted out of the building. Kajiro never saw the man again after that. What a weird... That was a bit weird. He had a doppelganger? Probably a criminal? And Kajiro was like, oh my god, you're just like me, let's be friends. And Jiro was like, no, you're investigating me. Calling yourself innocent, huh? How modest of you. Osawa let out a sardonic chuckle, and after a moment, Kajiwara joined in. The next time I see you, Mr. Osawa, I'll have Maria with me. The detective gave a slight bow, then left the study, a look of determination on his face. Osawa watched him go with admiration. No matter what trouble arose, the man always looked for something he could do. He really was a fellow who knew how to hang it tough. Compared to that, I'm just... Osawa couldn't even articulate his own self-disgust. And asking Ai about the password would also mean inquiring into her relationship with Tanaka. The prospect was daunting. Venturing into the emotional territory of another person was his weakest suit. He left his study, but somehow found himself making his way to Maria's room, not Ai's. He realized that he hadn't been into his daughter's room since a certain rainy day, years before, when he slapped her. Now he stepped quietly inside, and saw Maria's world laid out before him. A small photo was set atop her neat and tidy desk. It was a close-up of someone's hands doing a cat's cradle. Whose hands were they? From the skin tone, they didn't appear to be Maria's. Several more photographs were pinned to a corkboard that hung on the wall. They were snapshots of people and townscapes from the Middle East. One glance at them, and Osawa felt like he was back there for a moment. The images weren't necessarily aesthetically pleasing, but they all looked like they'd been taken by a professional. When he spotted the last photo on the corkboard, however, he was certain that Maria had taken them all. Aww. The last picture was of Osawa himself. He was facing the camera, holding some luggage and flashing an awkward smile. It was a comical, affectionate image. Wow, so many cameras. He'd never known that photography was one of his daughter's hobbies. No, this went beyond a mere hobby. Did she perhaps aspire to be a professional photographer one day? She certainly had the aptitude for it, from the looks of things. Maria, a photographer. As he mulled the idea over, Osawa felt his chest tighten. Right now, it looked like Maria's hopes and dreams were about to be snuffed out. Her future consisted of bleeding to death a few short hours from now. Osawa stared vacantly out the window. The view from Maria's room remained unchanged from so long ago. Again, that rainy day crept back into his mind, as vivid as the present. On that day, Osawa was dealing with some pressing business for Mark. He'd ensconced himself in his study, wrestling with some paperwork, when Hitomi barged in, looking distraught. Maria's gone! Sensing that Hitomi was legitimately alarmed, Osawa hurried to Maria's room. He found a letter she'd left atop her writing desk. Dad, you only care about Hitomi. You're always working and never do anything with me, so I'm running away. A few hours earlier, he'd cancelled their weekend trip to the amusement park. he just wasn't going to be able to get this work done in time. Hitomi had resigned herself readily enough, but Maria just couldn't accept it. She'd been looking forward to it for so long, she railed at him. How many times now had he broken one of his promises to her? Hitomi understands why we can go, so why can't you do the same? The cold rebuke had ended her complaining, but it was clear she still didn't accept the situation. Now, Hitomi helped him look around, but they found nothing missing from Maria's room. Despite her assertion that she was running away, then it seemed like there was no point in being overly concerned. Maybe she's at the park she always goes to? Hitomi looked worried. The park was roughly a 25-minute walk from the house. It would only take about an hour for Osawa to go get her and bring her home. But an hour was more than he could afford to spare right now. Dad, I think she's waiting for you to go after her. Osawa didn't need Hitomi to tell him that. He knew it well enough. That was what galled him so much about the situation. Why did she have to pull something like this precisely when his work was at its busiest? He'd done everything he could as a father since his wife had passed away. Why couldn't his daughter see that? Because they're children! It's alright. Your sister will come back. The rain was coming down pretty hard outside the window. Do you think she brought an umbrella? Hitomi asked anxiously. I don't know, but with the rain like this, she'll come back home soon enough. He spoke the words for himself as much as for Hitomi. Then he headed back to his study and got back to work. But several hours went by, and still Maria did not return. The rain had gotten even more intense, to the point where Osawa could hear it in his study. He was so concerned about his missing girl that he couldn't focus on his work, but he stubbornly refused to give in and go search for her. Several more hours passed. At last, Maria appeared at the front door, soaking wet. Osawa met her silently in the entryway. Wet strands of hair clung to the girl's forehead as she looked up at her father with a bitter glare. You don't care what happens to me, do you? Immediately, Osawa smacked her across the cheek with the flat of his hand. It was the first time in his life he'd ever struck anyone. He hadn't known such a violent impulse could exist inside him. Maria stood there, her hand pressed to her cheek. Tears welled up in her eyes. She began to tremble. On her lip was a small bead of blood. A flood of guilt and regret rose up inside Osawa, as if he just shattered some intricate piece of glasswork. How could I do such a thing? He clenched his shameful hand into a fist. And in that moment, he was afraid of Maria. Afraid that his daughter could bring such raw emotion out of him and make him do something so thoughtless. But even more, he was afraid of how stunted he was as a human being. Was someone like him really fit to be a parent? What kind of future could Maria and Hitomi hope for with a father like him? That was why he'd married Ai as Makino had proposed. Having a mother, he decided, would help keep his family together, despite their sad excuse for a father. But in so doing, Osawa had dug a psychological ditch between himself and his daughters. A deep ditch, so that he could keep his daughter from being hurt, so that he wouldn't hurt himself. Now, Osawa was staring across that ditch, wondering if it was too wide to leap. He thought back to his earlier exchange with Kajiwara. If you get angry, you show it. If you get sad, you show it. It's human nature to let other people know how you're feeling after all. But what if doing that hurts the other person? That's when you apologize, sir. Yes, that was right. He needed to apologize to Maria for what he'd done that day. it still wasn't too late. It's never too late. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. He recalled Pretty Honey's words. He needed to apologize to Maria, and so he needed to ask I for that password. Get your heart filled with determination already, father. Osawa was going to have to face his wife. Just tell her you don't keep out, really? Tell her you don't care about the cheating. You just wanted a wife, a mother for your kids, right? No, Endo is Achi. Kenji. Neat how we're tying all this together about how your occupation shouldn't solely define your entire life. He is not locking in, but he's having a midlife crisis right now. Is it a midlife crisis? It's not the type of crisis you usually have. Like people when they hit their, 50s, they usually don't think about themselves being human. They're more like, time is passing and what did I do with that time, you know? I really like what they did with Osawa's story though, because the genius guy that doesn't know how to be human has been used up and up and up. And with the one person showing them what it is to be alive, I think the fact that it's Kajiwara, who looks so creepy, who really got on his nerve, the fact that it's him that brought it out of him, that explains that anything he feels is not human is actually very human. I think it's beautiful. I did not expect Kajiwara, even though when I think back on it, it's like kind of... You could probably predict. I'm not gonna lie, in this game compared to the others, I don't care about predicting anything. I do it from time to time, but I don't care. I'm enjoying the story as it comes. So I don't have theories left and right. But like, I really like what they did. And I like also that all the characters, they have an quote-unquote NPC companion that is almost the inverted version of them, but that helps them. With Kano, you have Stanley. They're not exactly opposite, but in essence, they kind of are. And you have also Tateno, kind of. With Achi, you have Hitomi, because it's his route. But Hitomi is in there, so she's almost an NPC here. And who is with them? Well, now you have Stanley, but before, who was it with them? I don't know. I like what they did with the character anyway. Back to Osawa. Phone? Osawa's phone rang and Minorikawa's phone number popped up on the LCD display. Oh, that's when he got confirmation that it was Tanaka. The reporter must have finished looking into the matter Osawa had asked about. Mr. Osawa, sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? Well, I looked into the background of that story you asked about, and I learned who it was your wife was dating. Who was it? Osawa asked immediately. There was a brief pause. Mamoru Tanaka. I see. Finally, he had positive proof of a relationship between I and Tanaka. Now more than ever, it was no time to waver. No matter how painful the reality was, it was also true that if they hadn't been dating, there would probably be no way of saving Maria. So, Minorikawa said, what was this big thing about disrupting the power balance of the world all about? There's something I need to take care of on my end first. Once I'm finished, I'll tell you everything. Yeah, that's fine. Things are pretty hectic on my end right now anyway. Osawa had expected Minorikawa to put up more of a fight. He'd figured a reporter for 4-star general gossip would be a bit more persistent. Oh, trust me, he is usually. Oh, by the way, there was one other thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Osawa. Osawa could practically sense the finger pointing his way from the other end of the line. Very Minorikawa-like. Don't be too angry with your wife. All too often, in this world, people let their anger get in the way of solving their problems. You may have a point, Osawa let out a wry chuckle. All right then, I'll call you back later. That's so real, Osawa, yeah. Osawa found Ai standing by herself in the yard. She kept her back to him as he approached. May I have a moment? He asked quietly. What? Still, she didn't bother to turn around. There is something important I need to talk to you about. I'm not in the mood right now. Please, I realize you're upset about Tanaka's death, but at the mention of Tanaka's name, I slowly shook her head. Don't. Just tell me what you want. Hurry up and get to the point. Osawa tried to move closer to her, but she pointedly kept her distance. This was no time to mince words. There was something Osawa needed to hear for himself before this went any further. Ah, interesting choice. I want Osawa to have a redemption, or at least to have some growth as a character. He is afraid of human feelings. He doesn't know how to approach it. So having him ask Ai if she was in love with Tanaka, it forces him to have that conversation about feelings. And it shows that he grew up, you know? And the question about the password might come up after. But he needs to understand his wife, I think. There was something Osawa needed to hear for himself before this went any further. Were you in love with Tanaka? What are you talking about? Osawa frowned. Why did you marry me? He asked. She probably didn't have a choice, dude. Okay. You've got to be kidding. This is the important discussion you wanted to have? Did you ever love me? Okay, he's going about it all wrong. I regret my decision. We're going to see it through, though. I let out a joyless chuckle. Love? I'm amazed to even hear the words leave your lips. There was a note of challenge in her voice. Let me ask you the same question. Did you ever love me? To be honest, I married you because I thought my daughters needed a mother. Wow. I let out a weary sigh. Some of the combative tension left her shoulders. That really is honest, she said. So I guess I should be honest too. I married you because my father asked me to. He wanted to chain you down so you didn't leave for some other company. And you were okay with marrying someone for something like that? For something like that? You really have no idea how much you're worth, do you? The value of one woman's life versus the potential profit your research would bring in. There's no comparing the two. If it meant that Okoshi Pharmaceutical could monopolize your talents, then what did it even matter what I wanted for myself? There was something akin to desperation in Ai's words. And so you sent me those threatening emails too? What? I looked at him in shock. He knew he'd guessed correctly. You would go that far? Just to keep me tied to your father's business? That's right. I would. I bit down on her lip, hard. But what would you even know about how I feel? I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I shook her head vehemently. I'm not the victim here. You kind of are. You kind of are, though. For her to come to terms and actually believe that her worth as a woman is lesser than Osawa's role inside the pharmaceutical company. Her father must have brainwashed her, Because her happiness, the rest of her life, to me, it's way more. It's worth way more than an employee. Yeah, she basically wasted her life. Yes, and what for? It doesn't even benefit her. She's currency. It makes me mad. And she's probably like, I'm not a victim. I chose this to not come face to face with the reality that she is. And all those years, she could have gotten back. I don't know how to explain, but like, if it were a normal family, she wouldn't have had to do that. She would have her life. She would have her life with Tanaka, probably. You say that, but isn't it because of me that you and Tanaka weren't able to stay together? I began to tremble. Her secret was out. When did you figure it out? She asked. Earlier today. That tie clip. Right. Not the sort of gift one gives to one's husband's coworker, is it? Even if it was a listening device. Yeah, Pitts. That's true. Ai's smile was bitter with self-deprecation. Osawa couldn't help but pity her. Even Tanaka must have suspected that she placed the company's profit above all else, if she'd go to such length to protect its interests. It was like she'd given up her entire life just for that. Well, she said, aren't you angry? Osawa just shook his head. Could you tell me just one thing though? He asked. Did Tanaka ever tell you what his lab password was? His password? I needed to get the antiviral out of the lab. I flinched at the suggestion. To get it out? What are you thinking? That belongs to the company. I just need one dose to save Maria. Please. If you know, please tell me. I don't know it. Ai's voice was barely a whisper. Osawa looked at his wife right in the eye. You're telling the truth. I am. I see. Then, do you have any idea what number he might have used for a password? I shook her head silently, then turned her back to her husband once more. Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? There's something I don't understand. And it's probably because for the game to play out, they had to do it this way. Ai's family seems to be pretty rich. Is it not common for like rich families to have political marriages? And the person that doesn't want to be the marriage is allowed to have a mistress or a lover, especially if the marriage is not about love at all. For example, Osawa wants to marry a woman so that she can be a mother figure for his children. He doesn't care about her that much, not like in that sense. It doesn't feel like he believes she belongs to him because she is his wife. If they talked about it, he probably would have accepted her to have a lover. TLC is a basic human need. TLC? What? Yeah, miscommunication, I guess. Tender, loving care. Right. But he has convinced himself that he didn't need anything human because all he needed was his viruses, right? But surely if she came to him like, listen, we all know this marriage is bogus. We don't do it out of love. I have someone I love. Can I have a lover? I mean, she was brainwashed. to believe she was worth basically nothing, so she probably would never ask. We aren't even sure viruses are alive. He doesn't care. It's not about being alive or not, he's just interested in them. Perhaps, but it sounds like neither side even knows the basics to even consider that true. It's tragic though, because just one conversation, one agreement, it could have led to a happier life, you know? Depends on the specific culture with arranged marriages. Some don't care about different sexual partners, while some, a second sexual partner is ground for divorce. Does Osawa feel like the type of man who would care if his wife had a lover, both romantic and sexual? He doesn't seem like he's interested in that for himself. So, her wife having those needs met by somebody else doesn't feel like he would care much. Just don't let your dad know, you know? Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? Osawa's cell phone rang. When he saw the name on the incoming call display, he nearly shouted out loud. It was Hitomi? It was Hitomi. Hitomi! Are you alright? Please tell me you're alright. Yeah. Yeah, I'm fine. But Maria's... Maria? Is Maria there with you? Osawa's heart leaped. Dad, there isn't any time for me to explain everything, so I'll have to just give you the main points. This is how we can save my sister, so just stay calm and listen. Osawa struggled to hold back the thousand questions that immediately came boiling into his mind. There's a girl named Kanan who's going to bring Maria to the lab. She's going to try to hack the password in order to get us inside. Wait, hold on. Just what in the world is going on? There are a bunch of people here working to help save Maria. Can you wait for us at the lab, Dad? I'm not sure that electronics lock is something that will be so easy to. We've got another plan in motion too. And if that goes well, we might be able to learn the password. It was all too much to follow, but Osawa realized he'd have to take Hitomi at her words. It was their only hope of saving Maria. Alright, he said. I'll do as you ask. But you said you're trying two approaches. You're not going to be in danger, are you? No, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Okay. Very well, I'm heading to the laboratory now. You can't. You can't go. The moment Osawa hung up and started for the house, I clung to him from behind. If you use the antiviral now, she said, everything will go public. There's no way we can keep the virus or the antiviral under wraps at this point. Osawa tried to pull free. She's fighting for a worth to her life right now. That's how I see it. If this gets out, that means her marriage, all the years she was trapped here, are all for nothing. For that, it depends on how ingrained that marriage ideology was instilled in him at youth. Nothing was instilled in him at youth. He doesn't care. Just the correlation between shouting and being angry, he has not learned that. So you're telling me he is thoroughly, like, he thoroughly believe, or at least have been made to believe, that marriage is supposed to be between 1 and 2 person, nothing more. I'm surprised he even had sex to have daughters. Osawa tried to pull free, but his wife was stronger than he expected. Besides, if Maria infects other people, the whole world is going to find out in a matter of hours. No, we can just quarantine her. If it's handled correctly, we'll still be able to retain secrecy. Ai's voice was cold as ice. Do you even have any idea what you're saying right now? I do. I know how it sounds, but this is the only thing I can. Her voice trailed off. He could feel the force of her trembling where she held him. Have I really put you into that much of a corner? Osawa slipped from Ai's arms and prostrated himself on the ground in front of her. I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. Oh, stop this. Get up. If you're really sorry, then don't go to that lab. But Osawa remained silent, his forehead pressed to the dirt. If you use that antiviral without corporate approval, your time with Okoshi is finished. That doesn't matter to me anymore. How can you say that? Virology is the only thing you've ever cared about. I began pummeling his back. Maybe virology is all that I care about. I don't know the first thing about anything else. I never wanted to know. Never thought to find out. Never bothered to learn what you or my own children might think. I am a failure. As a father and as a husband. How dare you say that only after it's come to this? I struck him again, harder than before. You're right, he gasped out the words between her blows. Maybe this has been too long coming. But it's not too late. I can still start over. Start over? She paused in disbelief. You already turned down that American job. If you use that antiviral now, there won't be any starting over. You'll lose everything. Will I lose you, too? After you've gone and thrown everything else away like this? How could I possibly stay with you? I was sobbing softly now. Osawa wondered what her tears were for. But there was one thing he did know. She was right. They couldn't be together anymore. He got to his feet and headed back into the house, leaving Ai behind. She's such a tragic character, like I empathize with her so much. He hurried through the back entrance and went into the garage. Climbed into his car, fastened his seatbelt, and took a deep breath. The image of a young Maria arose in the back of his mind. There she was at the park, getting drenched by the rain, holding back her tears as she waited for her father. Wait for me, Maria. This time, I'm going to come for you. I was wrong. Going to the lab wouldn't mean losing everything. He'd let too many important things slip through his fingers. Now, it was time to go take them back. Osawa pulled his car onto the street and sped toward the laboratory. As if to signal that the long day was drawing to a close, the dazzling sun sank down between the building in the distance. Okay! End of his story. And this is the end of the hour, I think. Yes. Only 3 of them. I'm sorry, Suzune. The UA is out now. Mr. Mino, answer me! We meet at last, Alfred. You can go ahead and kill me. The last hour. Only 3 protagonists left. We're gonna meet Alfred. What about Susanne, though? Sorry, Susanne? What does that mean? So yeah, with only 3 protagonists, the time has been extended from 1 hour to 2. Oh, that's true. From 6 to 8 p.m. It's behind the chat box. That way the length of this finale can be long enough to fit in the loose ends. That is so cool. So Maria is infected and she's starting to show symptoms 2 hours before schedule. Ahead of schedule. Or maybe it's not symptoms, but her body is weak. Right now, she's fainted. Maybe it's been too much of a journey for her. Like, the day has been incredibly packed. It's like a month worth of events in one fucking day. I might have fainted too at some point. Oh. Oh, that's the first time we see a first chapter being kept out. Kano, my boy. I choose you. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuze's name on the display. Kano speaking. What the hell are you doing? The director's voice was shrill with irritation. What's the situation with Maria Osawa? I have her in custody, sir. We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send out a counter NBC terrorism unit to pick her up. Oh, no, you're not going to do that. A public safety mobile investigation unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Security Bureau. The acronym NBC refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that makes use of these means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. Gotcha. What's your location? Sir, the situation's a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. He and Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuze of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alfred. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this. Absolutely not, Kuze exclaimed. There's no way I can allow that. Maria Osawa needs to go in quarantine right now. The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in a medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection, for viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room, AIR, that's funny, is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that the air from within the room does not leak outside. Fun fact, NBC has been updated to CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear. Very interesting, thank you. Okay, so my nose is flaring up. Weird. Please wait for my medicine to take action. Also, CBRN is normally just called Seaburn. Why Seaburn? Or pronounce Seaburn? That's funny, Seaburn. Seaburn? That's what I said, no? Medicine is taking effect? I really need to go back to the doctor to get a stronger one. Or get the fucking surgery. Okay. Sir, please, just give us a little more time. Giving her the antiviral is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it will be a death sentence. Kuze let out a growl of frustration. Kano, that isn't your decision to make. Fuck you, Kuze. Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuze's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. Director Kuze, with all due respect, please, fuck you. Are you just going to let Maria Osawa die? That's why it's called that. I used Seaburn to just make it easier to understand. Where? Yeah, okay. We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person. I know that, sir. That's why I'm asking to please let me go to the laboratory. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the password, then at that point, a quarantine can... You let it out, you dumbass. Kano! Kuze snapped. I'm giving you an order. And I am not accepting that order. You go, Kano. Oh my god, you go. Listen, Kuze said. How many years have you been a cop? What do you mean by that, sir? Kuze didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? Uptown, fuck you up? Uptown, fuck you up? What's going on here, sir? Please, I need some kind of explanation. Stop it, Kuze said. You sound like a child. This is dereliction of duty. Call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuze was right. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the Uwa virus spread through Shibuya, it would be a nightmare of epic proportions. Kano understood that perfectly clearly. But still, he looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive, and Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. As he stood, still clenching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. You need to shut that phone down. You did fine, he said quietly. Alfred is in possession of the Uwa virus. The people of Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any time. Right now, what we need to do is get that antiviral and arrest Alfred. You made the right choice here. Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that. Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. And if I get fired, Stanley, do you think you can put in a word to the CIA? You know? He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on the things they could still accomplish. So, guys, Achi stepped forward. Who's going to take Hitomi's sister and Kanan to the lab? Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car. Which meant they needed a driver. Tell me this is the comeback of the taxi driver. I only have a motorcycle license, Achi said. And I don't know where the lab is anyhow. I should go with Maria alone. Kanan looked over at the others. There is no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection. She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. In that case, I should drive. Kano whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind him. Tateno was standing in the doorway. You! Achi's face went red with rage. Okay, fuck you too, game. Oh, maybe it's gonna be a keep out only situation. Yeah. Big reveal. This is his redemption. In the doorway stood the man with the cane. Detective Tateno? Tateno. Kano and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now, at last, Achi had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he'd heard somewhere before. You son of a bitch! Achi roared. What the hell are you doing here? Tateno bowed his head profusely. I am truly sorry. You're sorry? Sorry, don't cut it, man. Not after what you were trying to do to Hitomi. I don't expect you to forgive me, and I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. But before I do that, please, let me do what I can to help you. I think you've helped enough. Achi grabbed Tateno by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Tateno held up a hand. No, it's all right. Let him do as he pleases. There was no trace of the menacing expression the men had worn in their previous encounters. Achi scowled, but lowered his fist, then released his hold on Tateno's collar. Fine. Hitomi's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure those two get to the lab and back safely. That will make up for that punch I didn't give you just now. Thank you. I am so sorry. Daisuke stepped forward. No, I am the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Daisuke, we really didn't grow up to be very good people, did we? No, I guess not. The two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Tateno said, I guess we were just trying to run away from our pain. Yeah, didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. Achi's turned out to be a fine young man. He is Kotone's boy, after all. Guys! Archie stepped into the middle of their sullen heart-to-heart. You can go sappy all you want later. Dad, once this is all over, we're going to go see Suzune, okay? Sure. Daisuke nodded heartily. Hold on, Kano spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alfred down at the Scramble. Is that going to be enough? I mean, Alfred's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Hey, Archie said. I'm here too, and I'm going with you. I'll keep Hitomi safe. Oh, look. Good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people. Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Archie, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. When you're not sure of the enemy's exact plan, you really need strength in numbers. If we could set up a dragonet like the task force did this morning, that'd be ideal, but... Come on, detective, Archie said. Don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? Bro, we need SOS. We need SOS. If I were Alfred, Kano mused, then I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I'd taken Hitomi's blood. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to involve the Ua virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he set up a device somewhere to spread the virus throughout Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Achi swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya? If he succeeded, then the town Achi had known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured. Quite frankly, even I can only guess what he's going to do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Achi said. We need to call back Susumu. Let him hit us as hard as he wants. Go back together as a team. And get all the underlings together. That also means Susume, that's his name, right? And Achi need to give hell to Kiryu. They need to kill that boy, I'm sorry. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Sunny replied. But not just anyone, mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it will hinder more than help. It is gonna be SOS. I would be so disappointed if it wasn't this. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. People who mesh well together, huh? Achi had an idea. They could ask the police for backup. He could ask SOS! He could ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. It was a selfish request. He knew that. Susumu would probably be furious with him. But Achi would just have to deal with that. The music! Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, if they understood that they'd be helping protect Shibuya, he was sure they'd step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the gang was that it was made up of people who loved their town. Can you give me a half hour? I'm gonna try and see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. You think you can do it? Achi nodded assertively. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hitomi. She gave him a worried smile. Alright, I'll be waiting. I'll be okay. Achi did his best to sound reassuring. Kith! I promise I'll bring back some help. He knew where he needed to go. The pool hall in Urahara, that was his old gang's main hangout. Running at top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. Alright! Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Achi sped his way. Is it gonna be a keep out? Oh no! Traffic on the Gansaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Achi ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily. You're not outside? You still haven't left? You've got to be kidding me. What do you mean no trains are stopping at Shibuya? The guy was red in the face. What the heck is going on? Achi felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, old man. Achi ignored him and kept on running. We're short on time. Shit, I'm noisy. What the heck is going on? Achi felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, Dad. The young woman with the man must be his daughter then. How am I supposed to do that? You heard what that boy said. We have to get out of Shibuya right away. Whoa. Achi got a look at the young woman's face. She was gorgeous. He had the feeling he'd seen her on TV before or something. Worst case scenario, it's a bad end. She was probably an actress, but he couldn't recall her name. Well, Akachi muttered to himself, you might be pretty, but you're no Hitomi. Okay, that was that. Once more, he broke into a run. There were a whole bunch of people walking in the direction of Route 246. It looked like folks really couldn't use their trains right now. Was this some consequence of Maria being infected with the UA virus? Then I'd better hurry. We're the only people who can fix this. With another cry to pump himself up, Achi bolted down the sidewalk counter to the throng. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. Two young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Achi recognized one of them. It was the kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Achi approached. "Hey, I need to see Susumu." "No can do, he's in the middle of something right now." The lookouts made no move to let him through. Achi felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. If he'd still been with SOS, he'd never tried to post members on guards duty, like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Achi pressed again. "Please, I need to see him, it's important." "Fine, then I guess I'll have to do this the hard way." "We do this the hard way." Achi forcibly shoved the two of them aside. But the two recovered quickly. Before he could get in the door, they grabbed hold of him and pushed him away. "Look, I don't have time to screw around. Just go and tell Susumu that Achi's here." At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged wary glances. "All right, I'll go ask him." One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Achi alone with the kid he'd helped out earlier. "Do they always stick you on guard duty?" The boy didn't reply. "Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya, and who had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really." "It's not Susumu's fault that SOS changed," the boy said, somewhat fearfully. "Lately, it's Kiryu who's been driving things." "Kiryu? Oh yeah, that guy." Achi recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully. Kiryu's planning to steal Susumu's throne. "What for?" The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. "He's trying to expand SOS's influence. And he's got a load of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kinda split between two factions. Susumu's guys and Kiryu's guys." Finally, Achi understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle. Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force. And if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishments. This month alone, he's sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man. This plan of mine might not work after all. Achi felt a sinking sense of despair. If SOS was ravaged with infighting, it was doubtful he'd heed the dangerous request he had for them. They would heed. But even still, I want to be a part of this gang, the boy muttered. Achi peered at him in surprise. Achi peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for dues, stick you on guard duty. That's not a decent way to treat someone. I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the member of the gang before himself. And that's why I want to stick with SOS. So that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best. And the members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Achi said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Achi didn't know if Susumu would help him out or not. But he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened, and the other lookout returned. Susumu says to come on in. Hachi nodded and strode inside. It's keep out after keep out after keep out. Obviously. I don't hate it, by the way. Hachi's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tateno would escort Kanan and Maria to the lab. That left 3 to try to apprehend Alfred, Kano, Stanley, and Hachi. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect, though, so Hachi took it upon himself to head out and gather some backup. Tateno got the car keys from Daisuke, then helped Kanan pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him warily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. His face was that of a man with responsibility, the Tateno that Kano had always known. "Are you sure you're okay doing this?" Hitomi asked Tateno. "You might get infected." "That doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you two if I can." He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held. "By the way, have Maria's memories come back?" Hitomi tilted her head. "Her memories?" "I suspect she took a blow to the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name." "Well, she seemed like the same sister I've always known for when she came in here." "Good. Then her memory must have recovered." Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia, but it explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she'd been set free. "All right then," Tateno said. "We'll be back." Carrying Maria, he and Kanan headed for the door. "Detective Tateno." Kano called out, then paused, tongue tied, when Tateno stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." Tateno kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Tateno would no longer be a detective, but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still the realization hit him hard. "Detective Tateno, Stop your dithering. But never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever." Kano snapped back to attention at Tateno's words. That was Dig Dictum number 1, the advice that had kicked out the whole Dig diary. "I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now," Tateno continued. "We need to save Maria Osawa's life and protect the people of Shibuya." Kano bit his lip. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotion. "Eyes on the prize." Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions. "Then we're good." Tateno gave a slight nod, then headed out the door. "Detective Tateno." Just before the older man disappeared, Kano called out one last time. Kano gave him a silent salute. I think the silent salute is more poignant. Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes and without his cap. Still, it was the best way he had to let Tateno know how he felt. "I'll leave the rest to you." Tateno took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. Really? We get his POV? Even after Tateno disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still, the tears he'd been holding back poured down his cheeks. I almost cried. The silent salute, not being able to seize formation, or like, what is the word? Release? Something like that? Wow. Glad you did the proper decisions too, otherwise the jump point wouldn't show up. It just felt like Kano, you know? The same for Achi going to SOS. It feels like him. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them Hitomi should be at the scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked. Yes, Daisuke replied. It looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job. Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head. What do you mean? I'd like you to keep your eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know. He becomes the communication liaison? He's the new Kudze. Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious? Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitomi, Mr. Endo. It's possible that he might be Alfred. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard. Yeah, don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that I... He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the scramble. Alright, Daisuke squinted at the images. I'm not sure how much help I can be, but let me at least try to atone for what I've done. Of course. And thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all of the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. Then, he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene. Where did Achi go? Kano asked Hitomi. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to fight some of his old friends. Hitomi sounded worried. Friends? Achi used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place. What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Achi was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way. But I guess there were a big falling out between them. So I think he wanted to try and win them back over. Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Achi had left them. If things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang, getting them to help might be a lost cause. And even if Achi was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them? It will be alright, Hitomi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts. I'm sure Achi will bring back some of his old friends. And when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people he can count on. You really trust him, don't you? Yes, Hitomi said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn from the edge of the room, where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Hachi's reinforcement around the scramble. Alright, there we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. It included position for as many as 20 people Hachi might bring back. Kano? Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the scramble without me. What? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please, don't ask me to explain. Something else has come up and I have to go see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major. And almost certainly it has something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said. Please tell me, we're past the point of keeping secrets. I did say I was a noisy bitch. But also, he should be able to trust me. Tell me. I'm your partner. But also, they do trust each other. So maybe I understand. Aww. Trust goes both ways. What did he say? Please don't ask me to explain. I'm noisy. Please tell me, we're past the point of keeping secrets. They'd come this far together. Surely it was too late to get all tight-lipped now. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. Stanley dropped his eyes. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt that he needed to keep things hidden from him, from his own allies, in order to help keep Alfred on the dark. Or at least, that was Kano's guess. Fair enough. Alright, I understand, Kano said with resignation. Do what you have to, and come back soon. With an apologetic look on his face, Stanley turned and hurried to the workroom. Out the workroom? Keep out? Oh. In 2 minutes, I keep out, I'm sure. Kano glanced at his watch. Breitling? Is that a brand? Oh, I don't know. It was coming up to 6:50. Pretty soon, they'd have to head out for the scramble. But Hachi still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitomi. You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go. Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitomi's fervent hope that the reinforcement would come, but not her confidence. If Hachi didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitomi all by himself, and to try to apprehend Alfred as well. Would he be able to put it off if it came to that? He'd just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the scramble with Hitomi. No. He'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait. Let's wait. Let's wait for Hachi. He'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Hachi, accepting that they'd be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed. 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Oh, well. Should we go to Tateno's point of view, or do we go back to Hachi? Look, he's there. Oh, why he's black? like dark, blacked out. That photo of Achi's sneakers footwear was that of a real brand too, Royal Elastics, which made sneakers without laces. There are some product placements, which are not like, they're not very subtle, but sure, why not? Oh no, he's black. No, don't add this. Blacked out. Don't do that out of context. We go see at Tateno. Lucas. For once, Lucas and I think the same. Of course you do. Kyozo Tateno gingerly flexed his right elbow. It was still a little sore, but it shouldn't interfere with his ability to drive. Does that hurt? Asked the girl called Kanan. No, I'm alright. Good thing I didn't kill you, she said, her tone matter of fact. You ought to thank that younger detective. If he hadn't stopped me, you wouldn't be here right now. Is that right? Tateno looked over at Kano. He was talking to Achi and the others about something. The last time Tateno had seen Achi had been back at Kotone's wake. He felt a strong surge of emotion, seeing how the boy had grown into a fine young man. Are you sure you don't mind driving? Kanan's voice snapped Tateno back into the moment. Yes, it won't be a problem. Back when she'd attacked him on that rooftop, she'd moved too quickly for him even to get a glimpse of her face. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he was shocked by how young she looked. And yet there was a cold gleam in her eyes, a glitter of awareness with no trace of emotion behind it whatsoever. Ah, Pete. In his long career as a detective, Tateno had seen eyes like that before. It was a look he knew well, the look of someone who had killed, and had done so many times. They seriously referred to him by Aaron? Couldn't, yeah. No, for real though, I agree with you. I'm sorry about all this. Oh, I'm sorry about all this. Please look after my sister, Hitomi said. She bowed deeply. No, I'm the one who should apologize. Tateno would have liked to go on, to say that helping now was the least he could do to atone for what he'd done earlier. But he stopped himself there. Nothing he could say to Hitomi Osawa could possibly earn her forgiveness. Silently, Tateno lowered his head. His subsequent actions would have to make up for his crimes. He had to hope that this was possible. Kanan, you look after... Kanan, you look after my sister too. Hitomi bowed once more. You two know each other? Tateno looked at the two girls in surprise. Kanan is my sister's friend, Hitomi said. I just met her for the first time today. What strange series of events could have transpired for Maria and Kanan to wind up as friends? Tateno felt a prickle of curiosity, but now was not the time for that conversation. Daisuke reappeared. He had gone to fetch his car keys. You know where it's parked, yeah? He asked. Same as back in the day? That's right. Over where we always hang out with Kotone back in grade school. All at once, Tateno was hit with a surge of childhood memories. The sky was a piercing blue. The droning of cicadas echoed in his ears. A refreshing breeze brought intermittent respite from the heat. During summer vacation, they spent their days here, in the parking lot behind Daisuke's house. As Tateno and Daisuke played near the stairs at the side of the lot, the blazing sun beating down on them, Kotane would always come along with some iced barley tea for them. The two boys would race to see who could drink theirs up the fastest. The cold and fragrant tea flowed down their welcoming throats. Most of the time, it was Tateno that would finish first. Daisuke often wound up choking and spitting his out. Kotane would flash him a motherly and sympathetic smile. Then Daisuke would grin back at her sheepishly and fuss with his hair. That had all been nearly 40 years ago, but Tateno could envision their smiles as vividly now as ever. They were his only fond memories of his childhood. Tateno took the keys from Daisuke, clutching them firmly in his fists. "All right," he said. "We'll be back." He lifted up Maria and, with Kanan supporting her on the other side, began to head for the door. Then Kano called out to him. "Detective Tateno, There was a look of sadness on the younger man's face. "Don't let yourself become a detective like me." Tateno had the words right on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down. It suddenly seemed petty to trivialize the aspirations Kano had held for so long. "Once Maria is safe, I'll turn myself in." After he made sure that Maria got to the lab, he would cease to be a detective, and instead would simply be a criminal. In Japan, a charge of plotting to commit the crime of murder carries a prison term with labor of not more than 2 years. Hey! You're doing fine! Obviously, that means he won't be able to get most jobs, especially in Japan, as we've seen in Persona 5. But despite the failures that had brought him to this position, nothing he had said up until now had been a lie. Of that much, he could be proud. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. He could at least try to be the detective Kano had so admired until the very end. As Tateno left the room, Kano saluted him crisply. Ordinarily, a detective wouldn't salute in plain clothes, or without his cap. The little breach of etiquette just showed all the more clearly how Kano felt. If Tateno hadn't been holding Maria up, he would have returned the gesture. Leaving Endo Electronics, Tateno and Kanan carried Maria up a hectic Dogenzaka. The parking lot was less than a minute away by foot. Before long, however, they found their way blocked by a veritable wall of people. Kuze! It was a riot squad, with Kuze at the head. A police squad that carries out security and control activities in order to maintain or restore public order in the event of an emergency. The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department has 9 riot police units, along with support vehicle units, for a total of 10 such squads. These also comprise teams that carry out certain specific functions, such as the Explosive Ordnance Division and Chemical Defense Unit. Okay. Director Kuze? Tateno, what are you planning on doing with that girl? What are you planning on doing with her? I already informed Kano that she's to be put under quarantine. If she's allowed to remain free, all of Shibuya will be in danger. Kanan took a step forward. Tateno could sense that she was about to move in for the kill. "Easy now," he said softly. "Wait." As skilled as Kanan was, she was no match for an entire armed police squad. "I'm not going to take all of them on," she murmured. "I'm just going to take the man in charge hostage." Tateno swallowed. Capture Kuze and then run off? It could work. Considering the time limit they were facing, he knew that they had to find some ways to force their way through here. Still, given how far they still had to go to reach the lab, He wanted to avoid direct conflict as much as possible. Give me 1 minute. No, just 30 seconds. Tateno turned and stared at Kuze. The two had known each other since their rookie days. Director Kuze, tell me, what is it that you believe in? What do I believe in? Yes. Weren't you always the one who said that you needed to put faith in subordinates no matter what? Well, yes. Yes, that's right. Kuze's eyes wavered ever so slightly. In that case, put your faith in me. No, put your faith in Kano. In Kano? He believes that saving Maria Osawa will let us save Shibuya. He's doing everything he can to make that happen. Kuze's lips curled into a wry grin. That sounds like Kano, alright. Always thinking in such simple terms. Usually the simple answer is the right one, sir. People like you and me overthink things. We make them more complicated than they need to be. Just consider for a moment. Will putting Maria Osawa under quarantine clear up this case? No, it won't. So long as we don't know how she was infected with that virus, we can't rely on the possibility that other people have been infected as well. Tateno kept his eyes locked on Kuze's. Director Kuze, right now, what we need to do more than anything is get our hands on the antiviral drug. We need to be helping Kano. Please, sir. Kuze furrowed his brow in thought for a few moments, then shook his head. Tateno, buddy, come on. I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. The director's voice clicked into his childish register. Kanan narrowed her eyes. What's this guy's deal? She whispered. Well, it's hard to explain. But when his voice gets like this, it means he was being completely serious. He was confused. They were going to have to break through by force. Ah! Fuck, I forgot. I think it was when he was serious. They did say that a bunch of times. The game is questioning how much I've been following right now. When he was confused? Because you can be serious and confused. I think it's completely serious, though. Scared. I'm gonna stick to my guns. Does Tiggy have a good brain? Completely serious. What did he say, actually? I can't do that. You gotta understand the position I'm in. Shit. He was being completely serious. They were going to have to break through by force. Tateno took a determined step forward. Suddenly, Kuze let out a pained yelp. Then, as Tateno watched in surprise, he proceeded to collapse onto the pavement. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Have I been infected with the virus too? No. Is he doing a bit? They're supposed to feel nauseous. Fever, not hurting. Unless he's been hiding it. The riot squad immediately rushed to the director's side. As Tateno stood there, dumbstruck, Kuze secretively flashed him a knowing wink. He's bluffing! That was a terrible performance, Kanan muttered. Yeah, but it was a tour de force, as far as I'm concerned. Inwardly, Tateno gave his boss a nod of respect. Slipping past the riot squad, he and Kanan headed for the parking lot. Several members of Kuze's team hurried to chase after them. Don't follow them, Kuze cried out as he writhed on the ground. Everyone, stay back! If you get too close to Maria Osawa, you'll be infected as well. The riot squad stopped in their tracks. Tateno and Kanan took the opportunity to hurry out of sight. Good day, my boy. Darting through some narrow alleyways, they arrived at a parking lot. The area had changed since Tateno's youth, but some of the old air of nostalgia still lingered. There it is. He spotted the minivan with Endo Electronics written on the side. Beautifully, might I add. Tateno gently led Maria on the back seat. What is the brand of this car? The logo is right here. Right here. What's that logo here? She was still apparently unconscious. Subaru? That makes Endo a lesbian. Only lesbians drive Subarus. That's what the internet told me. She was still apparently unconscious. Once Kanan had climbed into the passenger seat, Tateno hit the gas and sped off. No, only lesbians drive Subaru Outbacks. Ah! If only we had a lesbian to confirm. How far is it to the lab? Kanan asked. Normally, it would take about 15 minutes, but with this traffic, it's hard to say. Tateno avoided the stop and go of the Genzaka, taking side street as he headed towards Shibuya Station. A barrage? Once they had re-emerged on the main thoroughfare, however, he spotted a checkpoint set up ahead. Barricades and armored vehicles were blocking the road. The scale of the security effort showed just how grave the situation truly was. Tateno hit the brakes. What do we do? Kanan spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tateno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. They'd talk their way through. They'd have to find another way around. They'd have to plow on through. My guts, since I saw the barricade, was you need to ram it. Step on the gas. I want to do that. To me, Kanan would do this. First of all, she would. And I think talking takes too much time. Find another way, too much time. We don't have time. We need to plow through. Let's plow through. Get in the back seat, Tateno told Kanan. Your me is walking their pet kitty. I have a pet kitty. Is it like is it an asset like you draw one and every me can do it too? Like walk it? What kind of cat? Yes, and a pet sea slug. Oh hell yeah. Now we're talking. I just wondered. Considering the size, it could work. As Whispers, do you want a sea slug best friend that could act like the magic carpets in Aladdin? By the way, if you were to pronounce it in Arabic, it would be Aladdin. Aladdin. A bit less magical. But do you want a pet sea slug that you can ride and it would fly? Get in the back seat, Tateno told Kanan. I can't do that. No, not in Tomodachi life. Obviously. Like on my end. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. A feisty grin came to Kanan's face. You got it. Kanan quickly clambered into the back and Tateno gunned the accelerator. No, like the sound you made. Oh yeah. Yeah, no. It's one of the hardest sounds you can do in Arabic. It's the one that everyone struggles with at first. I tried and I can't do it. It asks for a lot of repetition and somebody that can hear you and tell you, you know. But basically, imagine you're sick. Your throat is like clamping down. And you're trying to spit, but from your throat. It's kind of like that. Or you try to make like a very moist zombie sound. It's do or die now. Tateno clenched his teeth as the van picked up speed. Then a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the? Reflexively, Tateno eased up on the gas. The police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricades, it plowed on through, not stopping until it slewed up onto the curb beyond. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. Alright, here goes. The minivan barrels on through the checkpoint. Wait, so another car? Another car did this? Tateno wondered who in the world had been driving the cruiser. Tateno's phone rang and he picked up as he sped onward. Were you able to break through safely? It was the voice of Detective Kajiwara. Tell me he's fine. Tell me he's fine. No. Tatsuno had thought he was at the Osawa residence. That patrol car just now, that was you? A call came in from the task force HQ, saying that Kano had found Maria. I figured maybe Kano was planning to take her to Okoshi Pharmaceutical, and so I thought he'd need to make his way through one of the checkpoints here. But the fact that it was you, Detective Tateno, now that is quite unexpected. He let out a weak chuckle. Kajiwara, are you hurt? No, don't worry about me. Just please help Maria. I made a promise to her father that I'd save his daughter, no matter what. Kajiwara, please don't do this to me. Tateno could hear the energy draining from Kajiwara's voice. Understood. I'll keep that promise for you then. Thank you. The line went dead. He'd crashed headlong through the barricade. There was no way he'd come out of that uninjured. I'm sorry, Kajiwara, Tateno said to himself under his breath. And thank you. He bit his lip, then stepped hard on the gas again. Yeah, the stakes keeps getting higher. It's obviously, right? Obviously it keeps getting higher. And I think it's gonna be a baton pass. At the end, there's gonna be just one person that acts. Yeah, acts. Now Kajiwara's fate ambiguous alongside Sasayama. Yes! All the supporting cast. Was there... Shit. Was there one jump we could do? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Keep out here. Keep out. Let's see what Minorikawa is up to. Chiaki can't move. Please let both Sasayama and Kajiwara be fine. Hang in there, Chiaki. Just keep it together. Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it hardly matters at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Kotayama said coldly. This route feels so weird compared to the others, because all the others, so much is happening. Like, so much is at stake, right? And here, it's just the magazine. It feels so weird to jump from one to the other. And in any case, if 4-star general gossip doesn't get released, it's Mr. Toyama who's going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less anyway. Shut your mouth, Chiaki snapped. If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in the next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And so if that goes away, if all of that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, alright? Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Katayama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing, worthy of admiration even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I am sad to have put it that way. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest, it's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankie, insert One Piece clip. Super! I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it! Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece into at least feel the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out the door, for Toyama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy, after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got on her feet, staggering as she began to climb the stairs. I am not giving up, she said under her breath. I can give up now. Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Damn, I can't do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can tell her I don't need her article now. Releasing the next issue of the gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama. It would save Chiaki as well. Minorikawa couldn't abandon either one of them. Which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, they'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice behind him. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide! And this... Look at how cool he is! Minorikawa spun around to see Kamizuka standing there. Taxi Man, second best character in the game, I agree. Look at how cool he is. He's like ex-Air Force. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... Minorikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that currently filled the streets was more than a little daunting. When you know this town as well as I do, there is nowhere you can go. Alright, what other choice do I have? Guess I've gotta trust you. This will be my last request of the day. Minorikawa pointed down to the street. Take us to Bride in Uraharajuku. Take us to Inferno, what the fuck? Instead of Black Air Force, he's Asian Taxi. I need the game from his point of view. Take us to Labyrinth in Urahara. Did you have any place in mind? Inferno! Take us to Inferno in Urahara. Inferno in Urahara? The bar? Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Yes. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. pedestrian streets! As soon as Midorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimitsuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. Do you think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country? Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. We can't. She needs to be a famous reporter. For real, she deserves it. Look how hard she's working. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimitsuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses this place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel it might be best not to be too involved with that lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on guard. You look like a girl, in all the best way possible. You would do so well in a yaoi manga. You'd be so popular. Katayama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? Do you know who you're talking to? You're talking to Minorikawa. Minori fucking Kawa. That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh ho, and just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret. Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimitsuka said worriedly. But do you really need to take such risks? Yes. Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. That look when he'd finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Okay, Yusuke. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he'd hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katayama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge on the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. That man took another look at his wristwatch. At his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Minorikawa shot him a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable. And the only way Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. A blue minivan? Kimitsuka suddenly slammed on the brake, and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. Oh, look out! That thing's heading our way! Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimitsuka dexterously steer them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted after the taxi. The vehicle is being driven by members of the Wandering Angels theater troupe. They are on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance to Endo Electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white plumes of carbon dioxide. The troupe members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Endo Electronics in the end? Wow, we killed those guys because we did not ward them. I thought of a better term than Asian taxi. Japanese assault driver. Yeah, no, I don't like it. What the heck was that? Minorikawa asked. I'm not sure, Kimizuka said, but let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. I don't either, honestly. Finding titles is super hard, dude. Here we are, sir. They pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder. Just be sure to be careful, sir. Minorikawa nodded. What? Checky asked, looking up. What are we being careful about? Nothing, Minorikawa said. At first it was going to be Asian assault driver, but Asian felt too generic. Yes. I don't have any idea. You just wait here in the car. You've still got that copy to finish up, yeah? Well, yes. Alright then. Checky frowned but resumed her typing. And you wait here too, Minorikawa said to Katayama. But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minorikawa did some quick mental math. With the half hour he'd already set aside, that left him with 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Phew. Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. Here goes. He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open. Who the hell are you? Several of them started toward him belligerently. Just calm down and hear me out, he said. I've come to interview you. Interview us? What the hell for? These were hot-headed punks, all right. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minorikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back. Hold up, guys. It's Kiryu, and he recognizes him? It was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader. That must be Susumu then, Minorikawa thought. When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Or like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are? The name's Minorikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions. Here's the answer to the science quiz from last time. Methane. Methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels or atomic power, but there are concerns about its tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. It is extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire. Fun fact, by the way, you know how sometimes your own digestive system is gonna work against you and you cannot fart for like days on end and your belly starts to like inflate and it's full of fart? And you might die because of it, so you need to seek a doctor if that happens. Well, cows, that happens to them too. You know what's the. You know how they treat that? At places where there is. Where there are cows? They punched. They punch a needle, but not like an injection needle, just the needle part. Inside the stomach to release the gas this way, and they even put it on fire so that it would burn as it goes away. I'm such a baby, I can keep straight face at the word fart. I had a lot of fun saying farts so many times, especially hearing Tiggy say it. Do I say it weird? But yeah, they puncture the cow's belly to let the fart go away, and they put it on fire too. I don't know what the point is to put it on fire, but I've even seen a Chinese farmer lit his cigarette from it. What do you want me to say at that? No, it's not weird. It's just that you have an accent, so our childish brain hear the accent words and laugh. Fair enough. As long as you laugh at it. If it gives you a smile, I'm all for it. So yeah, out there's probably a cow farting and a Chinese farmer lighting his cigarette from the cow's fart. Crazy to think about. Doesn't that make a life more whimsical? Just think about. I'm laughing with you, Tiggy, not at you. Yeah. I get it. I told you, I'm happy. I know you guys are not like that. Only Lucas. See him coming back after so long, being like, what? Or, yeah, absolutely. Also, lighting it on fire makes sure that it doesn't choke someone. Or find a wild spark and catch things on fire unintentionally. Isn't there a chance? I'm guessing that if it's a practice that's done over and over, it's pretty safe. But isn't there a chance for one spark from that flame to go inwards and light completely make the cow explode? And that fire is what I was talking about in making vehicles run of fumes. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that a bunch because I like the idea of alternatives to fuel and stuff like that, of oil and stuff. So I've known about that. It's the cow's fart factory that is gonna power the next data centers, I'm telling you. Huh. Susumu sounded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minorikawa said. What if I told you that our German word for highway exit very closely sound like asphalt? Tease the German way. Oh, what do you say? Nah, I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here. Right, Minorikawa thought. He's going to make things difficult. But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin. Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then. Susumu took the bait and shot him a look. If the cow is becoming bloated from gases, then the amount of air pressure from the expelled gas would be too strong for the flame to get inside. What about when most of the gas is out? Like it's about to run out, so the pressure is lessened. Or does that just not work like that? Right about what exactly? Your little warehouse raids. Warehouse raids? Susumu raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? Really now? You're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are dealing in stolen goods? SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there? He'd spotted the two fellows he'd seen arguing earlier, at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed their alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two and, without warning, decked them both. How dare you sully the SOS name! As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly. Okay, enough with the beatdown. Minorikawa stepped up to intervene. Also, fun fact, the town of Silent Hill is based off of an actual town in USA that has had a coal mine burning since the 60s, and it's still burning to this day. Oh, is it abandoned? Is it a ghost town? You know what I want to do? One day, I know it's pointless, but just for one day, I would like to visit a ghost town. Because it's so American. Because it's like from the gold chasers or like something like that. People that went there for gold and then they left when there were no more golds, or mines like coal mines, and since no more coals they left. You have the same in Japan, but for like um environment catastrophes. Yes, it is literally impossible to live there because of the ash and soot in the air from the fire. Wow. I'm keeping an ear out. Because there are some sounds that could be salmon, but that could also be a neighbor knocking to complain about me. Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How's that? Not a bad deal, I'd say. But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair. Okay, fair enough, yeah. Whoa, hey! Nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats on people, you know? What did you just say? Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid. He's asking to be beaten. At that, Susumu's fist finally fell still. The rowdy bar went completely silent. Yeah. Say that one more time, I fucking dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Minorikawa snorted, unafraid. Huh. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite. Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here. Oh, this is hilarious. SOS Top Dog is such a yappy little puppy. Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch. I'm gonna beat your ass. Mr. Mino, I'm all finished. An ebullient voice resounded suddenly through the bar. Ebullient? Cheerful and full of energy. Is that me? Is that me? Originally, the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly. I love the word bubbly. Yaki? Minorikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway. I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me? She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you? Oh, I was under the impression you SS folks were, being interviewed. Jackie broke off, haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, gang members started to close in around her. Well, it's just... You look like you're really angry is all. Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katama groaned. It would seem that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, you only have another... You shut up! Minorikawa snapped as Katama peered at his watch. Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here. No way. Chiaki said. What? Why not? Because I want you to read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. This was no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview and fast. He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time to get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. The first two kind of ditch the interview. We can't have that. It was time to get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. Maybe if they see that I'm protecting them, Susumu will be moved. Because we are innocent people. Let's try. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time to get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. Look, you guys need to leave. I'll give it a close read-through later. He gestured to the exit with his jaw, desperately hoping that they would take the hint. Hey, we can read it for you instead, Missy. SOS members swarmed around Chiaki and Katayama. You reading some smutty novel or something? One of the young men reached for Chiaki's laptop, grinning ear to ear. So the horror game locale aged morbidly well. Knock it off! Don't touch that! She struggled to resist. Leave the girl alone, you scumbag! Minorikawa barked. The young man in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man! Who are you calling scumbags here? Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Hold on. Okay, it was salmon. Oh my god, my heart. Just get your hands off the girl. Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring it on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout front. At front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him! At the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. Oh, is that when Achi comes? It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face, and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again. Twice, thrice, with punches and kicks. Or this is a bad end. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. He is tanking this well. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then, finally, he felt himself crumple to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young man kicked him in the gut over and over. Stop it! He heard Chiaki shriek. You're going to kill him! Bad end? Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. Oh crap, one of the thugs muttered, sounding panicky. Did we take this a bit too far? You think? You think? Mr. Mino! Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing. Please! She cried out. Answer me! He held his breath and said nothing. Mr. Mino! Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately. Don't worry, he gasped. He gasped out last, holding up a hand to stave her off. She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter. Um, Mr. Mino? Jackie stared at him, aghast. he only laughed to he only laughed the harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head. The poor thing. Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Okay, no, that's enough. Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger out to the crowd. Looks like I win this round. What? Susumu blinked, dumbstruck. Don't you get it? Minorikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue. What I'm saying, you're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me. Oh, I get it. Minorikawa was halfway through the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh? Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. You knew they'd turn down the interview, and so by letting yourself get beat up, you'd have something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus, maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages. Minorikawa broke out into a cold sweat. Shut up, you idiot! But Katayama continued with his oh-so-brilliant analysis. You sure pulled a fast one of these gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have? The twilight of Shibuya's legendary street crew. Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs. Something like that, maybe? Susumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. Go on, I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground. He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand. You moron! Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama. I was this close to putting it off. Oh, well, that's a shame, isn't it? Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes. Do you think? Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. Incidentally, Katayama said, you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck. Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal, which refers to the socio-political system of the Middle Ages involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. Do people really mistake the two? Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Is it Kiryu? Taxi driver? Susumu stopped and spun around. Kimitsuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stared out sternly from behind his sunglasses. Tell me it's Susumu's father or something. That would be so cool. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Minorikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Oh man, you? Susumu's face twisted up in awkward embarrassment. Kimitsuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless. Whoa, hey now. That's no way to address your teacher. Teacher? Minorikawa blurted in disbelief. My teacher? As in, when I said teacher, it was my teacher. But Minorikawa said the same thing, so I just carried on. Kimitsuka nodded. Yeah, until last year I used to be a teacher. But I got into a bit of dispute with my school, so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that they're such a bunch of good-for-nothings. Wow, Jackie said. I'd have never guessed. I thought, since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating. Kimitsuka turned back to Susumu. This guy totally played you. Every last one of you. Susumu bit his lip in frustration. Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it. Kimitsuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street-smart mentor. You guys lost this one, he said. And for that, you need to give him his interview. No way, Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kimitsuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article. He flashed an amicable grin. Well, when you put it that way. Fine. Alright. Susumu blew out his breath in resignation. Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. Minorikawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel. Cudgel? You shut up, Kiryu, Susumu said. So what, you're just gonna ignore? You're just gonna let SOS make a mockery of itself? Kiryu demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl, but said nothing. And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up! I've already said I'd do it! Kiryu sneered suddenly at Susumu's outburst. Mr. Mino! Minorikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him. Please, can you read my copy now? Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence and unease. All right, he said resignedly. Let me see it. The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he'd have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minorikawa stared at the monitor. Jackie swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Is it good? Did she do it? What a cute sticker of a pig. Minorikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Jackie held her breath, waiting for his response. It's okay. She looked back at him blankly for a long moment. Really? It's really okay. Is it really, really okay? It really is really okay. Minorikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears. Oh, thank you so much. Jackie bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped her face with her palms, scrubbing the tears away. So I guess I never really told you what sort of article I want to write and all. No, I don't think you have. Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so, to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that makes me really... happy, I guess. Or maybe moved? Ah, he's her idol. He's her ideal. Oh man, that's so cute. Her eyes were still bright with emotion. Well then, really? It was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work and who strove to be like him. Minorikawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation. Right. I should be off. Oh, right. I should be off. Kimitsuka gave Minorikawa a slight nod. Minorikawa returned to the gesture, but more deeply. You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare. Opening his wallet, Minorikawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal. Keep the change, he said as he handed it over. But even as he said it, Kimizuka was already handing him some money back. Here, I insist. The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance. You really are a pro, huh? Minorikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket. We'll meet again, somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya. Kimizuka pointed his index finger at Minorikawa's face. Minorikawa responded in kind. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece. So, about what you said earlier, Susumu said once Minorikawa had finished his questioning. About how I'm not the cream of the crop. Ah, yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up. Don't worry about it. Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader? I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know? But I guess I can tell you 2 things that will make things go more smoothly with you and your buddies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness, and also trust. Norikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his faked suicide, and trusted that he'd regained his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interview, and trusted that she'd grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through. Forgiveness, followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly. Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy. People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Minorikawa got to his feet. Now, we've got all the articles we need covered. Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece. I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they've already received the data from him. Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself. Minorikawa felt an inner surge of pride. Now then? He indicated Katayama. How much time do we have left? 30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch. 30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop. Right. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer. Minorikawa got it ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. That's Achi. It's Achi Endo. He's come to ask a member of SOS to help with planned Operation Down at the Scramble. Forgiveness and trust. Forgiveness and trust. Ow. Ow. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. Ow. Oh, it's gonna hurt the heart. Because Achi never had to be told that forgiveness and trust is what makes a good leader. He is naturally this way. And right now, he's gonna show, I forgive you for or at least he's gonna ask for forgiveness and ask for trust. And Susumu will think about what Morikawa just told him, and I hope it has to be, right? Give his forgiveness. It's okay that you left us, and give his trust. We'll follow you even if you can't explain exactly. The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed. I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help. As Minorikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu, he could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled. Hey, Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now? I did. I'm not sure I follow all of it, but it definitely has a whiff of a major scoop. Minorikawa shot her a daring grin. So what's the play here, Chiaki? We interview him, of course. But we only have 30 minutes left, right? So we take 10 minutes for our conversation and use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out. You learned good, kiddo. Minorikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. Imagine what I just said, but calmer. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why go out of your way to trouble yourself further? It's no trouble, Minorikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does. That's all. Katayama let out a sullen sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. That is such an image. Wow. Wow. The meaning behind it all. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit you've made me quite curious to read the magazine you're putting together. Minorikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already they were making their ways over to Susumu and his gang. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. Minorikawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men. Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too? Oh my god, I love them. No! The end of his story? No! Does it not make you want to be a journalist in a way? Like, obviously it's not as glamorous, it's not as wow. In real life, right? We agree. But still, isn't it so fun? There is one jump here. And so we jump to Achi. The door opens and the other lookout returns. Susumu says to come on in. I'm sorry, Tiggy, I'm not getting jumped over an article. Fair enough. Fair enough. I forgot about that part. I forgot about it. But we're ladies. Surely they would not do that to a lady. Achi nodded and strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Achi used to sit back in the day. What do you want? Susumu asked immediately. Achi walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees. What are you doing down there? The hell is this all about? I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Achi's ears. I know I have no right to ask you this. But please, I really need your help. Just some guy, huh? Who? He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If we don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. He might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city. Susumu burst out laughing. This some kind of joke? You're right in the head there, Achi? The other gang member followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Finally, Achi had had enough. No, Achi said nothing. He grit his teeth and stared at Susumu. Show him how serious you are. Achi said nothing. He endured the ridicule and simply stared up at Susumu. As patiently as he could, he waited for Susumu to give the proverbial nod. Finally, the laughter subsided, and Susumu crouched down and got in Achi's face. Is that how you go on about asking someone a favor? Susumu growled menacingly. If you have a problem with me knowing in the... Kowtowing like this? I can apologize some other way, all you want. But don't you care that I just told you Shibuya is in danger? Achi's voice was unwavering. But face it, Susumu. Isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep our town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdrew my request. The two glared into each other's eyes. This is so tense. Then, before Susumu could reply, an odd man, his story is done, no? Why can't we jump to him? Stepped in between them. Sounds like we got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too? You again, didn't you already get your interview? Susumu rolled his eyes. I think Grovel's here might be telling the truth. The newcomer's face was all seriousness. It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Grovels, you got a second? My name's not Grovels, Achi growled. It's Achi. I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter, and I know a bit about that stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UA virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication, and the person you know who might die is Maria Osawa. Am I right? Achi was almost too shocked for words. How do you know all that? Minorikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader. Susumu, he said. Something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss? Susumu bit his lip. He looked pretty conflicted. Sounds good to me, someone called out. Let's give them a hand. Achi turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu. Ooh, I do not trust him. You shut up, Susumu said with a glare. Break out of your rut, old man, Kiryu sneered. Achi here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does? He slipped an arm around Achi's shoulders. You're okay with that, right, Achi? Me going against Susumu's order to help you out? Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin. But first, we haven't finished business, you and I. I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gang and all. But first we've got to settle our score, here and now. You understand, don't you? What's his issue? I think he's both gay and a homophobe. And he has it for Achi. Yeah, you're right. Kiryu grinned hungrily. He's hungry for Achi. It's guillotine time! A bunch of gang members started up, an eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Achi was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up onto a pool table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him to his head jutted out past the table's edge. So they're French. Don't put us together. No. Kiryu brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dry blood. Guillotine! 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 The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off their cheers. Glancing to one side, Achi saw Minorika was speaking emphatically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader. Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS original head. Achi twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh, shit. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now? Oh my, you don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. And once I've got that big ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop. Kiryu's eyes were crazed in bloodshot. Then that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, if this many of them actually showed up at the scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Achi could hope to do by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alfred. Achi didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it through. Shit. To protect Hitomi to the very end. Okay then, Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off. Go on, do it. Oh, we don't bulk? We don't pussy out. We pussy in. Go on, do it. Achi braced himself. Just make sure you keep your promise. He won't, we know. Kiryu raised the steel pipe high above his head. And then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake. You dumbass! I didn't promise you nothing! Achi strained in sudden panic, but his limbs were pinned down too forcefully for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. I knew it. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when it was about to smash into Hachi's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it. The hell you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu. Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise. A vein pulsed angrily in his forehead. You guys too, Susumu added, glaring at the others. Let him go. The toughs holding Achi down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage. But we got unfinished business! Ignoring him, Susumu helped Achi slide off the table. I'm surprised he listens. Kiryu, I mean. Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. Do you remember saying that? The words stirred up some bitter memories within Achi. Yeah, I remember. But you didn't grant me my request. No, I guess not. That's why I'm going to hit yours, no question asked. Susumu held out his right hand. Susumu, you are? That would make me the better man, finally. Achi reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Achi said, letting his relief show in his face. You're quite the guy. Come on, hug it out! Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Achi had seen all the time back when he'd run it with SOS. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast to even cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this, he howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys. Not anymore. I won't allow it. Achi didn't flinch. SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we get together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys, do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Hachi could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell his words rang true. Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him even more and more agitated. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Someone get this guy into an asylum. He needs help. Hachi managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all of you do is run? How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on! What's the matter, Hachi? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Grab one and smash his face with it. Some of them collided with Susumu. Ugh! Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business, with a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. I love that I figured out how to make pulls on mobile. Oh, congrats! Stop! Before he could think better of it, Hachi was rushing for his fallen friend. Ha! You dumbass! Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Hachi's temple. Hachi responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Hachi pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home. Kiryu's head snapped back, and he crumbled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Hachi, marveling at what they had just seen go down. He needs to come back. He needs to go back to SOS. Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight. Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder. You alright? Hachi asked. Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow. The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Hachi shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar. I didn't go too far here, did I? Hachi asked Susumu. Is this gonna cause trouble for you? No, I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It was just a question of when. Right. I'm sure he's going to gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again. Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight. But he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Hachi was still worried about a few things, but his friends had clearly grown as a leader. He makes a fine leader. Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough? By the way, I intentionally choose meh, not because I really wanted to, but because I like causing chaos by making the result into a draw. So most of you are into it. I'm glad. Lucas's option. Shadow, you're crazy. You guys are funny. You're not allowed. A three-way draw in this case. It's happened twice. There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. 30! Hachi looked each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces. I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right there in this town, I met someone who's very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her. Hachi knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly. And so, it's like, um, he felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly. Okay, so I'm not sure how to really put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe, no, I mean it's like that for you guys too. Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town. He bowed low and deep. I want to protect this girl who means so much to me. And the city that means so much to me as well. I know my answer. Susumu clapped a hand on Hachi's shoulder. Listen up, everyone. SOS original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I, for one, am ready to follow him into battle. What you say? Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. With the power of friendship, we will save Shibuya. When Hachi marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment. All right, detective, Hachi shouted. Let's do this. His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble. What's the matter? Hitomi asked Hachi as they made their way through the busy street. Oh, what's the matter with what? You look pretty pale. She peered good and hard into his face. Do I now? Are you tired of something? Or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long, after all. Nah, it's nothing. Hachi kept his voice nice and bright. I'm just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me. Or Alfred either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hitomi. Alright. Hitomi gave a tiny nod. Just leave it to me. Alfred's got nothing on this guy. A fever. Sweating profusely, a fever. Starting to feel weak. He's infected. Hachi is infected. He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. When they reached the scramble, Hachi took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. Hitomi was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Hachi wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible, so Alfred wouldn't be so suspicious. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. That's crazy that they start the game with the exact same thing, except it's the morning, and now it's at night. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he'd first seen her that morning, in the very same spot. The difference was that, this time, it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time he'd learned a lot about her as a person. He knew that what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, he'd learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Achi recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. What do I do if I can protect someone as good as her? Achi muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly, where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting and the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Achi looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen in surprise. Quickly, he follows her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall, white man approaching. Tall white man? Is it Tariq? Is it Tariq? When they say white, do they mean white? Or do they mean Caucasian? Kano, what's up, my man? Give me more clues. Oh, the suspense, it's killing me. It's killing me. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitomi, I'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability and he'd want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. I'm surprised that we don't have a POV for Kanan. Like, what's happening with Maria, Tateno, and Kanan? Did they make it to the lab? Did they let them enter? Did they just power through? We don't know. How is it with the decoding of the passcode? We don't know. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. That's not what she wants. Protecting Hitomi is my job. He's already sweating there. Achi, you're back. I said I'd see you through the very end. Didn't I? Isn't that the sound of the intermission between each chapter? Tiggy, you know that Caucasian and white mean the same thing when referring to human races. Yeah, but we don't know what it means in this game. It may be someone wearing white or someone that's looking pale. Not as in the color, but as in drained of blood. But you might be right. Yeah, you did. Hitomi gazed back at Achi with grateful reassurance. Ahem. Kano cleared his throat softly, but Achi and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Achi spoke up. I've got 30. Will that be enough? Yeah, Kano nodded. That will be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet? The full version of the main theme, with all anticipation and suspense. It's so good! Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do. The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30 odd people at their disposal, they'd be able to encircle the meeting area no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. All right, detective, Achi shouted. Let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. I have chills. I've never been this hyped to see it through. 9 minutes later, 6:59 p.m. You have the numbers on the screen, don't fuck me up. Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. And mine! Me too! His whole body was stiff with tension. Me too! They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic, and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Why must you do this, Shadow? Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed, and the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 p.m. and 10 seconds. 11, 12, 13, 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time, but the moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. He looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slow scan of the area. Hachi was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, those guys fit right in with the crowd. And they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59 p.m. 35 seconds. 36, 37, 38, 39 seconds. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then, it all started. Kano's cell phone rang. "I've got him." It was Daisuke, the organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. "It's him. Where is he?" Kano asked. "Is he close by? I've got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection." Kano looked out across the scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. "Can you describe him for me?" "The tall foreign guy. The one wearing glasses." Foreign guy with glasses? A tall foreigner? Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. I don't know why, but the phone buzzing felt so jarring after the intense music and sudden silence with only the buzzing. That means the game is doing its thing. They're doing it right. And they are. They have been. That is so scary. That is so scary. Aha! There he was. And as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he'd met before. Leland? Leland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hitomi and Maria's school. He would know her blood type. Is he... Alfred? Palmer was walking right toward Hitomi. He would have access to her student file. He would know about the party too. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. When Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. The woman was too stunned to speak. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. So, even if he wasn't Alfred, that guy told Achi's dad to kill her to get the heart. So regardless, the guy is ill. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. "Hello, Hitomi," he said in English. "How are you doing?" "Professor Palmer? What are you doing here?" Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. I did give him a French accent, so I'm gonna commit. "Why? I'm here to take your blood, of course." This time he spoke Japanese. Oh, fuck me, I guess. Oh! And with an easy fluency, totally different from his usual manner of speech. Well, fuck me. "I'm the one who injected you with the UA virus." When? When did he do this? Surely she would have known. I'd been waiting so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer. Professor, you're Alfred, aren't you? Let's get down to business, shall we? He didn't say yes. Neither of us has much time. Hitomi stiffened. Please, tell me the lab password. After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple. A fucking gun and then a normal ass glass. Let it flow in there. Oh yeah, that time when Osawa injected the antiviral into Hitomi out of desperation? Yeah, he's so evil. Yeah? Do you think it was started by this guy? No way. The password first. That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another. "Alright," Hitomi said at last. "Why don't you negotiate with Kanan instead?" "Kanan?" Hitomi took her cell phone out and dialed. Ah, smart, very smart. I forgot she did tell her to call her. But the phone rang repeatedly and Kanan did not pick up. What's happening? What's going on? What's going on? Hitomi's face went pale. Come on, Kanan! Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? Oh shit! He had to hope talking to Kanan would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. If I had pearls, I'd be clutching them. I'm clutching the neck of my t-shirt. At this point, they couldn't count on Kanan anymore. Kano rushed into action. What's the right one? She is busy cracking the code and probably, if not that, infiltrating the lab. Maybe she needs time? But she seems like the type of person that can multitask, so surely she would just... Oh shit, what's going on? What do I do? Do we wait? Do we rush? I don't like rushing. I won't lie. I don't like rushing. Because if he rushes, it might fuck up the whole intervention. But if it takes too long, he might do something drastic, like for example, slicing her throat to get the blood. Or stab her, you know, something quick. You can clutch this. Okay. I say wait too. I don't like rushing. Let's wait. Kanan, please! He had to hope talking with Kanan could work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. But Kanan never answered. Had something happened to her and Tateno? Kano felt his heart pounding. Now then, shall I take what I came here for? Palmer took a step closer to Hitomi. Mind you, if Kanan does not answer, Hitomi cannot give her the password. So this whole thing is fucked. Why don't Kano call Tateno? Or Maria's cell phone? Surely she still has one. Does she? What the fuck happened to Kanan? Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze! He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Achi darted in to protect Hitomi. We can't go to Tateno yet, or at least ever. Palmer let out a tiny sigh. So, you're breaking the terms we agreed upon then? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi, she shouted. Call Kanan again. Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move, and I shoot, Kano shouted. But the terrorist ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case. The virus is in there? If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about? Is that... Surely you don't need me to explain. Stanley was right. Alfred had weaponized the virus. He's psycho, he's literally insane. Well, if he truly is Alfred, because he still has not confirmed, but also why would he confirm if he was really Alfred? He has been said to just do anything he wants to cause chaos. That's what gets him off. He might have a boner right now. Also, where is Stanley? Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. How can I even know that's real? You can't let that loose here. How can I even know that's real? It was entirely possible this was all a bluff. Ah, indeed. These could all be fake. Would you care to test that theory? Palmer flashed a coy smile. Holding out his fistful of vials, he began to tilt them slowly back and forth, letting them clink against each other. They were fake. No, maybe they were real. Kano couldn't quite decide. And he couldn't take any rash actions if there was even the possibility these were the real thing. Somebody needs to snatch them from him. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alfred? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood, and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? His face was overflowing with confidence. I would like to know how he speaks. What tone is he using? Is he cheerful, creepy like I'm doing, or is it like very cold, like in the call that we had with the cameras? That would help to know if it's the real Alfred. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something. Is it really Alfred? Well then, what will it be? Palmer continued. Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death? Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll towards Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu! The shout came from Achi. Okay. In an instant, a dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides. Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders. Now it was his turn to grin. You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus. The tough-looking young man radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper. Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police. Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Hachi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Hachi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close. Surely there's one of them who is very apt at being super fast and stealing stuff, right? Get in there, steal. Do some thievery. Enough of the high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground. What a shame. Palmer swung his right arm up high. Oh, they're gonna rush for the drug? For the vials? And he's gonna escape, isn't he? It's a diversion. Everyone watched in dismay as his hand shot up. Also, he would get contaminated at this point. It's airborne. He doesn't have the antiviral yet. He cannot get infected. Those are fakes, in my mind. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. That sequence was super cool. Look out! Hachi shouted. Catch them! Catch them! That again. What? A tremendous blast blew Kano off of his feet. As he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. Isn't that Maria's ringtone? It is! But it's also a very popular song. Everyone dies, yeah, apparently. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out a suicide terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he could have just done so at any time, without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. This isn't Alfred? Could it be? Had Stanley not come to the scramble because he knew this was going to happen? Oh! We're going to Stanley! So here's the thing. Attempting to highlight hints for the final hour's bad ends will say that there are no hints here, so you can consult me instead. Okay. Can I see it still? Not that I don't believe you, but I just want to see it. A mysterious explosion. There are none. So cool. Okay. When was this? What is it for? Tateno? No, we saw that already. Let's start jumping. Hachi. I will try to make my brain work. Well then, Shadow, you can just flip around like Magikarp. Was this guy Alfred? The man arrived in front of Hitomi and began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Hachi's father. This must be the guy who was responsible for everything. Hachi felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. He hurt me, and I'll hurt him back. That bill is gonna come due. Protecting Hitomi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. I have to set aside my hatred. Right now, I need to just focus on catching this guy. We need to protect her. Floundering sounds even more exhausting than jumping. Fair point. We're protecting Hitomi, that's our duty. Why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly, Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Achi dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He cut in between Kano and Alfred, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi! Kano shouted. Call Kanan again! Shielded by Achi now, she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. But some time passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kanan's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then, Alfred withdrew some strange files from the attaché case he'd brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Achi couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Why can I jump there? Alfred flashed a haughty, I'm gonna say haughty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susumu! Achi shouted at the top of his lungs. At this signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved en masse to hem Alfred in. Surrounded? Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. You certainly don't look like police. You're right about that, Achi said. I mean, just take a look. I gathered a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. If only we could jump back to Tateno. He's the only one close enough in proximity to see what the fuck is going on with Kanan. Yes. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Alfred grimaced at Achi's words. I see. Then it appears our negotiations here are at a close. Why did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff. He knows he can get away. He really doesn't care if he survives. Oh, no. He was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alfred met Achi's gaze, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of the high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. He began to stomp toward Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. I think the ending is still the same. The vials in Alfred's hands went sailing high into the air. Look out! Catch them! Catch them! Achi gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. But the song... It looked like a nuclear type of bomb. Then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Achi clean off his feet. His eardrum ruptured, and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his ears was the tinkling of glass as countless vials smashed on the concrete. Yeah, what is this explosion? Yeah, kitty kitty. Where can we jump to? Kano, we don't need that. Kano again. Achi. We can't jump to Stanley. That's weird. That means I didn't do the best choices. Minorikawa, we can't do that. But yeah, I didn't choose the right stuff. I think Achi with protecting Hitomi, I highly doubt it's the wrong one to choose from. We might let's try Kano. Um acts like fast instead of waiting for the call to pick up because we know it's not gonna pick up. So let's see what happens. It might still be the same. At this point, they couldn't count on Kanan anymore. Kanan rushed into action. Freeze. Okay, so it's the same. Unless Achi darted to protect Hitomi. Did it change anything? Nothing. So it's not here. Achi doesn't come back. That doesn't matter. Could it be Achi rising emotion? Let's try. It doesn't change anything for Kano. But there has to be something to be done to switch with Stanley. Let me see when that happens actually. Okay, so it should be here. I have set aside my hatred right now. I need to just focus on catching this guy. Let's see. Why hasn't it happened yet? It doesn't matter, it seems. Maybe none of them matter. Want an unofficial hint? Let me at least try every options. Even though it's quick to just check and then I'll tell you. He hurt me and I'll hurt him back. That bill is gonna come due. Why hasn't it happened yet? Given the signal? Okay. Achi, but no Stanley. There are some other choices that I need to do. I would like a hint, yes. If I may ask for it to be like a light hint. Like not, yeah, do that. I don't know how you could come up with this. I'm sorry. It's the same pattern as you did in this hour. The same pattern. The same pattern as I did for this hour. Wait, there's a keep out I haven't cleared. Odd man, no. Achi, no. Okay, so what is this new virus plot that's happening now? New virus plot? It's new? Hold on, I need to clear When can I go to Tateno? It's keep out right now. That means it's not cleared. Tateno. Well, no. Wasn't there for those? That doesn't make sense. That's gonna make us jump later. It was heavily built up to way to suddenly jump to the very end. We can jump to Kano. Hi, Soup. Soupy. Soup. I'm pretty sure these were the right answers. This jumps to Achi. Let's see. Why can I jump from here? Does it matter? Oh, my message for jumping to the end was for Poop Zero. Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter because we've been to that hour with him. And it's not here? An odd man. That's Minorikawa. I'm glad my hint is as vague as you wanted it to be. I'm eating my words. So the hint was it's the same pattern. What was the pattern? And why can I not jump to Tateno anymore? Wait, the pattern. I need to give a bad answer that would give me the thing to jump. Achi? Maybe? I need to give the answer to get the jump? Same words as before, did correctly before, but do it a different time. Does that change at all? Nope. So not here. And this is too far away. Norikawa, I don't see how that can get to here. What the fuck? Inspection, a blocked path? Am I on the right track? At all? Let's see what happens if we just carry on. We ignore him. Calm down, old man. Achi ignored him and kept on running. Nope. Mm, Yeah. So it's not here. This is too late. Oh, I'm lost. We need to go back to Tateno. We need to clear that keep out. Let's replay that part just for the... Let's just trust him. I understand, do what you have to do. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. It's alright. I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt he needed to keep things hidden, even from his own allies. At least that was Kano's guess. Oh, that's different, actually. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets even among friends wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll have to go have a beer with me. Sure, alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's your promise now, remember. The promise these two made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. That was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. Is it Stanley? Okay, let's finish this part. And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. Okay. There you go, the same pattern as Tateno, yeah. Let's go see Stanley. Oh, you're gray. Finally. It was 6 o'clock p.m. Alfred had contacted the motley team at Endo Electronics, and the situation had immediately deteriorated. But the new development had also provided them with one big chance. A chance that Alfred might appear in person at long last. I will now jump in and out of stream and pretend I know what's going on when I do. I will be so lost, you will be so lost. But enjoy your hopping. You did fine. Jack Stanley had set his hands on Kano's shoulders. A weak smile came to the detective's face. Stanley paused, unexpectedly moved. For that one moment, he saw in Kano the image of his younger brother, Frank. Jack, you have to get everyone to a safe place right away. Frank's nervous shout echoed through the hotel lobby. Stanley's younger brother was a member of the bomb and arson squad. Ooh, scary. Subsection of the Chicago Police Department Bureau of Investigation Services that handles investigation on bomb and arson-related cases. They're the one who defused the bomb too, right? This was 2 years ago. The CIA had obtained intel that Alfred was targeting a high-class hotel in Chicago for a terror attack. Stanley and his team had searched the hotel interior and had discovered the bomb set inside a large planter. When Frank arrived on the scene and saw the explosive, his expression grew grim. The detonation trigger is set in the worst possible place. It's going to be a bastard to remove it. In that case, you need to get out of here too, Frank, Stanley said. No, I need to make sure I can figure out how this thing is set up so disposal unit knows what to do when they get here. I'll be alright. Look, you can probably see it from back there. Stanley could indeed see the small explosive from where he stood. It was held in place by several screws. The timer had just ticked down past the 30-minute mark. There's plenty of time left for the disposal guys to get here. Jack, I need you to help finish evacuating the building. There are a lot of people who haven't gotten out yet. But Stanley hesitated. From a cold and logical perspective, Frank was right. He had a job to do, and if Stanley listened to his personal feelings and tried to usher his brother out of there, a lot of innocent people might die. All right, he said. I understand. Heck, if we had something as simple as some dry ice, we could just freeze this thing. Frank grimaced as he eyed the bomb. Dry ice, huh? I don't suppose ice cream would do the trick. That'd be a waste of ice cream. You'd be better off just eating it. Of course, even dry ice would be a long shot in place of actual liquid nitrogen. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment the tension dissolved into laughter. All right, Stanley said. I'll be back. Hey, Jack. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure. You got it. Stanley headed for the hotel lobby, which was still overflowing with guests. His brother is not gonna make it, is he? You made the right choice here. Stanley gave Kano a thump on the back, and the detective cracked a tiny grin. What about my choices, though? Debating his own next move, Stanley stepped away from the others and took out his cell phone. He made a call to his superior, Gordon. It's me, he said. What's the situation? I hear the Japanese police want to put Maria Osawa under quarantine. I'm assuming that's on your order, sir? It is. There are too many important people in Shibuya. We can't allow that virus to get loose. Besides, we now know that Alfred is after Hitomi Osawa. There's no reason to leave Maria at large any longer. If you put Maria Osawa under quarantine, she is going to die. I know that, but there will be far fewer victims as a result. Gordon's words made something inside Stanley snap. In that moment, he lost any inclination to report that he was with Maria. Failure to do so would be dereliction of duty on his part. He knew that well enough. He knew it, but the fact couldn't overcome his revulsion at Gordon's callous attitude toward Maria. Victims are still victims, he said. What was that? Nothing, sir. I'll continue my operation to apprehend Alfred. Stanley hung up the phone. He didn't care if his superiors took action against him once this was all over. They intended to sacrifice one person in order to save the lives of countless more. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the right call. Their election, okay. But what if that person was a loved one? What would they have done then? This dilemma gnawed at him, ate at the back of Stanley's mind. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was wrong to just accept the lesser of two evils, to sacrifice an innocent for the greater good. No, damn it. He would save that one life, and then save the lives of the many. He needed to find a way to avoid that so-called easy way out, no matter what it took. He wasn't about to add a second big regret to his life. Not this time. Saving Maria was the right thing to do. His judgment wasn't wrong. Of that, he was sure. He reaffirmed that to himself inwardly, over and over. Kano was watching Tateno prepare to depart. The group had put together a reasonable plan of action. Tateno and Kanen would head to the lab with Maria and attempt to get the antiviral for her. Stanley would accompany Kano and the others to the scramble to apprehend Alfred. It was a two-pronged plan of attack. Still, could they really count on things going as smoothly as Kanen had suggested? Stanley thought back on her earlier words. Once Alfred has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. I have plenty of information Alfred might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. That meant that getting the password hinged on whatever deal they struck. What sort of thing might Alfred request in exchange? Stanley cast a thoughtful look at Kanan. She was helping Tateno to carry Maria out of the room. Stanley doubted she'd answer if he just asked what her bargaining chips were. He held his tongue, watching as she left with the others. Whatever else happened, he needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He glanced at the monitor displays on the workroom. The disembodied sounds of Alfred's voice from earlier crept back into his mind. Ooh, could they have um tools to demodule a voice? I know there's a serial killer that was found this way, except it wasn't voice, it was his picture. He made it a swirly, and I think it became his name, like the swirly picture murders or something. And they unswirled it, and they found his face, and they arrested him. Could that work for the voice? I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. I remember that, yeah. Those words notwithstanding, it seemed absurd that Alfred would actually show up in the flesh. Nationality, age, sex. So much about the terrorist mastermind was shrouded in mystery. Why would someone who had hidden so well for so long ever reveal their true identity? They wouldn't, would they? And yet Alfred had gone out of the way to claim that was precisely what was about to happen. It almost seemed like he'd made turning up in person a major selling point of the deal. Maybe he's elsewhere? I'm looking forward to meet all of you then. There was no doubt about it. Alfred wanted them to expect him on site and in person. So, why would that be? He's using himself as bait to lure me and Cannon out. This is a near perfect opportunity to wipe out the two people who are gunning for him the most. That being the case, how might he attempt to kill me once I'm at the scramble? Stanley felt a sudden flash of insight. No, something was off here. His thought process was running well, each deduction logically following from the last. Maybe that's why it's a problem. It's never a perfect plan with Alfred, is it? I need my medicine for my nose. Hold on. My nose flares up from the inside, which makes sniffing very hard sometimes. But at a time like this, that could be a very dangerous thing. Alfred may well have anticipated where his logic would lead. Mildly ironic because I just kept sneezing for a couple minutes before you said that. I wish it was just sneezing. Stanley needed to assume that any clue he thought he'd found was something Alfred had left behind on purpose. Palmer is not Alfred. Looks like we won't have the Stanley and Cannon versus Alfred cage match then. Fuck. What if Alfred was a dog? So, maybe the suggestion that their target would come to the scene was a different kind of trap. At the risk of sending himself in circles, Stanley decided to rethink the whole case from the ground up. What was the single strangest part of this whole thing? There we go. Why had Alfred put an amateur like Daisuke Endo in charge of the kidnapping? Sure, being able to get a heart for his daughter gave Daisuke a strong incentive, but there still had to be a reason why he'd been chosen. If the kidnapping had failed, what would have happened then? Of course, this was Alfred they were dealing with. Maybe the possibility of failure was somehow part of the plan. Hell, Daisuke had managed to accidentally kidnap Maria instead of Hitomi, hadn't he? If Alfred had gone with a professional, that sort of mix-up will never have happened. And yet, even if that degree of uncertainty was acceptable, or even desirable, using Daisuke seemed like far too big of a risk. There must be some other motive for bringing in Daisuke into the plan. Wouldn't that just be the camera? What does Daisuke have? The cameras! To spy on everything and everyone, no? Including them. Of course. Advantage. Using Daisuke must have provided some important advantage to outweigh his flaws. It was the only thing that made sense. Which meant the reason Alfred had Daisuke carry out the kidnapping was to create an alibi to keep his true identity secret, to carry out some other objective. Ooh. If Leland is not Alfred, if Palmer is not Alfred, by using Daisuke and sending someone else to Daisuke as a person Daisuke would believe is Alfred, then now at the scramble, it would explain that Daisuke identifies the organ trafficker as Alfred. Doing that true detective mystery work here? Yeah. But maybe the goal was for Daisuke to believe that Palmer was Alfred, or at least to instigate that little bit of doubt into the others to waste their time? Since Kano too dumb to do it himself. I think it's a matter of experience. Stanley has much more experience in figuring out stuff on high status cases, I think. It seems like A and B are both right and C is different. Yes. To me, it's more C. But it's so vague. But also, we know that whatever happened with Daisuke, that he has a hand in, was a fake out. It was to gather all of them in the scramble, it seems. That means, since the bomb was somewhere else, he was doing something else, it seems. And also, Stanley leaves the party. He goes elsewhere to investigate. You should have seen her playing Persona 5. She called the entire game in the first act. Yeah, I might have did that. Ooh. So proud. Let's see the other objective. Because Stanley leaves somewhere else that he cannot say to verify something. And the bomb is... It seems to be going off elsewhere. Or at least it's not Palmer. It seems that throwing the vials is the signal he sends to somebody else. To carry out some other objective, he'd set up the kidnapping, devised a ransom relay, and kept the full attention of the police on that. All the while, Alfred himself was working toward his true goal, getting Hitomi's blood, which meant that Daisuke kidnapping Maria by mistake had in fact been a misstep. I lost his reasoning. That was why, in the end, Alfred had proposed trading the password for Hitomi's blood. No, I don't think that's right. To include the twist, I think the only thing she didn't call were some of the details of the additional royal content. If I could have fucking predicted how fucking terrible the fight against Maruki would be, it would have been better for my ass. I think I'm leading to the wrong path, but let's carry on. Could that really be it? Stanley decided to take it up with the man himself. Mr. Endo, let me ask you something. Did you know Hitomi had a twin sister before the kidnapping? I didn't know. So when did you find out? After I'd had Maria kidnapped, the organ trafficker took one look at her and said I had the wrong girl. Said I was supposed to have abducted the younger one. He never mentioned Hitomi having a twin before this all started. Then it cannot be Alfred. Alfred would know. Alfred would have said something. No. If I'd known, I'd have been a lot more careful. Alfred had certainly known that Osawa girls were twins, but despite the added risk that fact implied, he hadn't told Daisuke. There was only one logical conclusion. Daisuke's mistake hadn't been an accident. Alfred had intended for the wrong sister to get kidnapped. Really? By using an amateur, Alfred had set up the police to raid off Daisuke's kidnapping of the wrong target as a simple misstep. Had Daisuke been brought in simply in the name of camouflage? But why? Alfred was after Hitomi's blood. Daisuke was after Hitomi's heart. They both wanted the same thing. So why target Maria instead? Stanley's train of logic had run out of steam again. Still, he was sure he was on the right track. He just needed to keep following till he found out where that track would lead. Where's the storeroom where you were keeping Maria? He asked. Daisuke hung his head. It's out behind the shop. Why do you ask? Would you mind showing me? There's something I'd like to check. At this point, he needed to go back over everything, right from the beginning. He followed Daisuke out to the storeroom. Speaking of the storeroom, Daisuke said as they were walking to the back part of the building, there is something I've been wondering about. Just how did Maria manage to escape in the first place? You're certain you locked her in? Stanley asked. Daisuke nodded. At 8 o'clock this morning, the organ trafficker came by to check up on her. I made sure to lock the place back up after he left. I see. That visit must have been when Maria was injected with the UA virus. It makes sense based on our working timeline of when we expect it and when we expect her to go symptomatic. When they got to the storeroom, they spotted the padlock that had held it shut lying broken on the ground. Daisuke picked it up, then opened the storeroom door. Oh, look at this mess. It was obvious immediately that merchandise had been stolen. I'm wondering that too. I don't know why I thought Cannon helped her escape this whole time. She would have stayed with her. I doubt Maria did this, Daisuke said. Maybe some thieves broke in? He made a quick inspection, assessing what had been taken. Some digital cameras and laptop computers were missing. This looks like the works of some local thugs. This kind of thing has happened to me a few times before. Daisuke let out a sigh of exasperation. Stanley, meanwhile, was carefully looking around inside the storeroom. Where did you have Maria, Osawa? He asked. Behind those cardboard boxes. The boxes he indicated were piled up high, closing off the corner of the room. If Maria were unconscious behind them, the burglars might well have never noticed her. This is getting confusing real fast. So Maria was able to escape from the storeroom thanks to the burglars breaking the lock, Stanley mused. Just what impact had that stroke of misfortune had on Alfred's plan, he wondered. What had Alfred planned to do with Maria if nobody had broken in? He was going to kill her, was going to trade her for Hitomi, was going to release her at some later time. Why'll kill her? Why? Why? Makes no sense. Why would he kill Maria? Makes no sense. Not to me. He was going to trade her for Hitomi. But that's exactly what happened. Why then? Why? What for? It seems like the plan to trade her for Hitomi. There was too much risks. But going to release her at some later time? We know that Alfred's plans are confusing because there are some loopholes, not loopholes, but there are some holes in them that looks like mistakes but are actually plans. Maybe her being let out is part of the plan, but why? Surely the amnesia part could not have been in the plan. That's the mistake. But why? Why? Why abduct somebody to release her afterwards if the amnesia part could not have been included in that plan. They stole computers and cameras. The cameras could be positioned someplace to keep track of things. The computers, though? The only thing I can think of is the knickknack shop. Because you can exchange computers for money. If you implant something on those computers, then release them to the knickknack shop, and he manages to sell them away to other customers, maybe the goal is spreading those computers with whatever is on it. I don't know. That is, if it's Alfred that broke in. We don't know. It could have been burglars. Hmm. I'm gonna say to release her. I don't know why. I'm not attracted to those that make sense. Since he'd gone to the trouble of infecting her with the virus, it only made sense. And Stanley could only think of one reason to release an infected Maria: to turn Shibuya into ground zero for a pandemic that would sweep through all of Tokyo. Maybe a virus with a mortality rate of 100% would have spread throughout the region before anyone even realized it. I don't know if I'm on the right track, and I'm saying that just to tell you I'm not convinced of my choices, okay? It would be impossible even to calculate the scope of such a disaster. We do know that he likes it though. We know he loves chaos. So it could be the end goal, but I'm not convinced just yet. First, it would run the circuit around the Yamanote line and then if any of the infected happen to head to the airports of either Haneda or Narita, the virus would spread throughout Japan and the rest of the world in a matter of hours. But that hadn't come to pass. They managed to secure Maria before she could develop symptoms and become infectious. Is that because we were better than Alfred? No, that can't be it. Alfred wasn't the sort to commit such indiscriminate acts of terror. The threat of the infection spreading, horrific as it was likely just cover to hide some other scheme. But then, what was the ultimate goal? Stanley still didn't have enough clues to go on. Stanley made his way behind a stack of cardboard boxes. He spotted something that had fallen on the floor. It was a cell phone. Next to it was a woman's handbag. Stanley unzipped it. It held a jumble of makeup, tissues, and other personal effects, but nothing at all unusual. If he was going to find any clues here, it'd probably have to be from the cell phone. He tried turning it on. There was no response. It appeared to be broken. Let me see that, Daisuke said from behind him. I'll see if I can fix it. Do you think you can? Stanley asked as he handed it over. I won't know until I try. But that sign out front saying that I run an electronics shop isn't just for show. Turning his attention back to the handbag, Stanley searched it more thoroughly and found a photograph tucked inside that hid the overlook on his first inspection. What the hell? He stared at the image, swallowing the lump in his throat. 7:30? Wow! What's in the picture? Did I manage to get to this part of something that happened like not long before? Achi Tateno. continue before? Let me see, could I continue before? Wasn't it in Keep Out? $19.30, so last half hour, yes. I did something change for Achi and Keno as well, I think. Okay. I didn't check. The light went dead. I'm sorry, Kajiwara. And thank you. I had so much hope. Why take out the keep out to put it back again? Achi, something changed? With what just happened with Tateno, I'm willing to believe that it's the same here. It will lead to the bad end still. For some reason, it hasn't already. He really doesn't care if he survives. Let's see. We skip, skip, skip. Tap, tap, tap the space button. So far, it's the same. It's such a cool thing. How many of them had this guy even thrown? There was no way to tell for sure. That wasn't there before, was it? And even if one of them broke open, it would be a death sentence for Shibuya. That's new. They had to make sure they caught them all. Gotta catch them all. Gonna catch them all. Ooh, vials! Spinning around in the midst of the chaos, Achi saw Susumu catch one vial deftly. Many of the other gang members appear to have done the same. There's one more! Over there! The desperate shout had come from Hitomi. Shit, if I knew! She spotted a vial sailing into a high arc away from all the SOS members. Damn it! Achi launched into motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg. But the falling vial was so far away. They were done for. He was sure of it. A pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. Kano, my man! It was Kano. The tension drained from Achi's body. Tigimon! We did it. We didn't break a single one. Damn it! Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Diversion. Alfred has disappeared. They hadn't been able to capture him after all, which meant they'd lost their chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they'd failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanon. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. Achi stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. That's not surprising at all. Failed capture. Something else needs to happen. And it's probably the same for Kano. However, I need to go to the bathroom. BRB. Back. Okay. We can jump. Rudder. What was this? Yeah, I've already done that. So it's not at the same place. Stretch your noodles, yeah. Stretch your legs. So it's the same, right? An odd man. Mm-mm. Keep out for Jack and keep out for Tateno. Is it in my... Who convinced Daisuke? Is it in some of my answers here? Because you're a pervert, Shadow. Because you're a pervert. It doesn't even look like a noodle. Think! Where could it be to jump to Tateno? Or Jack? Reinforcements? Can jump to Kano, we don't care. Did you look out? I've already tried. I doubt this would be Jack or Tateno. Want me to answer that on whether you got the right answers or not? Yes. Only if it affects whether I can jump to something. If there's no jump, at least I can just get that out of my brain. I mean, I don't think I've ever tried to hide the fact I'm a perv. Oh no, you haven't. Wow, this is so confusing. Here, we can jump to Kano, we don't care. Here, we can jump to Kano again, and we don't care. Here, we can jump to Achi, we don't care. And Achi again. You did the proper answer for Stanley already. Good. So there's somebody else that I didn't. Stanley's suggestion, we can go to here. Achi doesn't come back. I don't think that matters. We can still try. At this point, it's surprising what happens. Let's go right away without waiting for Achi, but I'm pretty sure they come right then. This wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubt anymore. So far, it's the same. It is the same. So here, it doesn't matter. The UA virus. What is it? What was that choice? You can't let that loose here, sure. And why is that? Because if you do, you'll be infected too. True, but so will all of the innocent bystanders around us. A thin smile crawled across Palmer's face. Did you come here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alfred? Hardly. I have no desire to die here. What I want is to get a little of this girl's blood and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it? So this doesn't change anything, so I want to go here. Let's see this POV. Is it getting closer to the camera? The hurtling vials scattered and began to fall. It seemed impossible that Kano's team would be able to keep them all from shattering against the ground. The SOS members found out, positioning themselves as best as they could to intercept the falling vials. Kano likewise prepared to catch one that was heading straight toward him. As he did, he caught sight of Palmer speeding away. Kano made up his mind on the spot. There was only one right call here, and he needed to make it. Oh, there is a choice. Let's do the one that is canon in Achi. Just to see. He had to protect the lives of the people nearby. As much as he wanted to apprehend this criminal, he couldn't sacrifice innocent people to do it. That felt very Kano-like anyway. Kano caught one of the vials deftly in both hands. Carefully, he examined it for damage. Seeing that the vial didn't appear broken, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked around for Palmer, but there was no sign of him. Damn it! The mastermind had gotten away, vanished without a trace. Amidst the frenetic crowd of the scramble, a lone criminal could blend in an instant, becoming just another pedestrian. Trying to find him now would probably be a hopeless endeavor. Right, so what happens now if we go after Palmer? He had to chase after Palmer. It didn't matter if he didn't grab the vial. Something about the way this was playing out made Kano sure of it. Calling upon all his rugby training, he broke into a sprint. Deftly dodging through the crowd, Kano kept Palmer in sight. He would catch him. One way or another, he was going to bring this bastard down. Steadily, he gained on his quarry. At last, he drew within striking range and immediately dived into an expert tackle. He caught Palmer around the waist. Their bodies collided with violent force. Ugh! Palmer went down flailing and he hit the pavement hard. Even then, he tries to resist, but Kano straddled him and held him down. Handcuff him! Tell me the password! Kano snarled. The kidnapper sneered triumphantly. His glasses are not even broken. You made the wrong choice. Wrong choice? The UA is out now. Now nobody can be saved. You've just killed everyone in the city. No, Kano shot back. Nobody's going to die. And what makes you so sure of that? The way you fled the scene just now. If the virus had really been in those vials, you could never have hoped to escape infection. Running off on foot would be pointless. Palmer said nothing, which means there was no virus in those vials. They were just a decoy in order to buy you time to escape. Now Palmer gritted his teeth and glared up at Kano. The music reminds me of Slay the Princess. To me, it's Zelda. The look on his face confirmed the detective's hunch. But more importantly, it was your eyes. You didn't have the eyes of a man who was putting his life on the line. My eyes? Who do you think you are, Sherlock Holmes? I know full well the look in a man's eyes when he's willing to die. He saw it in Tateno! In the back of his mind, Kano replayed the moment when Tateno, doused in gasoline, had marched into the financial office to talk down a would-be arsonist. Now then, the password. Can't go to Tateno right now? No jump? Give it to me, now! Kano tightened his grip on Palmer's collar, but the man just gazed back at him with an icy glare. Let me have Hitomi Osawa's blood. That was our original deal. Kano wasn't surprised. He'd known it wouldn't be easy to get him to talk. Maybe it really would be impossible to strike a deal without Kanon. But if getting her on the phone wasn't an option, Kano had to figure out something else. Sweat beaded on his brow as he cast about for ideas. By the way, you know what wasn't explained? Why Tateno let Tarik out. It had nothing to do with Daisuke, with Achi's dad. It had nothing to do with this, so why? Then he happened to catch sight of a car that had been overturned by an accident nearby. A blue minivan? The one we saw in Tateno's POV that was going the other way. No, not in Tateno, in Minorikawa. That the taxi driver, deftly avoided. Remember, it was a blue minivan. Gasoline had spilled from the vehicle, creating a broad, dark puddle on the pavement. Kano took out his handcuffs, then cuffed Palmer's arms to his own. Come with me. Jerking his captive back to his feet, Kano led him over to the car. Don't do this. He's doing like Tateno. Then, without hesitation, he sat down in the pool of gasoline. Yanking on his handcuffs, he pulled Palmer down beside him. Kano pulled a lighter from his pocket. Palmer snorted. And just what's this supposed to be, huh? Tell me the password. Or else what, you'll light the gas? You'll be burned to a crisp yourself. Yeah, probably. Kano heard the casual desperation in his own voice. What the hell are you thinking? The smile vanished from Palmer's face. Kano scowled down to him. I just want to know the password. I'm getting revenge for my partner. Even if I die, my friends will avenge me. Let's keep our heads straight ahead. You know we want that password. If that's really what you're after, then you can't kill me. Palmer and Kano locked eyes, both refusing to back down. The scent of gasoline fumes filled the air around them. Kano knew that the slightest spark could set off a massive fireball. Calmly, he flicked the lighter on. You can't be serious. Palmer's eyes fixed on the tiny flicker of flame. The password. You value your life so little? The password. In his mind, Kano could see the pages of the diary clear as day. Dig dictum number 1. Never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever. The music is so epic. Palmer glared in defiance. Kano brought the light closer and closer to the gasoline. He could practically feel his own life growing shorter as his hand descended. And yet he felt no trace of fear. His body was numb, his senses strangely distant. Time seemed to slow. The world around him dissolved into a blur. He was surprised at how calm, how remote he felt, here in the midst of his life or death confrontation. And then, far in the depth of Palmer's eyes, he saw the barest hint of doubt. He fixed his gaze on that point of weakness and did not look away. Palmer's shoulders slumped perceptibly. Now, Kano was certain of it. This was a man who'd never put his life on the line before. Hence, he is not Alfred. Shizuo's words sounded in the back of his mind. You need a cool mind but a fiery spirit. A detective without both of those is worth nothing. Let me go. Promise to let me go and I'll tell you. Is that your answer? I don't think you quite understand the situation here. Kano brought the flame still closer to the gasoline. Palmer's eyes went wide. No longer was he able to hide his trembling uncertainty. Alright, I'll tell you. Just put that thing out. The password first. His voice, a strangled snarl. Palmer gave him the password. Kano extinguished the lighter. Tell me he still arrests him because he did not make a promise. Kanan, please! Putting out his cell phone, Kano dialed up Osawa. As he did, he recalled his last exchange with Stanley. Yeah! At the electronics shop. Looks like we'll be able to have that beer together after all. Oh, don't be so sure. We don't know what's happening with him. Kitty wants to... No. She was about to eat the takoyaki sauce. What the fuck? She is my daughter. But Osawa didn't answer. Kano guessed immediately that something was amiss. Osawa? Space cat? Who was Osawa again? I'm having a blank. There's too many characters. Who was Osawa already? The doctor. Oh, thank you. Detective. I'm looking at the crowd to see if there's not somebody I recognize. You'd never know. Maybe Alfred is somewhere hiding. Maybe it's a character we know, maybe it's a character we don't know. How the fuck should I know? Achi's voice was full of worry. But it's... when there's scenes like that, you kind of want to see, like, characters you could know. You know? It's like Find Waldo. I've got Stanley on the line. He says that Detective Tateno. What? Uh-oh. But it looks like the world is blowing up, you know? It doesn't feel like a normal bomb. Kano didn't get to hear the rest of Achi's words. A thunderous blast hurled him to the pavement. Where had the explosion come from? His lighter certainly hadn't set the gasoline ablaze. Kano hadn't been that clumsy. So what had happened? Only one possible answer came to mind. Palmer had blown himself up. No, but that only confused Kano further. It's not him. His captive had already given up the password, and he clearly wanted to live. What would prompt him to set off a bomb at this juncture? I'm glad this company reduced the amount of main characters from the AI Somniophiles. For the AI Somniophiles, yeah. As he was losing consciousness, Kano continued to rack his brain. But he found no answers. Stanley. Stanley knows something. He knows something about Tateno. I am so hungry. Here's one of my theory. Each time there has been an explosion, for sure, there was the same ringtone, right? I think it might be Maria's phone somehow. Because there are some bombs that react if they have a specific radio signal that you might create by calling a specific number. I know this exists. However, you need to have the phone kind of close to the place, to the bomb, for it to receive the signal from that phone being called, right? We've heard that ringtone both for the minivan explosion and right now. But that means there are two phones with the same ringtone that could set off those explosions? Because have six main characters and more secondary characters, it makes way too many characters to keep track of. On when you play, it's okay. When you play, it's okay because you remember them by face rather than just name. The bomb is throwing me off. Yeah. What the hell? What is that picture? He stared at the picture, swallowing the lump in his throat. It was a photo of Maria, standing next to another young girl. So it's Maria and Kanan. There was something written in marker on the back. 7:30. Me and Kanan. 30th of. Is it June? What month is 7? Stanley hurriedly flipped the photo back over and looked at it again. It's July, thank you. 30th of July. What does this mean? What the fuck are those hair? Day after my birthday. Oh! The girl in the photo with Maria looked nothing like the Kanan who had been there at Endo Electronics, who had left with Maria and Tateno just a few minutes ago. But if the girl they were working with wasn't Kanan, then who was she? No. 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 Stanley felt his blood run cold. Me too. Could she be? Was she Alfred? The more he thought about it, the more it all added up. I mean, she has the same tattoo as Static. Assuming Alfred were masquerading as Kanan, the whole sequence of events suddenly began to make sense. She was strikingly audacious and fiendishly clever, but she hadn't outmaneuvered them just yet. So does Maria now? That explained why, all the time she saw Kanan in her memories, her head was blacked out. The hair in particular. We never saw brown hair in those memories. She remembers the name. She remembers the location. So she just needs to ask one question. Do you remember what I taught you back when we met? And if she doesn't know about the cat's cradle, then she is not Kanan. It's a person that knows about Kanan. As luck would have it, they still had a chance to stop her. And at long last, Stanley could see the outline of Alfred's plan. Her goal was to get the antiviral. My brain is fucked, but extracting the DDS from Hitomi's blood wasn't enough. Okoshi Pharmaceuticals still had the drug at their laboratory. They blew the laboratory off. They blew it up. That's the explosion? With all the chemicals in there. That's a gigantic explosion. They get Hitomi secured somewhere else. They blew up the stash of antiviral that they have, so they have the only last DDS remaining. Because they blew up all the rest. They keep the monopoly. The antiviral's value came specifically from having a monopoly on it, which meant that, in addition to obtaining the drug herself, Alfred also needed to destroy Okoshi's research facilities. That was the crux of her plan. The problem was finding a way to infiltrate those facilities. In all likelihood, Alfred's scheme went something like this. They keep Hitomi someplace, get her blood, and the password that they give to Kanan. Kanan opens the lock that she knows she cannot open herself and blows the whole thing up. Have Maria Osawa kidnapped, then infect her with the UA virus. After that, eliminate Tanaka. Once Osawa learned that Maria had been infected with the virus, he was certain to use the antiviral on her. But he'd need his partner Tanaka in order to access the storage facility, and Tanaka was dead. That was why Alfred had come masquerading as Kanan. Kanan was Maria's friend and an expert at hacking passwords. If she could secure Osawa's trust, he would let her into the research facility in order to carry out the hack. That's why Alfred, in the guise of Kanan, had saved Hitomi's life repeatedly. Getting Hitomi to trust her would likewise earn the trust of her father. There were still some finer details that remained a mystery. For instance, how was Alfred going to destroy the lab? Still, Stanley could look into that once he had her in custody. He needed to move quickly and stop her from ever getting into Okoshi facility. I fixed it. Daisuke approached Stanley and held out Maria's cell phone. Well, as best as I could at any rate. It looks like it will get signal, but whatever data was on it is all gone. I see. Stanley took the phone and put it in his pocket. He'd hoped he might be able to learn something useful from it, but luck evidently wasn't on his side. He was just going to have to go up against Alfred with what he already had. Now that he'd guessed what was really going on, Stanley went to talk to Kano. You need to go to the scramble without me, he said. What? Kano was visibly shocked. Where's this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else had come up and I have to see to it. Stanley hated having to do this. He wished he could explain everything, but if he made any unusual moves now, there was a risk that Alfred would pick up on it. It was better to keep his companion in the dark just in case. I understand, Kano said. Do what you have to and come back soon. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. It's all right. I'll find a way to get by. Kano gave him a thumbs up. The sight brought back some painful memories. Up until just a few hours ago, Stanley had instinctively seen Kano as all too naive. And now he finally knew why. Kano was just like his younger brother, Frank. Aww. They might have looked very different, but in the way they mixed up their responsibilities with their personal feelings, they were totally alike. Stanley couldn't discount that naivete. In the end, it was all part of the human condition. Is now really the time? No, but when is it ever? Jack, are you really okay with this? Frank cast an anxious look at his older brother as they made their way onto University of Chicago. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. It's my responsibility to look after you, Stanley told him. As long as you take your studying seriously, I'm all for it. Frank had been worrying about tuition costs as he prepared for college. After losing their parents 5 years earlier, the two had struggled to get by. Yeah, but... Stanley sent both hands on his brother's shoulders. Listen to me, Frank. You're my brother, and I care about you. I just want whatever you do to be something you can be proud of. Alright, Jack. I hear you. And thanks. Kano, promise me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. Sure. All right. That's a promise now, remember. Kano flashed him a grateful smile. And in that smile, Stanley again saw a little something of Frank. Hurrying out of Endo Electronics, Stanley dialed up Tateno as he ran along. Fuck yeah. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it, he said as soon as Tateno picked up. Ask him if he is in, fuck. In shit. Like, can somebody hear his phone? Oh, is he on speaker? He knew that the detective wouldn't be able to respond openly, since Alfred was right there with him. On the spur of the moment, Stanley devised a simple code for how he should answer. Yes or no. He told Tateno to respond with "that's right" to mean yes, and "will do" to mean no. There was no time for anything more complex. Right now, Stanley would need to stop Alfred from getting into the lab. He quickly explained his suspicion about Cannon. Tateno sounded distinctly unnerved. At any rate, Stanley said, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Will do, Tateno replied. So no? So he was going to head to the lab despite Stanley's instructions. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. The detective's affirmation was firm. All right then. Guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. Tateno was no match for Alfred. If she figured out what was going on, she'd probably kill him on the spot. Reassurance or encouragement would be meaningless right now. Instead, Stanley left Tateno with one final warning. If it comes down to it, just shoot her. If you hesitate for a moment, she'll have you dead. Find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're just done for. Just keep Maria safe? I feel like with all her street smarts, shooting her or stalling, she'll notice right away. She's way too agile. She's too smart. Plus, there's a lot of urgency with Maria being sick. So if she realized that he's just stalling a little bit, it will come out as very odd. He should be the first one to be like, no, we need to go. Just keep her safe, actually. Let's see, that's what my gut feeling says. If I'm wrong, we die. And we restart. That's your job. Tateno hung up without saying anything. The area around Ogenzaka was in disarray. The government had declared a state of high alert. And the people on the streets were milling around uneasily, unsure just what was going on. The main roads had been blocked off, and automobiles and the motorcycles were at a standstill. Some vehicles had overturned and the curb in an apparent attempt to circumvent the blockade. At any moment now, Kano's team would be putting their plan into action at the scramble. Stanley wasn't sure who they might have gotten to help. Oh shit. But Kano was certain to put them to good use. Please, stay safe. Don't you dare die on me. Stanley prayed silently as he darted underneath the railway overpass. Chevrolet! He made it into his car, still parked on the roadside, and fortunately beyond the blocked-off area. Milling like billing. So milling! Jumping in, he sped off toward the lab. And he drove along, As he drove along, Stanley again tried to deduce Alfred's plan of action. Bro had his car imported, yeah? If Alfred herself was on the way to the lab now, then what was the objective of the fake who'd been sent to the scramble? A call came in from Tateno. Stanley here. He picked up quickly, but as he did, he wondered. Why was Tateno calling him? Please tell me it's not Alfred, who called the last number that called him. Alfred was right there. There was no way the detective should be risking a phone call. What's going on? Tateno said nothing. Stanley repeated the question. Please don't elaborate further. Just say, what's going on? Are you okay? Still, Tateno did not reply. It's not Tateno. Stanley's apprehension spread like a droplet of ink in water. Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. The call cut out. Stanley hurriedly dialed Tateno's number, but he couldn't get through. When Stanley came to the set of 2 open door, he enters the door on his left. Something had gone badly wrong, he was sure of it. Had he been too arrogant in thinking that he might be a match for Alfred? His worries turned to the team at the scramble. What if they had walked into a trap? Figuring that it would be too dangerous to call Kano in the midst of the negotiations, Stanley instead dialed up Achi. At least we know it's there, but we will go to Tateno first. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? To Stanley's relief, it sounded like things down at the scramble had gone well enough, so he asked Achi to put him on the phone with Kano. Yeah, give me a second, the young man said. Detective! Stanley could hear Achi shouting on the other end. I've got Stanley on the line. He said that Detective Tateno... There was a sudden tremendous boom, and then the call cut out. Stanley's jaw dropped. He felt his mind emptied out by despair. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't even bring himself to scream. All he could do was curse inwardly again and again. Stanley slammed his fist into the steering wheel as hard as he could. Then he did it again and again, and again and again and again. He didn't stop even when his fists were marred with blood. Bad end, of course. Somehow seeing Stanley go psychotic over this feels even worse than seeing everyone die directly. It's the same that happened with Osawa when he turned crazy. It was hard to see. Not this one. This one. Let me see what happened to Tateno. So we stall? I don't know. Do you want to see or to go to Tateno first? Tateno? Alright. Once they'd made it past Shibuya Station, the roads were relatively clear. They ought to make it to the lab in no time. The phone rang again. Look at how she's looking at him. She knows. She knows. She knows. I know she knows. I know she knows. The phone rang again. It was Stanley. What's going on? He asked the American. Listen carefully. Your life may depend on it. I'm going to ask you some questions. If the answer is yes, say that's right. If it's no, reply with will do. For a moment, Tateno was bewildered. From the urgency in Stanley's voice, however, he realized that there was some kind of emergency. That's right, he said after a moment. A moment's thought. That ought to let Stanley know that he understood the code. Is Cannon with you right now? That's right. That Cannon is an imposter. I would have... In retrospect, I would have given a few options so that he doesn't repeat the same phrase over and over. Having two that's right, suspicious a little bit. Tateno gripped his phone more tightly, hoping it would stop the trembling in his hand. It's her, Stanley said. She's Alfred. The detective had to stifle a gasp of alarm. I don't have time to fill you in on the details, but I've got some pretty incontrovertible evidence. You need to turn back now. Tateno struggled to come into terms with what he just heard. He glanced at Kanan through the rear view mirror. That's when she knew. She was holding Maria tightly in her arms. Was this really all an act on her part? And if so, why? There was only one possible reason. If Kanan really was Alfred, then she had only one goal. She was pretending to help Maria in order to get into the lab, where she would be able to steal the antiviral. But wait, hold on. Kanan was Maria's friend, wasn't she? Hitomi had said as much herself. Kanan is my sister's friend, because Kanan told her. Maria certainly knew what her own friend looked like. She has amnesia, and since it was obvious that Maria might be present, it didn't make sense for a clever imposter to pretend to be Kanan. Or did it? Does that mean that the amnesia was on purpose? When Kanan showed up on the roof of South Hill, making her surprise attack on Tateno, Maria had taken off down the staircase without ever looking back. And when she turned up at the endo-electronics workroom, Maria had already collapsed and fallen unconscious. Tateno felt a chill spreading through his body. As far as he knew, Maria had never actually seen the girl who was now sitting in the back seat. But then, what about Hitomi? Shouldn't she have known what Kanan looked like? Tateno tried to remember just what Hitomi had said. Kanan is my sister's friend. I just met her for the first time today. If they'd never met each other before today, then maybe Hitomi didn't know what the real Kanan looked like. That was the only explanation that made sense. Stop looking at her! Hey, Tateno, are you still with me? Suddenly sounded like he was on the verge of panic. At any rate, you need to find a way to turn back without her realizing what's going on. Even if Kanan really was Alfred, Tateno had to keep heading toward the lab. He went over the coded response in his head. Yes was that's right. No was will do. Will do, he said. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right, Tateno affirmed. Alright then, guess I'll have to head that way myself. In the meantime, do not let her inside that lab. That's right. That's 4 times he says the same thing. That's suspicious as fuck. Tateno hung up. Do not let her inside that lab. Who was that? Kanan asked. Tateno felt his heart skip a beat. If he says something other than Stanley, that means she called his phone, Stanley's phone, to check if he was lying. That was Kudze, that cop from earlier. He tried to keep his voice as level as possible. He was worried about us and wanted to check up. Ah, okay, Kanan muttered, sounding disinterested. Tateno could only hope she hadn't guessed the truth. It felt like the spectre of death himself was breathing down his neck. At last, the minivan arrived at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. Tateno pulled up to the front gate and got out of the vehicle. Off to one side of the entrance was an intercom for contacting the security room. I'm assuming you've already heard the details from the director. Tateno barked into the intercom. Open up. We haven't heard anything from Director Osawa. The security guard spat back. And moreover, the lab is currently on lockdown. I'm sorry, but not even Director Osawa is allowed inside. That's ridiculous. Tateno scowled at the intercom in frustration. Then, a car came racing toward him along the street. Osawa. Pretty car. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the vehicle skidded to a halt, and then Kenji Osawa jumped out from the driver's seat. Does he know? Do you think among the picture that he just saw of Maria, there was a picture of the real Kanan? Surely she'd have a few hanged up, I don't remember he made a comment on it. Maria! Osawa rushed over to Tateno, then to Maria, where she lay in the minivan. He looked carefully at his daughter's face. Oh, thank goodness. She still hasn't gone symptomatic. Mr. Osawa, why aren't people being allowed into the lab? Osawa tilted his head. They're not? Tateno explained what the guard had said. That's ridiculous. Osawa immediately called the security guard on the intercom. Got the same story. You've got to be kidding me, Osawa raged. I'm the lab director here. But the security guard wasn't hearing it. I'm sorry, sir. These orders comes from Mr. Makino. No. So am I just supposed to sit out there and watch my daughter die? Tateno racked his brain for other ideas. Maybe they'd have to climb the gate and break their way in? No can do, sir. Then, over the intercom, they heard the sound of a phone ringing in the security room. The security guard answered it without muting the intercom speaker. His voice was faintly audible. He sounded rather deferential. Who in the world could he be talking to? Before Tateno could muse further, the gate suddenly opened. Really? Huh? But why? Tateno and Osawa looked at one another in surprise. I have a message for Director Osawa from Mr. Makino, the security guard said. From Makino? Osawa huddled over the intercom and had a brief sotto voce exchange with the guard. What was that all about? Tateno asked. It would seem that my wife was able to pull some strings for us. After Osawa left home, I had a change of heart. The Phantom Thieves! Even if it meant losing everything, she decided she wanted to save Maria's life. Although Maria was not Ai's real daughter. It turned out that the time they spent living together had sowed the first seeds of a family bond. You mean, an envy seed? A palace seed? Morgana strikes again. Osawa smiled uncomfortably. Tateno didn't have time to wonder what that might mean. Has that lock been opened for us as well? He asked. The smile disappeared from Osawa's face. No, she wasn't able to do anything about the final layer of security. I see. Well, let's regroup inside for now. Very well, Osawa said. By the way, who's going to be hacking the password? I am, Kanan replied. Ah, so you're Kanan? We should get you to the lab then. Osawa began to lead the way inside. Kanan followed. If Kanan really was Alfred, Tateno couldn't let her into the lab. But without getting that lock open, there was no way of getting Maria to the antiviral she needed to survive. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? Was going to have to let her into the lab. They couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got here. Huh. Shit. Yeah, I think so too, Sparkly. That's what Tateno would do. He doesn't care if he dies. If it means keeping Maria safe, he would gladly die, actually. She's gonna blow that place up. And also, if she blows her cover right now, there's no way she gets inside the lab. There's no way. So, they couldn't go anywhere until Stanley got here. Tateno knew exactly what he needed to do. What's the matter? Osawa turned and cast a look of confusion back at Tateno and Kanan, both of whom had stopped in their track. Both? We'll wait out here, Tateno said. But I mean, isn't Kanan going to hack the password? There's been a slight change of plans. Go ahead and wait for us at the lab, Director. It's crazy that she knows. He has the gun in her back, isn't he? He has the gun on her. Alright. But we don't have much time before Maria develops symptoms. I'll be inside. Please don't keep me waiting too long. With Maria in his arms and a worried look on his face, Osawa hurried through the gates and disappeared from view. Thing is, she kills him. She comes back. She says, "Oh, he had to go somewhere. He has been called." Let's carry on. They know nothing. They know nothing of anything. What do you think you're doing? Kanan asked, stiffening as Tatino nudged the barrel of his gun against her spine. You're Alfred, aren't you? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's no use trying to play dumb. Stanley found proof. Before he finished speaking, Kanan seemed to disappear from view. She has a gun too? She cartwheeled away at blinding speed, too quick for Tateno to keep a bead on her. By the time she'd righted herself, she'd already drawn a gun of her own. Abruptly, he found himself facing her in a stare-down, weapons aimed at one another. Who are you? Then Kanan's phone rang, and she reached to answer it. Don't move, Tatena roared. Did you forget the plan? That might be Hitomi calling. I don't care. Don't you move. If Kanan really was Alfred, the whole plan might be a sham. Tateno kept the barrel of his gun squarely on its mark. Kanan let out a little sigh. Have you considered that Stanley might be lying to you? Yes, it's possible. But I need to make sure we avoid a worst-case scenario. If you don't let me into the lab, who's going to hack the password? We've got your little decoy. My friends will get the fake Alfred to cough up the password. Once her phone has stopped ringing, Kanan sighed again. And what about Stanley then? Thank God. Is he on his way here? Who knows? Teteno said. Good call to not tell her. At that, Kanan lowered her gun. She seemed disturbingly full of confidence. Kanan flipped open her cell phone. Who do you think you're calling? Teteno adjusted his aim, pointing his gun at the young woman's head. Look, I'm going to call Hitomi and have her clear up the suspicions you have about me. We don't have the time for this right now. Wouldn't you agree? Kanan stared back at Tateno, cell phone in hand, waiting for his reply. It doesn't matter what Hitomi says. I trust my own judgment. Stop it, this is a sort of nonsense. We don't have time right now. I trust my own judgment. I'm surprised he doesn't mention that Hitomi met her for the first time today, so she doesn't know what she looks like. I'm surprised he doesn't say it. I trust my own judgment. Your own judgment, huh? And is that always correct? Kanan began punching in numbers. She never took her eyes off Tateno as she waited for Hitomi to pick up. Is it actually Hitomi she's dialing? I am now materializing back into the stream before disappearing again. Welcome back, Soup. She's not answering. Kanan hung up and tried calling again. What happens at this time? It's me. It looked like she'd gotten through this time. The detective doesn't trust me. Apparently he thinks I'm Alfred, not Kanan. After a few moments, Kanan held the phone out to Tateno. Here, Hitomi says she says I'm definitely Kanan. Tateno didn't reach out for the phone. Instead, he advanced on Kanan with his gun still on its mark. This is a farce, Tateno spat. Hitomi's words don't mean a thing. You might be Kanan to her, but you aren't to me. I don't even know if there ever was a real person named Kanan in the first place. So maybe you're Kanan, and you're Alfred. Kanan shook her head, then put her phone away. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password, Tateno said. I'm guessing you've already gotten it from Tanaka, which means you'll be able to get your hands on the antiviral as soon as you get into that lab. Kanan didn't so much as flinch. The only thing stopping you is the antiviral still in Hitomi Osawa's body. Possessing the antiviral and having a monopoly on it are two very different things. You want to eliminate Hitomi. That's why you lured her down to the scramble. Am I wrong? If that's true, then how am I planning on getting rid of her? Using this so-called substitute Alfred or something? Yes, that's right. Tateno couldn't be certain. But he couldn't think of any other way. Kana let out a laugh. You don't know the first thing about Alfred, she said. Alfred keeps the outlines of his plans blurred so that his deliberate action just get lumped in with the coincidences. That's the crux of his plans. That's how he was able to pull off his schemes by himself. He'd never solicit help from a third party. The words seemed like they were Kanan's, but also seemed like they were Alfred's. Whatever the case, Tateno had to let Kanon know that Hitomi was in danger. With his gun still at the ready, he got out his phone and called the detective. But the phone rang several times and nobody answered. Eventually, he had no choice but to hang up. They must have been in the middle of a confrontation on the other end. For now, Tateno could only pray that Kano and the others would be able to handle whatever threats they were up against. I am not letting you in there. At that, Kanan let out a faint chuckle. In that case, I'm going to have to eliminate you. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tateno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Eliminate me, he said, doing his best to mask any sign of weakness. You're the one who doesn't have your gun ready. I don't need my gun, Kanan said simply. And why is that? Because you can't shoot me. What's that supposed to mean? Kanan glared sharply at Tateno. Her look pierced him like a blade. Then she quirked an unsettling smile and took a step closer to him. Don't move, he warned. Tateno said, try anything funny and I'll make sure you regret it. Fact for fact, let's be cool. Let's try. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. How do you know about that? Tateno was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard you talking to the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanai pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here. Uh-huh. I should say that Maria ran the hell away from the girl when she attacked Tateno. Ooh. So she really has never seen her. The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tateno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell. Were a spell she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Tateno, my boy. Tateno shook his head violently back and forth. But he couldn't get Kanan's words out of his head. Just keep Maria safe. That's your job. Oh, that was my answer. That's what Stanley had said. And he was right. Don't hesitate. Don't think. This was Alfred, a sadistic terrorist. He just needed to trust himself and pull the trigger. Pull it! Pull it! There was a horrid, visceral sound. Gastric fluid rushed up Tateno's throat, He pitched forward into his hands and knees and vomited on the spot. The sensation of pulling the trigger, the recall of the wake of the shot. It was exactly as it had been all those years ago. He never wanted to fire a gun again. At this point, he'd probably never be able to. Where were you even aiming? The voice had come from right in front of him. He looked up to see Cannon standing right there. His heart began hammering like mad. This was the end. Please, Stanley. He's old enough. He braced himself for oblivion, even as his body cried out to survive. There was the dull roar of a gunshot, and then silence. Okay, it's a bad end. Good. Okay, it's good. That means we can potentially save him. Send Kanan in? Ooh. What other choices do we have? Calling Hitomi? What was that? Sure. This is a sort of thing of nonsense we don't have time for right now. Oh, she doesn't call. If you're really Alfred, then you don't actually need to hack the password. Does it change anything? It does. I'm waiting for the time it changes, actually. So far, it's the same, sorry. I know for a fact setting Kanan end is going to end in a boom. Kanan in, yeah. Oh, he answers. The young detective was quick to pick up. He called Kano. Detective Tateno? What's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Hurry! Yes, sir. Once he'd gotten Kano's confirmation, Tateno hung up. And now your little plan has been foiled, Tateno said. Kanan snorted. Has it now? If I really am Alfred, then all I need to do is eliminate you here and head right into the lab. That's what I said. Gotta get back watching Project Hail Mary. Oh, hell yeah! Enjoy the fuck out of it. If it's your first time or your second or your fifth, enjoy the fuck out of him. Ryan Gosling is hot. But that's not what I wanted to say. Out of it. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Even without her gun raised, she still radiated intimidation. Tateno might have had her at gunpoint, but he could feel the threat of her presence like a gathering storm. Bad end. Okay. So it's still a bad end. Why? Aiming at Kanan. That was a wild thing to come back to. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Cause the other one is interesting. We got the right one. Okay. Can jump to Kano. What about this choice? We have to tell Stanley to tell him to stall, so Stanley can save him. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. That is true. Ryan Gosling is hot the fuck. I mean, he is. What? I'm saying the truth. I don't want to pull this trigger if I don't have to. It's not that you don't want to pull that trigger. It's that you can't pull that trigger. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. I don't know, by the way, I'm hoping that's the case. It's still the bad end. Wait, we have jumps. Stanley, we can't. And we can't for Kano either. Why? It changed here. So let's see. What happens now? Because he called Kano. Oh. Osawa picked up. It's Kano. I have the password. Are you serious? Osawa blurted in shock. Here, let me give it to you. Are you ready? Yes. 59 FB AI 4Q L1. As he passed along the alphanumeric sequence, Kano kept his eyes on Palmer. The man stared back at him with an expression of bitter defeat. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. What is it? That can be the code? Then at last, Osawa's excited voice came through. That did it! It opened! The lock opened! Kano let out a deep breath of utter relief. Palmer snorted. You're really satisfied with catching me and saving the life of that one girl? Wait, if he's giving the code, then Canon is inside? No. She's still facing off, Tateno right now. He gave it to Osawa, yes. I suppose it's the Japanese way to forget the pain that's been visited upon you. But it's not over. The bloodshed would continue. All over the world. Women, children, the elderly, innocent, all will bleed. Because absolute justice is on our side. Is that right? Well, yeah. Kano drove his fist into Palmer's face. There was no such thing as absolute justice. It was that kind of blind faith that kept the world in conflict. Well, this sure is quite a mess. Whirling around in surprise, Kano saw Kuze standing there. Director Kuze. He bowed his head apologetically. He may have apprehended the criminal mastermind, but only because he'd ignored a direct order to place Maria under quarantine. He still thinks it's Palmer. To me, it's neither Palmer nor fake Kanan. I think they're all pawns. I'm sorry, sir, but I... Save the apology, Kuze interrupted. You're the one who solved the case. You did good, kid. No, he didn't. Once again, Kano bowed, this time even more deeply. Oh, and one more thing, Kano. Yes, sir? Sasayama has regained consciousness. I thought you'd like to know. Sasayama, they were able to save him? I got a call from the hospital. Looks like he's going to pull through. That's great. Really great news. Tears of relief came to Kano's eyes. And if Osawa was able to get the lock at the lab open, he should also have been able to get Maria the antiviral without any further difficulty. Kano dragged Palmer to his feet, then undid the handcuff from his own wrist, using it to properly bind his captive. Then the bomb will go off. The metal ring snapped shut with a soft, satisfying click. Palmer limply hung his head. It was over. It was all finally over. And then the bomb. It truly had been quite a day, Kano reflected. Beyond all the challenges he'd faced, he had come face to face with his own shortcomings. Now he knew what a long way he had to go to be the man he wanted to be. But at least he'd learned that what it truly meant to be a detective. Kuze was muttering to himself nearby. I mean, you don't even look alike, but... The director shook his head and cleared his throat. You know, Kano, for a second there, you look just like Tateno. Really, sir? Kano smiled, fussing sheepishly with his hair. Kuze's words were the finest praise he could ever have asked for. Someday, he hoped he really might be a detective like Tateno. No, he decided he would be. And until then, he'd never give up on that dream. It might be a long, long road, but he would walk it. And then boom! Kana looked up into the sky. The neon lights of the city shone from all over. This was the same old Shibuya that it always was, but one that he looked at now with new eyes. And then boom! No boom? And then boom! 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 I did not expect this. A keep out. So it keeps it. So it's canon. Achi? Let's jump to Achi. What? Wait, what? Okay. Jump to Achi. What about him? I will note though, it's been 8 hours, close to 9. When is it over? Nine-hour is a bunch of times. I don't want to cut it, because we're so close, but how close are we to the end? Alright, Kano doesn't grab the last one. This is the longest 30 minutes ever. In history. It was now or never. He threw himself into a headfirst slide. Oh, he got it! Nice catch! The gang members broke into cheering and applause. Achi got to his feet and looked around but saw no sign of either Kano or Alfred. Hey Achi, if you're looking for detective... Sumu gestured with his chin. Achi looked and saw Kano far away across the scramble, chasing after Alfred. The past hour has been like 4 hours, yeah. Soon, both men were lost in the crowd. Achi would have charged off in pursuit as well, but his wooden leg made it impossible. Get him, detective, he murmured under his breath. We're counting on you. Just as a reference, it is 10 minutes away from 5 a.m. to me. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Jack, we can't. We can't jump to Kano. The fact that my last message made complete sense in context, out of context, it's so confusing. Yes. Oh, 5? Oh, good. Nice. I'd say about an hour before the credits roll, less if you just mean getting to the epilogue. An hour? Ah, that stings. His cell phone rang. Tateno's name appeared on the incoming call display. Kano quickly picked up. Detective Tateno? What's going on? You need to get Hitomi Osawa to safety immediately. Alfred isn't trying to get at her blood. He wants her eliminated. What? Tateno wasn't making any sense. Alfred, Palmer, had already been arrested. The threat was over now. Hurry! Tateno barked. Yes, sir. Detective! Hachi called out suddenly. He was standing with Hitomi and the other near the statue of Hachiko. Detective! That's not the real Alfred! He's a fake! A fake? Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. Kano didn't want to believe it. If this Alfred was just a decoy, that meant the real culprit was elsewhere, still on the loose. Hachi's voice rang with desperation. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. To get rid of Hitomi? That lined up with what Tateno had just called to warn him about. It must be true then. Once again, Kano tensed. A bomb? But where? Get me the Explosive Ordnance Division, someone scoffed. We've got an emergency here. It was Kuze, practically screaming into his cell phone. We're at the scramble outside the station, hurry! The director started running towards the precinct, still shouting as he wove his way through the crowd. Kano felt himself starting to panic. If Hitomi and Palmer were the target, the bomb had to be nearby. He stormed over to his captive. Okay, where's the bomb? He demanded. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. I already told you the password, Palmer said. What point would there be in keeping things from you now? He had a point. And if he had known about the existence of the bomb, he'd kept it a secret so far. Getting him to reveal it now would not be easy. Kano decided just have to go look for it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to think logically. If he were Alfred, what would he do? How could he ensure that he'd eliminate both Hitomi and the fake Alfred at the same time? Where would he plant a bomb in order to pull that off? On the fake? There was no other place he could possibly have it planted on him. On Hitomi. Or in a minivan. I'd say cut it if there's still a whole hour left. I'm considering it. But also, that means tomorrow we're just streaming for 1 hour. I don't think it would be on Hitomi. There was no other place he could possibly have planted it. But then you can do art afterwards. Because I'm considering it, because by now, Salmon is about to go to sleep, right? What do you think, guys? 1 hour left for tomorrow? Because this is 5 a.m. for me. It's very late. Either way, I'm falling asleep too, so I'll have to call it here for me. It's fine for 1 hour tomorrow. I'm so sorry if you were expecting the end today. Tomorrow for sure. I just didn't expect 9 hours? Okay. Oh. How do I leave? Preview screen. Choose chapter, select chapter, return 1 hour. Technically, it's still early for the usual Tiggy. No, I didn't expect it to be that long tomorrow. Let's get to the keep out, I guess. Shit. If you leave it for next stream, I will want to be informed as obnoxiously as possible. Will want to be informed for when the next stream starts. It is 8 p.m. Paris time. I don't know what time zone you're in, but that's the best I can tell you. It's always 8 p.m. Next stream is another... Wait, really? Is there no other way? Just leave? How do I leave? $1 p.m. Central Time for me is when it starts. Can you hit escape? That's what it happens. I'll just go back here. If I press escape here, doesn't do anything. Autoplay? That's a thing? There was autoplay? Lucas. Pit doesn't want to get on another Discord server. Too many already. It doesn't go that fast. You leave by pause menu in any scene. Pause menu? Also, game autosaves every scene. So it's fine either way. So I can just Alt F4. Autoplay only progresses text automatically. After every scene, you leave by pause menu in any scene. Isn't this the pause menu? I don't see it anywhere. Yeah, there's a normal pause menu in addition to the time chart. Ah! There it is. I'll feel better to go through that screen. Hurry! Well, I'm gonna be screamed at. That's for sure. They never want us to leave, I swear. I'm going to get screamed at. I still have my food to eat. The time chart is not the pause menu, so I've realized. And also, there's an autoplay feature. But still, I still apologize that I didn't get to the end. I was not expecting it to be over 10 hours of gameplay. If I had known, I would have just stopped at 6 hours, like usual. So now there's gonna be the annoying thing that tomorrow will be a few, like at most 2 hours of gameplay, maybe. And then art. So sorry about this. I hope you understand. Thanks for stream. Thank you for coming this whole 9 hours. On the dot. On the dot. It's gonna be hell to export. But yeah, thank you so much for coming to the stream. I need to get away, like to leave pretty rapidly because it's 6 a.m., 5 a.m. Yeah. So thank you for coming. Thank you. I think it was... No, I don't remember. Don't forget to take care of yourself, drink water, stretch your limbs, and I'll see you tomorrow for the end for sure this time. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the stream.